I can feel the change. There's a whisper in the wind. Gonna pack my things, gonna leave it all behind, and let all my troubles fade away. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing my old boots out. Hey, hey, start all over again. I'm throwing my old boots out. Throwing my old boots out.
Come on, little bird, your voice is like an angel's. Come on, little bird, when you sing your sweet melody. Come on, little bird, don't leave me yet again, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. If you want me to chase, it's a game way too easy for you. And with my mating dance, you're impressed, I can tell. A little bird told me the truth. Come on, little bird, I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, with my eager words, little bird, return. 'Cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, 'twas you. Oh, you can fly, fly, fly away from me, but you can't escape. I will try, try, try to reach the sun for you, just you. Come on, little bird, you wake me up at sparrows. Come on, little bird, I believe you are here to stay. Come on, little bird, I'm really fond of you, 'cause I swear you stole my heart, flew away, little magpie. Come on, little bird, with me.
Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Know that you can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause these moments just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Someday we'll get on right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get it. Someday we'll make it on right. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master. From the moment that you breathe, get to chasing after. Yeah. All that you want, all that you ever dreamed. You can make anything of this life. Someday we only try. Oh, we're gonna get it. Someday, other days, no matter what they say, we gonna get it. Someday, other days, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Either way, we're gonna get better.
It's all about the way I feel inside, the way that we're moving side to side. It's all about the way you hold me tight, the feel of your body close to mine. It's all about the passion in your eyes and feeling the heat begin to rise. It's all about the promise in your smile. It's all about l'amour. It starts when you walk into the room. Your lovely brown eyes look my way. Your smile awakes the stars and moon come out to play. It's all about the way you make me feel when dancing closely as your body starts to sway, while the band starts to play. Times that I held you close into me, felt your heartbeat next to mine, whispering words that spell so truly a love divine.
I feel so alive. It's all about the rush I feel tonight when I look deep into your eyes. It's all about the way you hold me tight, the taste of your kisses in the night. It's all about the softness of your lips, the gentle swaying of your hips. It's all about the passion in your smile. It's all about l'amour. It's all about l'amour. It's all about l'amour.
I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. Still dark as sheep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. I'm walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Everything seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I know the truth and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now. Your face shining on me, walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need. If it ever only for me, then who could stand against? Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I wasn't an enemy until you took my place. You were a friend of me, so I got to see your face. Yeah, keep fighting the fight of my faith. No, I don't have to be afraid. Forgetting the past, I press on to the prize of the upper call of Jesus Christ. I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how you love. Your love. Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. Doesn't matter what come my way. Doesn't matter what the enemy say.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 21 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Good morning. Welcome to the final day of group stages here at DreamLeague Season 21. It's day 3. We got playoffs over the entire weekend, starting tomorrow onwards. So that's going to be very exciting. However, we don't need everybody that we have here. We don't. We just want to get rid of 4 teams. We're going to do that today. Group stages are brutal like that. And to do that, obviously, I'm joined by my lovely co-host, Jenkins.
I thought you meant talent. I thought I was on the chopping block here. That's what was happening. Oh my God.
No, calm down.
I thought that was like a Negan level scenario coming out there.
You're good for the entire duration. After Sunday, though, we'll see.
You know Walking Dead?
I know of
Did you
it.
see the episode where he killed Glenn?
No.
Okay, well, I thought I was gonna get Glenned right there.
No, you're not going to get Glenn.
Except I'm not a good character, and Glenn is a good character.
No, we'll keep Jenkins around for a little bit longer. But I do like randomness in games and stuff like that. I think good. Maybe games for survival as talent. We should do that next season. By the way, that sounds great.
Where are you talking about the island?
We get 4 extra talent during the group stages. We just decide which we play games, and then 4 won't make it for the rest of the event.
That would make the the filler, the downtime would be way more hype. Because then these games would actually be like death games, like Alice in Borderlands type games. That would be sweet.
Oh, that would be very harsh, though. And obviously, I mean, as host and co-host, we're the game masters.
We choose the games.
We're beyond scrutiny.
We could just choose games we're really good at.
Yes, true. We have chosen a game.
Okay.
No, we wouldn't be playing the games. What are you talking about? We'd be the game masters.
Oh, we'd be the game masters.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well, they sometimes die as well. Spoiler alert. If you watch these shows, a lot of times the game masters are part of the game, and you didn't even realize until episode 10.
No, we are going to play a game. We decided to play games. Maybe it's a test to see if we should do those type of games with talent eliminations. But for now, we'll keep everybody on board regardless. But we do have a game coming up. And we decided that one of the two, because both of our guests will be playing the game, we decided that one of the two will get an advantage on the game, and that will depend on their walk-ons. So there's a lot of pressure on getting these walk-ons to be the best walk-ons ever.
Yeah, make it cool.
Cool?
What about, let's say energy levels. Let's get the energy levels high.
High.
Because I feel like the vibes are a little bit low right now.
Yeah.
And we need to crank those up a
Yeah,
bit.
we
So
do.
let's get those energy levels high.
Yeah. PogChat Pandas, will you help us in getting those energy levels high and allowing, let's see, first Cap to get the best walk-on he's ever done in his entire life? Ladies and gentlemen, Cap. What did he throw? You can't
stay on very easy.
Can you even talk? Oh yeah, that was just
No,
He
it's my
He can't hear us. He can't. Cap sucks. Guy sucks.
I was so
how
energetic
do you
that my
feel you did?
audio equipment malfunctioned.
That's true. That's true. How do you feel you did on a scale from 1 to 10?
I don't know. I stubbed my toe. That's all I think about right now.
Okay.
Physical
He's-
pain.
He's committed.
Don't
He's
hurt.
committed. He's committed. He's
Committed to the bit. I respect it.
Make it better. Thank you.
Good boy.
committed. All good.
Been a good boy today.
PogChat Pandas, we got another guest coming. Let's see how he does. Everybody, it's SPG.
Energy, SPG, energy.
Oh, it's a curling thing. It's a curling thing. Thank
That's
you.
right, for my Canadian
Thank
brother.
you. It's a curling.
I
very
practiced
nice.
my curling for it. Here, you can have it.
He wins.
Yeah?
He wins. He did curling.
Great.
I thought it was an energy competition, not a pandering competition.
No, pandering's always fine.
Okay.
Did we curl together? Were you curling
You
with
mean
us?
in the gym?
No, not the gym.
You went
Hey.
Cap wins. Cap wins.
You went curling in Norway.
Yeah.
They were
Get
not
out,
in
Pan.
Norway.
He just
Oh,
used
yeah.
my bid to win. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it was his bid, actually.
That's the way she goes.
What? That's a
way the
different
road.
bit.
That's
That's a pun.
Do you want to tell them what advantage they want?
Yeah, the advantage is that you guys get to now play on a team with each other. That's the advantage.
Can I have my broom back? I'm
You can
gonna go.
have- yeah, you got-
I'm gonna go
You know what?
backstage.
You're right. Congratulations, SVG. That is an
I just wanted
advantage
to
for
like
you
it.
to be able to play with me in these games.
At least I can sweep the trash out when we're done.
Lovely.
So I thought it was going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fog who were playing us. I was really worried. And then I remembered how much these two fight whenever they're in games. We don't need to do anything. We're going to win.
The show writes itself. All right, the game you're playing, I think. What is the actual official name? Is it like Who Is It or something?
Guess who?
No, it can't. No, not that. This is a totally different game.
Yeah, you need
Guess the hero.
Guess hero.
Yes, but you
Guess
need
hero.
to stand up for it anyway. It's on the board.
Queen of Pain.
Oh.
It's
Okay, okay. Before you say before you say anything more, any guess you do that is incorrect will add 2 extra points to your total. Every question you ask is a point, and we are gonna play against you.
Yeah,
and
stop
the
naming
least
heroes.
amount of points wins. So that is it. So don't ask too many questions.
Wait, are you guys going
because you
first?
might regret it. Oh, we do have that one as well. Yeah, I forgot about
I'll be
that.
honest. I feel like
That
our
was when we
track
go keep
record.
the scores.
Our track record has to be 0.
What?
I think the amount of games we've won on this stage is 0.
Well, maybe
But
this is the
together, we
first.
only played the music one.
This is the
You're-
where you start.
We did pretty all right on the music
We started. This is your board. We have chosen a hero. You guys get to choose a hero later. We have
Okay.
chosen a hero, and you may ask us questions. Yes or no questions, obviously. Unless you want to guess a hero. And you can cross them off if you think that's not it.
I would like to guess a hero.
I swear.
Okay, but let's think about it.
This guy's just trying to.
If I guess the hero, how amazing will it look?
Yeah, it'll be a great show, and there isn't however many hero chance that you're going to just lose the competition.
Are you guys fine with this team name? I have the host versus the other guys. You guys are the other
Yeah,
guys.
it's a good movie. I like that.
I like it.
I've not.
We already were known as the other guys when it came to like, oh, who's casting right now? Oh, it's Odie Pixel and Fox. Who's casting right now? It's the other guys.
Who's
Well,
casting
yeah,
the lower
it's
bracket
understandable,
final?
The other guy.
But, well, it's not us. So.
Sunspan is Tinder.
All right.
Okay.
Ask the question.
Me?
Yeah.
And you guys are.
You want to
both
start
on
with
the
an
team.
attribute?
Yeah, we picked a hero.
Well, I know what it is.
What?
Yeah, I know what hero you would pick.
Dude, it's not Pudge, man.
I'm not. I know.
that
I
counts
will
as-
tell you.
and that
I
counts
picked
as a
the hero.
question.
All right, I'm gonna ask: is it female?
Is it?
There are very
No.
few female here.
One
Are
point,
they?
but they get a mark.
That was
thing.
a terrible quantifier.
Is no.
What? If it was, there's only like 5.
You can
Yeah, but
easily
which
do like.
means more likely that it's not, because if they're smart, they would choose one of the
I
hero
already
that
know
would
what
blend
hero
in.
it is anyway. This is just for the show. You know?
You gotta do the things.
Yeah,
you have to
yeah,
cross
okay.
it out.
Cross
That's not
that out.
That's not our job. We're the host.
Any other female? Enchantress.
Wait, what is your
There was
role in this
recently a
team?
tier list.
What is your role in this team? I don't understand. I'm just.
You ask
What?
both
I'm
questions.
helping with the question.
You
Oh,
guess
okay.
together.
Is it an intelligence hero?
Is it? Yes, it is. Do you really not know?
I didn't know if it was.
Are you
Maybe-
serious?
I literally know what hero.
Okay, so it's either an intelligence hero or
Maybe it was
universal.
made
It's
universal.
Necro. It's
Dude, the
Necro. It's been
weirdest
Necro
heroes
since
get
the
made
first-
universal now.
It's Jenkins. He's
But
gonna
yeah.
take the oldest,
Okay,
most
so-
decrepit
okay, so-
character. It's Necrophos.
Is it Necrophos?
No,
that's
dude.
dude. That's
All right.
All right. Well, I mean,
Don't
what can you
guess
do?
That's, they have not two
Jesus.
falls.
Yeah,
no,
I
they
put two.
Guy.
No, they also did.
I know what it would be.
They did intelligence. You have an extra mark. Come on.
No,
don't
we were
do
just
that.
Intelligent
discussing
and
that.
Necrophos.
No, we were just
And
discussing the
female.
Necro.
Yeah.
And then Necrophos is 2 false answers because he guessed the hero.
Oh, you guessed the hero. You stupid.
That was pretty valuable.
Agreed. That was very stupid.
No, I mean we know it's not Necro now.
That's right. You eliminated one hero.
That's valuable.
He eliminated about 40.
For the cost of. Oh, universal.
See, it's not as easy.
Damn. Guess what
Wait,
they-
did you guys confirm whether it's intelligence or universal?
it
Because that
is-
was
It
obviously
is
the.
intelligence.
Oh,
Wait, why'd you X Crystal Maiden?
Did I? Female.
she's a
Oh,
girl,
right.
dude.
All right. Wow, that was a good guess there, Cap.
Jeez.
Glad we got rid of the Necro though. Make sure to put an X on that Necro.
Yeah,
there we go.
I hate you.
That's a 2.
I know what it
dude.
would be.
I mean, it's
I
still
knew it for the whole time.
I feel like it still could be Necro.
I think
All
you
right.
guys are doing an excellent job despite
Thank you.
bickering like an old married couple.
Thank you.
So we've got Ancient Apparition, Silencer, Lich, Disruptor, Chen, Lion.
Uh-huh.
What is a good way to eliminate? Does this hero wear a helmet?
No.
Okay.
But he
No
can't-
Chen, no Silencer,
Don't give them extra answers, Shiver. This is
no
competitive.
Disruptor.
Oh, I know what it is now.
Okay, dude. What is it? Necrophos?
It could still be Necro. I'm not ruling it
I
out.
believe we've come
I
down
could've
to
lied.
Ancient Apparition, Lion, and Lich. So
Okay,
if you're
it's either AA or Lich, because Shiva picked this hero.
Hey, great
And
choice.
she only
out of the
plays
2 out of 3.
She plays only those 2
I
left.
will confirm she did pick the hero.
So
I was listening to Disney songs.
See, it would have been Necro if you picked it.
I would bet it's
Maybe.
Ancient Apparition.
That's what
not my
I'm
guess.
leaning towards. I'm leaning towards that.
I would bet it's Ancient Apparition. Shiva really likes that hero.
She does.
And it's actually been a little bit more viable, and I know she's happy about
That's
that.
true.
Are we going to just
Yeah.
go for it?
Yeah, I'll go for it, man.
Is it Ancient Apparition?
No, it's
2
not.
extra marks for you.
2 points.
All right, is it Lich?
No, 2 extra points. I'm not going to choose the heroes that you
Like
think I'll
you.
choose. Idiots.
That's too obvious.
I remember how much I...
You know, I gave up on this when this guy chose, is it Necropose?
well, it still
pick.
might be Necro.
You got still a choice.
Oh, shit. Lion. Shit, there was way more than I thought there was. Shadow Shaman and Skywrath Mage. Is there any other? It's hard to see with these billion X's.
I'm not guessing Shaman out of principle.
There's no Skywrath Mage. He's wearing headgear. So it's either Lion or Shadow Shaman. You saying you're not guessing
Correct.
Shadow
So
Shaman
I-
out of principle. Is it Lion?
No, it's Shadow Shaman.
It's Shadow Shaman. Whatever.
All right, that took them 11 guesses.
Yes. I don't know if we have time to go for ours as well. All right, let's do this quickly. We got time.
Yeah.
But I need you guys to choose a hero
You gotta choose a hero,
from the
man.
ones on the board. Dude, they have
Okay.
way more points than that. What are you talking about?
That's fine.
Oh, we've already chosen.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I telegraphed.
You already took it?
Mind melded with the production.
Okay, I think first choice.
What? Remind me again. What hero did I choose? Production.
Oh my god, dude, we're trying to speed this up, bro. We got a game to
What?
watch.
They said we already chose. Oh.
Choose together, but don't say it in the microphone because we wear an earpiece. So write it down or point at it or something. Or whatever. I can't hear you that way. How can he protect his mind? I do very much enjoy the fact that they guessed my hero last.
Ready? All right. Is it a intelligence hero?
No.
I think we. Yeah, you exit off. Can I just guess all the attributes?
You just guessed what we guessed.
Because you went first. Is it a strength hero?
Okay.
No.
Oh, there's so much. Help
Is
me
it
out.
an agi hero?
Jenkins, help me out.
Yes.
Okay, it's an agi hero. So cross out everything that's not an agi hero.
Yes.
What is this?
Oh, that's
Why don't
not
you
right.
just guess
We start
Necro?
over.
Yeah, it's because they're
Okay.
trying to win.
I'll do it.
This is what it looks like when
So
you're
it
trying.
is an Agi hero.
It's an agi hero. Okay, so you do the next guess.
You
while I'm
got it
crossing
marked,
out.
right? Every question.
Yeah, I marked
yes.
it. You're up to 3 right now. Don't worry.
Is Meepo
You
Agi?
still have
He's agi.
8 more guesses.
Is it a girl?
Dude, are you guys serious? You picked a girl?
No.
Okay.
You picked a girl. What's that supposed to
Because
be?
there's like 3 girls on the screen, bro. That's what.
All right,
No,
why
there's
don't
7.
you
I
guess
counted
Necro?
earlier.
It could be Necro Jenkins.
Yeah, the agility
It's not Necro.
Necrophos.
I'm doing a lot of crossing out.
I mean,
here.
he's a green hero. He's probably agility.
Dude,
There's so little.
it's not a girl. Oh, wait. Uh-oh.
Wait, I know that he's still in.
Did I cross out Bloodseeker?
Yeah, you did. What?
Well, that's unfortunate. We'll just pretend
How do you
Pretend Bloodseekers. Is the hero red?
No.
Okay, there. Now Bloodseeker's crossed out.
Okay.
We have plenty of guesses.
Is he Agi?
Wait, it's Agi. No, that doesn't count as a question.
No. It's the
That sounds like a question.
Yes. Is the hero blue?
That sounded like a question.
Is the
That's
hero
not
blue?
a question to you
Sounded like
guys.
a question.
Answer my question. Is the hero blue?
It has blue. Yes.
It has blue. Okay, so
All of them have blue. What are you
no,
talking
Lynx does not have blue. Oh shit, you're right.
Great
Oh,
guess,
man.
Jenkins. Great guess. Necro's not looking too bad now, is it?
Does this hero spawn illusions?
What?
Does the
The
hero
hero
spawn
spawn
illusions?
illusions.
Like, is it a manta builder?
Illusion.
Whoa, these are different questions
Is it
here. What is
considered an illusion hero?
Well, he just, I mean,
That's the question. You guys deliberated.
Yes?
Yes? Okay, it's Meepo.
no.
Are you asking if it's
No,
Meepo?
just asked if it's
No,
Meepo.
I didn't ask. You're just stupid. Okay,
He
so,
literally just,
so it's not Meepo.
Okay, it's not Meepo.
that's 2. That counts as 2.
Yeah, I put down 2.
How
They're gonna
unfortunate
lose.
would it be if
We're
it's
gonna win.
Terrorblade?
That would be very unfortunate. Does he have wings?
No.
It's not Terrorblade. He has wings, doesn't he?
Mark that down.
Yeah, he does have.
Did. Thank you, boss.
Oh, I'm gonna
We
win a
have
game.
what? 4
Wait,
more heroes?
Okay,
5
there's a
more
way we
heroes.
can do this.
I've
Yeah,
never
there's a way
won
I'm
on
gonna
this
limit
show
half.
in my life.
Yes.
We have to use the. So
He's
what
gonna
is?
choke.
Okay.
He's gonna
They-
choke.
they-
Wait.
Choking
Does
hazard. Choking
Does
hazard.
this hero have to do with water? Is there any water related to this hero?
Yes.
Okay,
So we
so
are-
it's
It's Slark or
Morphling. It's Slark or Morphling. So we know it's a 50-50. Is this hero a fish?
He's choking. He's
If it's a 50-50, it's the same as guessing the.
No,
well,
it's
okay,
not.
Okay, you're
because
right. It's not.
It's
Is he a
All right.
fish?
No,
Okay, it's
no,
Morphling.
it's not.
It's
a fish.
Morphling. It's Morphling.
It is Morphling.
Yeah.
You guys
The winners
lost,
are
though.
SPG
You guys
Cat,
lost.
somehow.
Yeah, because we got rushed. That was bullshit.
Yeah.
Because we have a game to cap.
Sabotaged. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was it from Cap and SPG. Hope you enjoyed their bickering.
I sure
And
did.
we're heading over to our first series of the day. It is Liquid versus Tundra. Stay tuned.
Yes. If we didn't have to rush.
Yeah.
But anyway, Tundra versus Team Liquid.
Yes.
What an absolute European banger.
Yeah, but it's very important. We didn't get to talk about this yet, but we will a lot because today is the last day of group stages. So everybody only has one series left, unless there's tiebreakers. And there is in Group B not that many chance of tiebreakers, but in Group A there is, and that's exciting because that's what we're starting with. And you take up the entire couch.
That's right. After day one, I was not thinking that Group B would be the one that does not have the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Game and Gladiators, how could they be knocked out? Liquid Talon, both not doing so hot. They were what 0-4 to start, but actually both of those teams could tiebreak if they beat Tundra today for Liquid. They could tiebreak for that the lower bracket.
Nobody is mathematically out apart from Evil Geniuses. So it's and for Gaming Gladiators it's still very scary, but because they're facing Quest today, that's actually the match to decide who's out, who's in. So that's very exciting stuff. But again, I want to reiterate, you're taking up all the couch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Normally around this time, I mean, I appreciate your opinion. I value that a lot. But I like a wide diversity in opinions from my panelists. And they need to sit somewhere.
Go ahead.
All right, well, we'll just see what happens. Pogja Pandas, please welcome, help me in welcoming Lacoste! Very good. What did you bring us today?
I'll be your stats guy.
Okay.
I heard you talking about Matt, who's mathematically out, so I'm going to help you out with Abacus and my tablet.
Very good.
Run some numbers for me.
Which number do you want?
69.
69. Kind of expected it. Already Googled how to do it. So this is 6, and there's 5, and there's 9. Here you go. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing stats from you today, Lacoste. Always a pleasure. And it looks like I might have a new co-host then, because that's the only chair that's free. Jenkins has been replaced, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome my co-host. It's Kezu!
You're trash. You're Archon. You're better than all of them.
Yeah, but
What did he give you?
Got Guardian.
I got Guardian as well.
We're the same rank.
Where's yours?
I don't have one. I thought I would get
I
one
came
later from them.
prepared. I'm not
Give me the
Guardian,
Herald.
you fool.
Give
Here
me
you
the
go.
Herald.
I'm ancient. I'm really old.
Hey!
Damn.
I'm gonna
Very
give it back
good.
to
I don't
you.
care about your opinions. I'm the co-host now. Am I doing good, Jenkins?
That's fair. He can do that. You're doing
Thank
great.
you.
You're doing great.
These
Soft man.
handshakes. Kezu, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
That's a good morning. I'm pretty sure in the game just now you were pretending, right?
Pretending what?
Like you guys guessed if it's an Agi hero.
Yeah.
And they said it is, right? And then you crossed out Bloodseeker, PA, and Terrorblade.
PA was a girl, so that's why we crossed PA
Okay.
off.
TB, Bloodseeker.
These are universal
And he
heroes
messed up
in
with
Jenkins'
Bloodseeker and
book.
TB.
Yeah.
When you're under immense pressure,
But you can't undo. Either you clear the whole board or you leave everything as is.
and I had X'd out about 40 things, so I'm not I'm not about to clear that work.
At least it was a good game. It was funny to watch.
That was fun. Good.
Well
Glad
played,
to hear it.
Jenkins.
Glad to hear it.
I don't want to talk about it. Let's go on. Tundra versus Team Liquid, everybody!
Yes, I want
Tundra
to talk
versus Team
about this
Liquid.
because it is incredibly important series. I don't know if we can bring up the group stats for Group A. That's where we're in, because Group A started indeed, as we mentioned, that Talon and Liquid, they suffered hard. They still are suffering hard, but mathematically not out. That's Guy Lacoste. Could you tell us the tiebreaker scenarios for Group A?
Yes, I can. Well, both Team Liquid and Team Talon, they still have one more series to play, so both of them, they need to get the dubs. It needs to be 2-0 for a chance to get into tiebreaker situation, because Entity, they're sitting at 4-4, and Entity, they are playing against 9 Pandas. Not an easy matchup for them, so if Entity gets one win, this also means that both Talon and Team Liquid are out, so you're gonna need to pay attention on the other streams. It's not legal, you know, we had some situation during the DPC where players did open up the stream. Yeah, especially if the game is paused. But yeah, you got to give your best today. Both Team Liquid and Talon and Entity needs to not show up for us to have tiebreaker in this Group A.
Yeah, let's.
That's a good stat. That was
it is. It also means that even though Talon and Liquid, I mean, they partially, I guess, have their fates in their own hand in the sense that they have the 2-0. If they don't 2-0, they don't even have a chance. But then they also have to get lucky or have to bank against Entity. That they would not do well. So that is a tough situation for both Talon and Team Liquid to be in. Both of these teams obviously came top 3 at Riyadh, so they've fallen quite a bit. Team Liquid here in front of you, they've had a good year though. They've had a good year, so it's not really expected of them to be here in the bottom that much. And if you are unfamiliar with the run that Team Liquid has had over this year, let's learn a little bit more about it.
The 2023 story for Liquid has been one that most teams could only dream of, but it's been heartbreaking for them. One of the best teams in the entire world, and yet not a single first place. With Old Man Matumba's retirement following their 3rd place finish at TI 2022, the team rebuilt. After getting knocked out by Team Secret, Liquid yoinked Nisha, and Mickey moved from mid to carry to let the young star cook in the mid lane.
Let him cook!
The year started out looking positive for Liquid. Nisha was quickly incorporated into the team, and they won the first DPC season of the year. It was now time for the Lima Major, and Liquid looked to be one of the favorites to win it all. After making it all the way to the lower bracket finals, they were hit with unfortunate circumstances. Boxy was sick and couldn't play on the final day. They instead played with their coach, Jabs.
No excuses, you know, we're just trying to tough it through, make it through.
Against all odds, they beat Talon 2-0 with the help of J-God, but it was no match for, at the time, the up-and-coming Gaming Gladiators. It was Team Liquid's first Grand Finals loss against them, but it would be far from the last. They spent the next few events trying to overcome their demons, the Gladiators.
Are you not entertained?
Liquid got close basically every event, but Gaimin always came back to haunt them. You all know this by now. Every single event this year pretty much ended with a Gaimin versus Liquid Grand Finals. ESL 1 Berlin, Gaimin versus Liquid. Gaimin wins. Bali Major, you guessed it, it's Gaimin versus Liquid. Who won? It might surprise you, but it was Gaimin once again. This matchup is almost certainly the new El Clasico of the modern age. Rest in peace to Alliance and Na'Vi, by the way. Whatever dipshit is writing the script for 2023 needs to be fired. Come on, you can't let them win a single event? What did Team Liquid do to you? Riyadh Masters 2023, once again, it's Liquid versus Team Spirit? Was this finally Liquid's chance to take first place? No, it wasn't. Team Spirit simply does not lose Grand Finals when there is millions of dollars on the line. Team Liquid are seemingly the best in the entire world at getting 2nd place in events. Will they finally break their streak and win an event? I goddamn hope so. If I have to watch another Gaimin vs. Liquid Grand Finals, I'm installing League.
Well, we'll see. To get to the Grand Finals, they first have to make it out of group stages, so it seems like you're pretty safe also. That same goes for Gaming Gladiators as well in the other group. But yeah, Team Liquid has struggled here at DreamLeague Season 21. And they're up against a team, Kazoo, that's not struggled that much. This is Tundra is a fresh roster, or rather Saxa out and Thompson in. That seems to work well.
They're playing really well. They have the good old man Thompson. I feel like his heroes are also really good in this patch right now. He can play his Monkey Kings, his Primals, Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker. I think all these fast heroes with high mobility, low cooldown, That's Thompson, and those are the good mid heroes right
Want me
now.
to hit you with the stats?
Hit me.
Go ahead, Abacus us.
Thompson is the only guy in this tournament that only exclusively played melee heroes from the mid lane.
There you
He's
go.
the only one. So we're going to give him a point. 1 point for Thompson.
The big one.
That's what the Abacus is for here, guys. Really important stuff.
Yeah. How many points does Nisha have?
None at the moment, but we're going to give him 1.5 point for his
that a half?
performance
That
in
looks like
2022. Can't break it.
Try harder.
Jenkins, bite it off.
My dentist told me not to do that anymore.
Anymore.
No, but Tundra has been doing well. They are 5-3 at the moment. They're looking pretty good in order to obviously to move through, but they still could go. They could go upper bracket. They could go lower bracket. So they still also want to win, and they have been looking good to the extent that I would definitely put them as a favorite here, Jenkins.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, Tundra in general, this team just looks good at Dream Leagues whenever they have a stand-in. Tops is not a stand-in, but he's a new guy. You know, this team, for some reason, when they get a new guy on their team, which seem to be always, they just own. And like we were talking about with Thompson's mid lane hero pool, this mid lane that we currently exist in is like all these weird heroes, like the Earthshakers. That I'm sure Willow's going to start getting played for some reason from the mid lane because she's universal. And just all of this like strange stuff. And Thompson does that even when it's dog shit. Like, he does that in patches where the mid laners are so generic, like Queen of Pain, Lina. He's still going to be playing the Earthshaker mids. And right now, it feels like imperative to not only have a mid laner that can play these heroes, but also have somebody else who can play it very well on one of the other roles, so that way you can flex it.
And speaking of playing new heroes, I think 33 needs to be mentioned because he was always known for these micro zoo heroes. He's really not playing those, you know. He might show up Beastmaster from time to time, but there's Lone Druid, Dawnbreaker, playing Brewmaster, Bristleback, Omni Knight, which is a big one, and of course his signature Doom, but he definitely expanded his hero pool, and you can already see that Tundra is adjusting to the needs of the new patch.
I would also say that Dawnbreaker just looks like one of the better heroes of the patch to me. Like, I see other teams are like first picking it. Shopify have Saberlight every game. Cinderin, when I pop with him, he makes it look pretty good. I think that speaks for the hero too.
Yeah, I think when we talk about Tundra, it's so easy to start talking about Thompson and about 33. And then there's 9 who, I mean, yeah, Thompson came in new, but 9 just started playing position 4 and he basically picks up the role as if it was his all along.
He was a 4 position all along.
No.
Look at the stuff that he's been playing.
That is true. He was a hidden
Winter
4.
A hidden 4, sure.
We saw him playing Skywrath Mage. We weren't watching the series on this stream, but we were watching it on like the B stream, the Green Room, and he was playing some Skywrath Mage, and I was thinking, I didn't even clue into the fact that he was a 4 Skywrath because he plays Skywrath Mage mid.
He does.
So it's like this guy has secretly been a 4 the entire time, and I could tell you, all the mid laners that switch to 4, they always talk about how they feel free. They don't have to lane anymore. They can just go and kill people. And that's what they've always wanted.
4 of the 5 heroes that he played at the tournament, he played it before from the mid lane, when he was the mid laner. So we're talking about the Grimstroke with the E-Blade, Rubik, of course, his signature Dark Willow, and Skywrath Mage. The only one who was not played from the mid lane was Shadow Demon, not the hero that you play from the mid lane. But I'm a big fan of the off-lane duo, known as 42 from Tundra, because it's 33 plus 9. When we talked about like the old Tundra squad, their offlane duo, I think that was the most annoying duo you could play into because they were so annoying, and I don't see any difference now that 9 shift to position 4.
But shouldn't there be a big difference because he's not getting as much money anymore? So you can play the same heroes, but then surely you're
Map
so much
is
more
big
poor.
enough. I think
like you do have less money, but I think it's still kind of similar. The way I see mid is I feel like mid players have one of 2 hidden roles. You have the mids that farm a lot. I feel like they can transition easily to carry. And you have the mids that play make a lot, like Thompson 9.
And
I feel like
9,
they could easily swap to 4, which I guess we kind of see, and just smack.
What you're saying is Thompson could easily switch to 4
He
as well.
could. I mean, this man can do anything.
That's fair.
He could random and
I
play
think he
+5.
could do whatever,
I think so.
Thompson is something else. But I think, what you're saying is basically a better way of putting what I was saying, which is the freedom that these mid laners feel when they switch to 4.
Yeah.
That's usually the mid laners that were already the fighting mids.
Exactly.
Essentially. But the farming mids maybe wouldn't feel such a freedom. But maybe if they're carry, it's like, oh, I don't have to lane, the lane's getting pulled back, I can just hit creeps.
Yeah, now you just play TA in the safe lane or SF.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
All right, so it goes one of both ways. I want to focus a little bit more on Team Liquid as well, mainly on a player that's been in the spotlight quite a bit for various reasons. Mickey has, in his own words, had a rough Riyadh Masters. He tweeted about that, and he seems to also not be fully. What is happening here? Okay.
We're having a good time.
You guys are missing it. There's a secret pinky handshake going on.
Connect with me, Shiver. Through Jenkins.
Oh, they don't even see it.
We're all
It's fine.
connected.
But I believe, Lacoste, you wanted to
They will
talk a
come
little
back.
bit about
We're giving energy to Liquid.
I wanted to talk
Yeah.
about Mickey.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure I did. One of my favorite players out there, definitely, besides Nisha. I'm slightly biased, but, Mickey, he's been self-critical about his performance on social media after Riyadh Masters, using words like unlucky, what can you do? That's why I'm a big fan of him. And also his gameplay. I think he really popped off yesterday. In the games against Talon, when he played Razor, and also Phantom Assassin when he was playing against Shopify. The team also knows how to play around Mickey. He's very active. I think in both of these games he didn't die a single time, maybe once. I'm trying to exaggerate. I like
Hype him up.
I want to hype him up, especially before this important series. So I believe in Mickey. I know a lot of people, had their doubts, even though they're getting constantly like second places.
Trash,
they're really bad. And also Blitz. Yesterday's interview, he gave us permission.
He did, didn't he?
Blame all we want. Mickey sucks. I think
Mickey's the man.
I think the people are like, dude, kick Mickey. These people are
kick K. Yeah, get him out.
Yeah, they're cringe. These people are cringe because you know what? Depending on the patch, depending on what heroes are strong, Mickey is the
GOAT.
The
He's
heart
the
and the soul of
5
this team.
points to Mickey.
Yeah, go
Give him
ahead.
6.
On the abacus, yeah.
Give him 6.
6.5. 6.5.
Half.
6.5.
6.5.
Let's put it
6.5.
7, but we'll remember it's 6.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're doing great. I like the board.
Great.
Anyway, what were we talking about, Mickey?
We were talking about Mickey, but I do want to say that this team, when we see them on top form, it's because all of the players, everything falls into place. And sometimes one player is maybe lacking a little bit behind. It's fine. We have seen that it always ends up right in the end. I know that they come second, not first, but all their players are great. So we just have to see what kind of form they show up in today. As mentioned, Team Liquid has to 2-0 if they want to have a shot at making it further. That, in combination with Entity losing 2-0 against 9 Pandas, a series that's going on at the same time as this one. Same thing goes for Talon, by the way, who is playing at this point as well, and they also need to 2-0, and they also need Entity to lose 0-2 in order to move forward here, DreamLeague Season 21. We're in the draft. We got ourselves Team Liquid on the Dire side with first pick, and Tundra will be playing from the Radiant side, second pick. I don't know if anybody else has to actually actively hold their hands up. This is starting to weigh on my
I will never back down.
You're strong. Draft. Like,
just put it on the desk. You're good now.
I put it on the desk.
Yeah.
I was sticking my hand out the whole time. All right. So what are we expecting from this? Because we've had Team Liquid, one of the teams that did lose a couple times with the gyrocopter, I believe.
That's what I'm looking for. That old man in the helicopter.
I'm looking for Panda Man. I'm looking
Panda Man.
for Brewmaster.
Ooh.
Liquid could first pick it. They did it yesterday, but they made a fatal mistake. They gave, I think it was Artur Sven. And you don't want to play Panda Man into
When
Sven
you said
Man.
fatal mistake, I thought you were going to say
Fatal
they gave
bombs?
him Warlock.
Yeah. We'll get the joke running later.
That's another up-and-coming hero that is looking extremely
Very
good.
strong.
I think he's pretty stable now. I think everybody in the pubs realized, and the pro scene as well, how strong this hero is. Very annoying, pushes out the wave, then gets the pull very easily. Like, this is a hero that scales. I've seen a lot of position 5 Warlocks also going for Midas because you want the levels, like his 10, 15, 20 talent are really good, so you want to get to that, especially if the game slows down.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And I feel like there's some heroes that just don't need items.
Yeah. Or like their first items are like
Warlock.
maybe a bit weird, right?
Yeah. Nothing else?
I don't know why you... No,
Nothing else?
like, I feel like it's the same... There was this trend at Riyadh where people started building Midas on Drow Ranger. And I think it's a similar fact where Drow's first item just feels kind of like whatever. You build a Dragon Lance, but you still don't want to fight. It doesn't really help you farm Ancients.
That's a good point.
So it's similar with Warlock, I feel, where if you don't have like... I know you don't feel like rushing Solar Crest because your cores need like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Just Midas it up, Holmes.
It's like a Queen of Pain. You obviously want to get to the Aghanim Scepter as soon as possible, but if you rush Ags, you're kind of griefing.
Exactly.
So people go for like Kaya into Ags. you always need that like 2,000 gold item.
Yeah.
But it's not like the Kaya's that important.
You guys get your old man at least.
Yep, there he is.
He made it.
Yeah, so when we saw them, when we saw them lose with it last time, it was against a Fatal Bonds and a Bloodseeker, and it was all.
Oh, they all insta died.
They all insta died. It was pretty sad
That was
because
great.
that was a game Liquid was 100% winning, and then there was one moment and they didn't have buyback, and there's just an enemy going skipping barracks and just instantly that game's
I
over.
was wondering what the approach is going to be because Tundra, they did not play against gyrocopters so far at the DreamLeague. So this is going to be their response. You know, the gyro, we've seen like other ways of trying to stop the healing, like earlier Spirit Vessel builders, like Brewmaster, Earth Spirit from the mid lane, who is banned. And now we're going to see Ancient Apparition. I think this is something that Team Spirit did start during the Riyadh Masters. They started to pick up Ancient Apparition. There was this, like, it stuck in my mind, AA plus BB lane that they played.
Yeah.
And it worked out for them. And after that, Ancient Apparition became really popular, even got banned in the first phase. So we might see the similar thing happening here.
If I was Team Big T, I would be looking at the PA. This seems like the strongest
really
non-Sven counter to the gyro. Just breaking the side gunner is very important. Like the fact that you get 2 side gunners hitting when you're flacking is such an underrated component to this hero.
It's pretty dumb.
Because you're just satanicking to full HP because you have to group heroes up around Gyro to kill him because otherwise how are you going to do damage to him? But if you group up heroes around him, he's lifestealing off of 3 of them.
But I think that's why like a nice way to deal with Gyro is to try to have these heroes like AAs and Dooms that kind of stop his healing. Because I think eventually Gyro gets to the point where he's so tanky, he stands his ground and lifesteals, as you're saying. But AA Doom, they can kind of stop that because you stop his healing. I think if you're Liquid, you want to try to help your Gyro's game. Maybe like, I think Vengeful Spirit is a cool hero when you do play into AA. You try to get him out of the blast before it hits, because I think the way that you can swing the matchup against AA, well, just don't get hit by the Ice Blast, lol. So try to help him out.
I saw also, I don't remember what team it was, but they went for a pike on the Gyro, an early pike, and just tried to force away from the AA blast. Also, Oracle was something the Team Liquid picked up yesterday with the gyrocopter, and or maybe it wasn't with the gyrocopter, but they were using it as an answer to the Doom, the anti-healing. Because if you Oracle ulti, and then it pops after the anti-healing thing ends, you do get all the heals.
Yeah.
So I could see them picking up the Oracle at some point here.
Yeah, the other successful thing I've seen how to counter Gyro is Vengeful Spirit. These aggressive swap into burst damage with like Skyret Mage, Primal Beast, these type of heroes that can like almost instantly kill you, plus Ancient Apparition ulti to stop the healing. I don't know if like Vengeful Spirit plus Ancient Apparition is the like the best support duo. I think you can get away with it, especially if you have like something from the mid lane. But they're gonna go with Shadow Demon, buy a little bit more time, have potentially later on break mechanic against the Tidehunter. I believe Tidehunter is sitting at 0% win rate, 0-3 so far at the DreamLeague.
It's not been.
I'm gonna give him 0.
That's 0 points.
0 points. Got him. Well done.
really, really important stats coming out here from Makoth. I like the SD as a kind of pseudo Oracle. It's a save from the AA blast. If you see it coming, you can imprison the Gyro. At the very least, like, if the Ravage combo with the AA blast is coming out, you can disrupt that with the literal disruption. It's something.
That's why it's called that.
Yep. Can you put 1 point on the Abacus there for that?
For myself?
For yourself?
There we go.
Well done. I would also say another thing that's really nice in this meta is just, I feel like stacking is, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have talked about it, but stacking just feels great. I think it's another reason why Sven, Gyro, and whatever are in the meta. So having heroes that can easily do it, and you touch on the break later if the game does drag out, I think it just makes SD like a pretty damn solid hero in most of the games that I see right now.
Yeah, before he was more like XD, but now really top tier position 4/5. He really does scale well as well, and getting that XP from the stacks, like you have 2 of the best heroes pretty much early on to clear the stacks. Kunkka can clear the big stack and then maybe even kill the whole thing, maybe even kill the ancient stack once he has his Tidebringer maxed out. And also the combo, the old school combo, Shadow Demon plus Kunkka, Disruption, into Torrent, into both.
And the Kunkka versus Tidehunter lore matchup as well. That's really important to get that in there. I love this hero. I love this hero.
Too.
Yeah. This is a position 4 hero. This is
Oh, prediction.
Unless it's
prediction. It's a Thompson mid Bane. Holy fuck, I'm so excited. Oh my god,
broke the circle.
Yeah, he broke
I have a YouTube video.
Wait.
You talked about this
I
last
have a
time.
Wait,
YouTube video,
I'm gonna-
and all the replays
Jenkins,
in it are
calm down,
Thompson.
calm down. I have to hit you up with the stats. So
Okay.
I checked before the game, and it was 9 who played 9 matches of Bane in the last week.
Man, I really want to see Thompson.
And I
play
love the
Bane.
build, max and feeble. So we're gonna see like some baby spells come out because of the cast range reduction, and also he goes for Spirit Vessel. So
But the thing is, if every time they pick Bane, you keep talking about it being mid in your YouTube video, you will eventually be right.
Yes.
I know that Thompson played it,
It's
but
just
in the
that
last
he's
week
my
he
guy.
did not.
He's my guy for this. He's the guy that I saw do it, and I was like,
And I feel like he
this
wants.
is the thing.
I feel like they want to pick like some Monkey King or TB.
Dazzle.
That's it.
That's the Monkey
That's
King.
the mid. That's the mid hero right
Or
here.
the yeah.
It's actually the mid. Yeah, he's been
It's mid.
he's been
It's
popping
definitely mid.
Yeah. Sorry, Jenkins.
It's all right.
It's a lot of saves. Like you have Nightmare save, you have Dazzle with the low cooldown.
Yeah.
Because if you play Dazzle from the mid lane, you know that you're gonna have a bad Juju maxed out early on, or whatever it's called nowadays to reduce the cooldown.
Yeah. The Juju.
Juju, just Juju.
Bad Juju.
It's not that bad. I mean, it's a pretty good spell.
Don't ask me. You could pay me a lot of money. I couldn't tell you what his spells do right now. All I know is I played against Dazzle mid yesterday.
Yeah.
It hits me. Half my HP is gone.
Yeah, you're
Apparently
pretty
I-
basic. He hits you with the poison touch, you run away, come back when it's gone.
No, I had minus 10 armor because of some of the good or bad Juju, whichever one.
Yes, you're getting minus armored. He trades HP for lower cooldowns. When he has Ags, his heal is overpowered, and anyone he hits, he also fires out an auto attack.
Holy Hannah, that's really,
It is
really useless.
Pretty good.
You deal like 1,500 damage with one heal on Dazzle with Ags.
Jenkins, you're in the analyst seat. Please try to say something.
Yes, it's a swap.
Yeah, Shallow Grave increases your healing by 100% if you're at 1% HP.
That is good.
Not bad.
Very
Very
strong.
cool. Very cool.
The Lycan
good
pick
Juju.
is pretty nasty. I mean, Tide obviously does protect his supports pretty well, but Bane and AA, their literal Bane are like summon heroes that just run at you and run you over. But I do think with this new Dazzle Ags, it shouldn't be that bad against Lycan if they kind of get there to stabilize their mid game.
Yeah, the problem is they have like 3 heroes who kind of don't want to fight Lycan at any point in the game.
Yeah.
You need to be running away. Ancient Apparition, like you see this guy, he's already dead. You send 2 wolves on him, he's gonna die immediately. The good thing is they have Tide Hunters, so at least something to protect them with. But other than that, it's...
That was a Bane ban.
I saw that too. I'm like, wait a second.
That'd be some crazy hacks.
Bane.
You have to play with 4 heroes.
CK ends up being the one that's banned, as we are looking for a carry on the side of Tundra for Skeeter.
Liquid need.
Like, we need a support.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I still feel like the Venge from earlier is
Yeah.
not too bad. I don't know if I'm missing anything. Had there been no AA, I would have liked IO, but
Ooh, I know what I like. I
do you
like Jakiro.
Ooh, nice combo with the Shadow Demon. Nice combo with the X-Mark. Nice
okay,
combo
full
with
of damage
Thorn.
into Kunkka, yeah.
Nice combo with the Homing Missile.
A lot of, you
And
just
some
mentioned a
push
lot of
down.
combos. The reason why I like it is he's a strong laner, got buffed, and also long range disable against the Bane's Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
Sure, you have like X Mark, you're going to be sitting in the middle. I don't think this is going to be like the easiest game for Bane to use his ulti because there's like so many things to stop them. But this is just like a stable hero.
It's
Like, no
like-
need to experiment too much.
The most overpowered support
Yeah.
in the game is still in the game. So
We
they're gonna
tried to
take
dig
it.
deeper.
Yeah. I feel TP is really good against the Liquid heroes. You get the Lycan auras yourself, you get Venge aura, you kind of outscale and outcarry a potential gyro. But the problem is you don't protect your team all that well because you're very stationary. I don't know if Tundra are looking for like Bristle.
There's still a PA if they want to.
Bristle or PA can work, but they're also kind of risky. I feel like those are the type of heroes you're looking at.
Yeah, the PA is a little. It does feel a little slow. They do go for the TV.
I think it's the most stable. That is like the best against the Liquid heroes. But if Liquid get off to like a really hot start, I think the TB can still, even though it's an incredible TB game, I think this hero can suffer in this type of game.
What are we thinking, Jenkins?
What do you mean? What? For what?
For the drafts.
What are you thinking of right now? Breakfast?
I would say eggs and bacon, but for Team Liquid, I feel like the Lycan is not super addressed. He does counter 3 of the heroes on the side of Tundra. I don't think that the late game TB versus Gyro matchup is as bad for Gyro as it used to be because Scotty doesn't pierce through BKB, so I think that changed a lot of these matchups when it comes to TB's late game prowess. So, yeah, I feel like whatever team picked the Gyro, which I forget because it's not on the screen. I think that team...
Gyrocopter is in the hands of Team Liquid.
Whatever team picked Tundra.
I think Liquid has got this.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Nigma Galaxy. I think them having Gyrocopter. Not just kidding. I do like Liquid's draft, but I can't bet against Dazzle mid.
I'm on
Dazzle
Tundra
mid.
too.
I've been hyping it up in the green room on the stream, and it's also going to be Thompson playing it. First time playing a range hero as well, so 9 as well. We wanted to see some different heroes coming out from
one
him.
More point to Thompson for them.
I'm with Tundra as well. I think Dazzle, TV,
all
is
of these.
Also a very good combo together. Like this sustain with high armor. I think Skeeter, I think Tundra's got this.
I mean, on paper, they've been doing way better than Team Liquid anyway.
That's true. Just go with the stats.
Go with the stats. What's the stats on that?
Stats is Jenkins has -3 points, and these are all points for Thompson, Kezu 2, Shiver 3, and I'm gonna keep myself pretty realistic, 1 point for me.
And how many points does Team Liquid have?
Only 2. They managed to win 2 games so far, so only 2 points for them.
Good point.
Good point. Good point. All right, well, let's find out who is going to win this one. Team Liquid has to win if they want to keep their tournament lives alive, but let's see how it plays out together with Cap and SPG.
For the longest time, Tundra was cursed in their matchup against Liquid. They just couldn't beat this team. And then they finally break that curse, and now they have an opportunity to break Liquid. Just need to be able to take a single game in this series to eliminate Liquid from DreamLeague. And even fairing that, well, it still comes down to Entity and how they do against their opponents. So it's going to be a rough ride for Liquid, pretty much no matter what. They just have to do their best and hope they somehow sneak in. Meanwhile, Tundra,
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know, how do you feel about them right now?
Best team in the world.
Best team in the world? I mean, you were rocking them as best team in the world kind of leading up to, what, Bali, Riyadh, that sort of area. You feel like the Thompson is slid in nicely as everybody would predict it?
I mean, I always say they're best team in the world. I mean, trying to get a job out here. gotta hype them up while you can.
Trying to get a coaching job or what?
I'll take anything at this point, but
you want to be an assistant
I'll
coach
sweep the floor, you know. AUI, I'll get you some food. I think Tundra always have potential to be one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team. I don't think that's really changed. I just think this year has been, I mean, like, what are you supposed to do when you have health issues and you have to change a player every tournament? You can't really build anything. You can't build stability. Your ideas change. You're constantly adjusting. It's very difficult to play with stand-ins, especially when that keeps rotating. So I wouldn't put too much onus on, you know, how the year has been for this team. I still look at what they could do at TI in a situation with very clutch players who have won it before, and I mean, that's all of them. So this team always has that potential, and they have very intelligent players who can figure out a patch. And that is one thing that could work for them in this game with the Dazzle mid and the Bane. These are two heroes that, I mean, either of them could have been mid on either of these players at any point. And it's either going to go 20-0 or 0-20, you don't know, but it's going to do something. And they're very obnoxious heroes. A lot of spells that you don't really enjoy playing into if you're a hard carry in this game on the Gyrocopter. I think that's the position you want to put this first pick carry in. So Liquid opt for a later pick Lycan, bringing the Zoo back to the meta, in hopes to shut down the backline here from Tundra and open the fight up for their big damage dealers, which I think is a reasonable way to go about it. I mean, these heroes suck against Lycan. No way around it.
We have some experience with mid Dazzle, don't we?
Oh yeah, it is. That hero is something else, man. It really is. If you get to the 5 or 6 slots, it's like the new Tinker. It just becomes an unstoppable force of nature. And any universal hero that also can build in like this Octarine Manta build, which is one of the routes you can go with this hero, also just feels incredibly hard to team fight at a certain point because you have too much HP. You're this squishy mid that at a point gets to 3,000 HP with no cooldowns and Dispel, and you're putting illusions in. You don't even know which one's the real Dazzle. It gets very confusing very fast. We'll see if Topson can get to that point as the trades are happening. Top 9 getting a little bit of an advantage here, which is decent sign for that Bane, because this is another hero you really want levels on. Early gank.
Yeah, disruption into a swing of the blade from Nisha. That's not good enough. They totally misread that one. Sure, they get the kill, but Topson stayed alive to get the experience for the Nisha death first. So, well worth it.
That's not right.
That's not right.
That's the best part of playing Dazzle, right? It's the voice lines. So.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if Topson just screams Dazzle voice lines the entire game. That's his comms.
Yeah.
In fact, if he does anything else, I'll be disappointed. Meanwhile, Skeeter, very good last pick Terrorblade. I mean, you're getting all the auras reflected here. You're going to outcarry most of Liquid outside of Disruption, turning the power back against you. And of course, Venge is not as bad against the heroes as it used to be with the damage reduction. Still, it does feel like if Tundra get to that late game with all their cores online, I don't know how you're team fighting them. Like, what is Mickey going to do in these later game fights? He's getting max enfeebled, poison touch hex. There's a grave on a Terrorblade to guarantee a Sunder. The Terrorblade's getting all these auras reflected, pounding the physical into the gyro. He just doesn't have much help either outside of the boat roam. So I feel like Liquid do want to play around the Lycan's timings and get this game rolling in their advantage around that like 20-25 minute mark.
Yeah. Do you feel like they're bringing back the Zoo? We've seen a little bit of Beastmaster. I haven't seen too much Lycan. Do you feel like this is Liquid going, we kind of need to go back to something that was working for us before?
Maybe. I mean, maybe they're trying to return to something that was one of their highest win rates, which was that like Zai, Beastmaster, and Lycan. I think he was close to undefeated on these heroes for certain intervals this year, including some of the qualifiers and Riyadh Masters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it has been their go-to. It's just these heroes aren't as strong as they used to be, and it doesn't seem like the game pace favors them. I feel like the games are a bit slower unless you just dominate the lanes, and people aren't grouping up as fast to go for these Roshans. If you still play that way and you make the most of it, I think they can still be very effective. And of course, the Lycan's job this game, sure, he's going to buy some auras, provide some AoE help for the team, but more importantly, like, his job is to pressure the Ancient Apparition and the Bane, predominantly. You're also very good versus the Dazzle here, but you take the Bane and the AA out, suddenly the Gyro has a good fight. And that's what matters here, because you have to make the first pick Gyro work to some extent. You can't just throw it on an island and be like, all right, just go flack something. It's not good enough to justify the pick.
His top lane has just been full of action. Both supports dying quite often. 9 playing really aggressively, trying to make sure that there's no pulling going on. Be able to get the lane back. 33 is enjoying the benefit of that one. 27 and 10 top CS on the board. And right behind him is the Terrorblade. Behind that is Topson's Dazzle. So things seem to be going very well when it comes to laning phase for Tundra.
Tundra is super happy with this, especially what is happening mid right now. Topson is dominating Nisha, no way around it. I mean, that gank attempt didn't do Nisha any favors, but this is... What are you supposed to do against this man? There is no counter as a melee hero.
Nope.
This Poison Touch in this particular patch is a crazy strong laning spell, and that's why you see his Dazzle mid. He's a lane dominator. I think we even saw Dazzle... There was the one match where it was the Kiyotaka Dazzle mid versus Abed Lina.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka was straight up bullying the Lina.
Yeah.
Like, that is how strong Poison Touch is right now, if you get it going. Hero has great stats as well. You can spam the branches, early wand, belt to strength, tank up. Yeah, these universal heroes.
Well, so
they are another beast, the future of the game, and Top's putting it to good use here. Opens up 1,000 gold gap off mid lane in the first 5.5 minutes here. Severe economic damage.
Yeah. Now, it wouldn't be the first time that we saw Liquid hard losing a lane, still managed to back out, but nice pickup there. Insania making the rotation through the gate. Didn't think the poisons were going to be enough, but Insania lending a helping hand is enough. Now, they will be able to get the trade-off here. If they get the Wolves in front of 9, they still might be able to get a 2-for-1. Either way, though, even if they don't get this... Oh, no, the missile! It came all the way from the top lane to help out. 9 still has some brain stabs. He actually has Topson to be able to help out now. Insania, he's going to be taking a lot of damage from that poison touch. He will tick out. The Terrorblade and Ancient Apparition cutting in through the side.
Global homing missile. a true ICBM here.
It does leave 33 alone in the top lane. Boxy comes back to this lane to try and punish him. Gets up to 4 stacks. Get a fifth one, and Shirley... 33.
He's dead if you
Can
pop
he juke this another time? Oh, he jukes it another time!
Isn't he just dead?
I think he is. Fifth stack lands. There it is. Finally, Boxy's able to finish the kill.
And Boxy's having a great game. A lot of these games, Shadow Demons look pretty damn good. I mean, you always have the stacking potential, but if you get the fast level 2 poison, you get a kill, suddenly your game just starts rolling off of the XP from those kills in the first place. We'll not get the Wisdom Rune here, but is not too sad about it. And you were talking about the damage pop bottom. I mean, he took an early Disseminate point. It's something we're going to see a bit more because it is just an extra, 20% whatever damage on the poison stack. So if you get 4 or 5 poisons, you Disseminate them, you pop it. That Disseminate dealt an extra 100 damage to the Terrorblade. That's not insignificant for a level 1 spell when you're looking for kills on a hero that is playing aggressively in the lane. Nonetheless, Thompson still doing Thompson things, top net worth.
They do have level 6 on the Kunkka.
Big TP's top.
Yeah, this is a pretty hefty play. I want to make sure 33 continues to farm. He died once, sure, but can't let it happen again. Boxy's committed his life to try and put more damage onto 33. He knows he's dead.
Double support TP top instantly for 33. They do not want to let this Tide get kicked out of the gyro lane, especially if they feel like the other 2 lanes are free farming, which for the most part they are. I mean, you've had some cheeky kills from Liquid in this game, but look at the net worth, right? I mean, you have Snaking up there with Nisha. That is very good for one team. Very not good for the other. Depends who you're a fan of here. Nonetheless, this Ancient Apparition is already almost level 6 as well.
Thompson will not leave Nisha alone. Nisha is dead here. He's going to get off the boat. There's the combo. Disruption into boat, but it doesn't even land.
There's your blast.
And they are going to lose this fight hard. They are going to try and get as much damage onto the Dazzle. They do manage to bring him down.
Yeah, Wolves here helping out, and Zai makes the rotation. Should clean up some supports.
Yeah, how many are they going to get?
Oh, big crit.
9. He's got a brain snap, but
Another
I think
big crit.
keep running him down.
Meanwhile,
The Ancient Apparition is also going to die here. Snake King can't get to the camp in time, so they bring in the Lycan, which you pointed to is the hero that's going to make the biggest difference for Liquid in this game, and it's already proving it. Zai coming in big.
Especially if he crits 3 out of 5. That was
That's a little disgusting.
That's uncalled for, man. Come on. A nice rotation. The Lycan is the powerhouse in this game. Like, that is who I'm looking. It has to be the Zai show. He has to take these fights over and really get the team back in the game because Kunkka can't do anything. And what are you supposed to do in this draft? You're playing a melee hero against Dazzle mid who's max poison touching you. There's Enfeeble. There's AA throwing vortexes down. You can't heal because you might get hit by an AA blast. Incredibly toxic lineup to play against, honestly, in terms of like hiding potential.
Yeah.
It's one of these lineups where AA really shines because to me AA, okay, yeah, it's all about the ult, negating the impact of these life-stealing carries in the late game with Satanic. But to me, AA is more about Ice Vortex. It's about how you can skirmish with the Ice Vortex getting laid down. There's a reason you max the skill now. It's also your farming spell. You can be way more active on this hero than you used to be in almost any other AA patch, and he's really strong in these fights. So if you can combine Ice Vortex with a bunch of other long-range kiting spells, the hero just becomes incredibly obnoxious to deal with. It. They have the lineup for it. Defensive Ravage.
He's going to live through this one. The Ice Blast coming in is going to be able to finish off Insania on 33.
Damn.
Will be able to walk away as Mickey is chased out by the 2 supports.
He's just too beefy, man. 1500 HP. Too much for this Gyro to cut through. It's another concept we were talking about. People first picking Gyro. These big, meaty strength offlaners generally have done very well versus Hero because Gyro does not have unlimited damage to pump into you in the early game, and you buy the auras. Like Greaves, Pipe, Crimson are all amazing versus Hero who splits his damage across all the targets. Coming into play early.
I can't remember the last time I saw Nisha get bullied this badly.
I'm not sure what you're supposed to do in this matchup, though. If you're Nisha's coach and you're Blitz, you go, okay, let's look at this lane. I mean, what's your advice on the lane? Well, you just don't get poison touch.
Yeah, it's something you can do. It's pretty much up to supports, right?
Yeah, you have to gank the Dazzle, which they tried.
Yeah.
I actually like that conceptually if you think about it, right? They tried for this rotation, but of course Tundra can just match you if they're thinking about it, which they should because it's going to be an SD rotating off a lane. Like, it should be very obvious it's happening. And even then, you have to keep ganking him because it's not a lane that gets better. That's the problem. So even if you commit early resources, Thompson's just going to keep coming back. He's just going to keep poison touching you. You can't commit resources there forever. I mean, you dual lane mid, like the Ogre Sniper days. I mean, you could, but then someone else is losing out, and you're doing it for a Kunkka, who's kind of your utility hero. So honestly, there just wasn't too much of an option. You just have to take it for the team. Nonetheless, that is a 2,500 gold differential on the mids. So it's a question of what Thompson can use it for in this game, as he's just rushing Ags.
Yeah, when I was experimenting with Dazzle in our party queue games,
yeah, that was an experiment.
I copied Thompson's build, and I realized Thompson is very conservative with his item build compared to what I've seen other people go. Like a lot of people like the Midas, right, to be able to just constantly bad juju and make the cooldown go down. It does work, but Thompson's build, very conservative. Gets an Aghanim Scepter, gets a BKB, goes Blink Dagger. Like, he really doesn't stretch for anything too exotic. He just goes for pretty much good, tanky teamfight items.
I mean, I think
plays around the Axe.
The upside of this build is you were saying more conservative, more reliable. We saw, I go back to that Kiyotaka Dazzle game, he went for like the more explosive build. And I think sometimes you get caught in that mid game where you can't get to your fourth item that you might need, your 3.5 to 5.5 territory, where you become invincible and you just get stuck there. In this build, you're way more useful before then, no matter what.
Yeah.
And you're a lot tankier too. This Dazzle's got some HP. So I gotta try and clean up. These are cleanups Liquid need. Desperately.
They desperately need to be able to bring down Thompson here and probably need to get more off of him. That's what Zai's gonna chase after, going for 9.
Got Tumblered.
Got a crit.
Ooh, little Ghost doing some work. I like that. I mean, he's doing his part, right? This is about the most you can hope. Pretty much you want 2 kills out of every engagement this Lycan shows up to, because they are free. There's absolutely nothing to control him here. It's just a war of attrition. And they got the big Dazzle. That's a huge net worth kill off the map before he had that Ags. Early Vlad's pick up for 33 here. I mean, AUI told him there's no Wraith Pack in the game, right? I know it's TI season, but they're not bringing it back, son.
That's definitely a build of like, I want to be able to stay in the lane and stay out on the map, and I'm not going anywhere. It's trying to kick a Tidehunter out that he's able to lifesteal with Anchor Smash.
The thing is, he's not going to build in anything, right? There's nothing you can really build it into on this hero. You're not going to go Helm of the Overlord here, I think. I say that, I mean, it is 33, so maybe he thinks he's playing the Lycan. It's possible. But, I mean, casual Vlad's how good is this game? It's pretty good, right? You have Terrorblade. It's never bad with Terrorblade.
I mean, isn't Terrorblade like the best hero to have a Vlad Zoro on?
Pretty much, yeah.
So that's like the highest base damage, so.
I actually think the Sniper one's pretty good. It's a little underrated, but like these Sniper Shadow Fiends, they're pretty good with it too. But Terrorblade's in there. He's probably the best.
Like how Sniper just randomly came out.
I'm telling you, the Sniper with the random lifesteal becomes incredibly hard to just go on. It's a lot of extra EHP for a hero that doesn't deserve extra HP. You know? He's supposed to be.
Avery really likes playing Sniper.
Who doesn't like playing Sniper? It's fun.
Speaking of Helm of the Overlord, Zai is almost done with his. So he's just got to keep ramping up. There really isn't too much room for him to take a breather and be like, okay, I feel like I've done a pretty good amount of work this game. Like, no, you just got to keep doing. You got to keep going.
Who's the Chinese mid player who just played Sniper every game? Oh, I'm blanking on it. Now it's annoying me.
I'll let you think about it. 9-12, 3,000 net worth lead for Tundra. And they are more than happy with a slower game, because 33 needs some time to get his Blink Dagger. They know they've got the carry Terrorblade that's going to be able to pull through. And Dazzle is a beast late game, especially when you're not reliant on putting out any damage.
I mean, he's going to do damage this game. This hero does damage. You get the level 10 talent, you start getting the right clicks up. This hero is powerful. You just have to get there.
Yeah, I'm just saying I feel like he shines when he doesn't have to be the one doing damage, you know? Sure. It's just like,
I mean,
he's not fills out in the back, get some poison touches on you.
This is an interesting Roche. It's not one Liquid are going to have a good read on. And the Vlad completely enables it here.
Well, they get a read now with the Wolf, but it is far too late for Liquid to make a rotation over. So the best they can do is push down mid, take a tower.
And the thing about this Roche is you're taking away from the Helm of the Overlord Lycan.
Oh, yeah.
This is a timing Liquid really wanted to hit here. I think Nisha's game was just too damn slow. It didn't sync up, and they didn't feel like they can contest it, and maybe didn't think Tundra would go in the pit that fast. So this Helm of the Overlord's going to miss some value Means you're going to have to keep playing the map, keep farming up on this Axe Gyro, let your Kunkka catch up, and get to your big teamfight items.
In teamfights, who do you target now? Because we're getting to the point that, okay, Thompson can now get levels of Shallow Grave. So if you target somebody other than the Dazzle, probably going to get Shallow Graved. If you target the Dazzle, he's got an Aegis.
Is under attack.
They're left in a kind of lose-lose scenario for the single target go of like Zai.
The team fight is definitely coming together for Tundra. They just want to create as much defensive capability as they can so that, like you're saying, you can't pick an easy target. You have Solar Crest on Snake King, the Bane's taking up, and of course you have this Tide. If he plays around the backline and protects it, it's harder for the Lycan to go in. And there isn't much backline jump outside of the Wolf here. You just have to go in as a unit if you're Liquid. You do have a blink on the Shadow Demon, an interesting early rush here by Boxy. Very aggressive. Maybe points towards him wanting to help set up something on the map because they don't have a Spirit Hero. They don't really have a jumper. At least you have Blink Shadow Demon. Maybe you can find something, or it's just nice for the fights. You can instantly blink in and disrupt the Terrorblade.
That's what I was
the more
thinking.
reliable part of it.
I was thinking he just wants TB illusions because they're probably lacking in damage.
Sometimes Aether Lens is enough for that, but I guess he also feels playing versus the Ravage that, you know, you can also Blink Disrupt post-Ravage and it's instant. That's another big component here. So there's some small things this Blink could really pay off, as a grip will find the Lycan of all heroes, and that's the best target for 9 to run into.
Absolutely. That's going to slow down his push to assault Kuros. Liquid have to move to the other side of the map now, and very likely Tundra can get some towers for free.
You know, the crazy part is Liquid are up kills. It really does not feel like they've been killing anything in this game. Outside of that very early game where the Wolf got, you know, a couple of those team fight cleanups. It's felt very slow for them. They're not that far behind. It's just the way the game is progressing. And it's probably just a product of what happened mid. I mean, your tempo creator and the Kunkka, who was supposed to be the guy who can go around and set up the kills, set up the plays, join the fights. I mean, just had no lane.
Yeah, well, if you're watching Liquid, Nisha is the lowest net worth core in the game.
It's probably going to be slow.
You're probably feeling bad about the game. That's for certain.
I mean, Tundra definitely not feeling bad right now as they're just mowing down some towers. Don't even need the whole crew to do it. And now Blink Dagger and Anchor up.
Who needs a Terrorblade to hit towers?
Wonder why.
Literally on the other side of the map.
Why do you go for the early Anchor here?
Is under attack.
Pretty interesting.
Lockdown on the Lycan?
I guess.
I don't know how summons hit the anchor, how that works.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I feel like it can instantly die. It's not instant, but it's pretty fast. I don't know. We usually don't see it this early because it is. I mean, it is killable. In competitive Dota, you can focus it down pretty fast, and sometimes it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, usually it feels best against like the Spirit Heroes or something, right?
Sure. I mean, if he does land it on one of these cores, it's probably gonna feel great.
I mean, it does make a lot of sense within his own lineup. When you're already vortexing and poison touch slowing people, and then you add an anchor on top of that, like these heroes are just going nowhere. Oh, this is a big pick if they can get a nice vantage dodge on the missile, but he's still going to be hit by the boat. Can he get off the Sunder? He will on his own illusion. Doesn't even try and use it on one of the enemy heroes, but he still has lots of poison stacks, and that's enough. The heroes couldn't get there in time on the side of Tundra.
You got
They
Anchor.
will manage to anchor stop the TP away of Boxy. Boxy, the other person on Team Liquid who is kind of shining here. It's pretty much him and Zai, while the rest of Tundra just slowly win the game more and more, it feels.
He still had a tremendous game on this Shadow Demon, almost up to Aether Lens. He is incredibly farmed for the game state. Making this hero shine, creating space for the Gyrocopter to catch up. I'm surprised Tundra didn't get there faster. I feel like the reaction was like he was just dead, and then, oh wait, he can Sunder. There's a chance they could have saved him, especially with an instant Dazzle TP. Maybe it wasn't up for Thompson, but that is a factor you always have to consider, like these Graves prolonging the Terrorblade's life. Heal him at the end. Sometimes it might be enough to survive.
Yeah, that is another one. Shallow Grave Thunder. Didn't even think about that combo. Man, this lineup is pretty dirty from Tundra.
Yeah, it is. It's a very dirty, very, very dirty lineup, which I expect nothing less from them.
Thompson. Let's see if he can get away from the swap. Go, 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 Thompson. He's staying ahead of him, and Liquid will not be able to get the catch, so.
He also finished BKB here. And he got Grove Bow. Pretty much the best neutral item on this hero.
Yep.
That item is just way too good right now.
Yes. Now that you have this increased chance to be able to, like, get the item that you want. Oh. Boat pickup here on 9. Nice. Got the Nightmare off. Dodges the boat, but they have to make the run away. Thompson with the big heal. Ice Blast is going to give them a little bit of vision here. Spotting Boxy. They also killed Guy.
On off the backside.
Yeah, looks like he got anchored, and they were... Skeeter just pumped the damage into him. Good enough. They use that Metamorphosis to go for tier 2 now. Swap back, trying to save Nisha's life. Nobody else from Liquid's going to die here, but they will lose their tier 2 tower. And we'll see what else. Skeeter's also going to be able to get a Scotty complete. So he is a very, very happy camper in this game.
Still have #1 network gyro. It's just, what are you able to use it for? 9 setting up on Mickey. He's still getting flak hit.
He's by himself. The Vengeful Spirit's TPing in, but they don't have a swap to save him. So this Fiend's Grip will be final for Mickey.
That was a really nice setup by 9. That whole fight that was happening mid, he just preemptively TP topped and was smoked. And just set it up himself. And automatically was looking for the next play, and he'll get the payoff. Nowhere left to farm on this map, as wards will cover bottom, and the push top will sink in the other lane, while Terrorblade Illusions deal with the rest of the map. Tundra controlling everything here very nicely, very smoothly, and Thompson going back for Tormentor. Which he can solo kill, apparently. Quite easily, in fact. Oh, with the courier. Oh my god, that is the that's one of the dirtiest.
You can heal the couriers? That is dirty.
That's one of the, have you seen that before?
That is really cool.
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that before either. Who do you think on Tundra? Who do you think?
The stream also unfortunately didn't see it.
Yeah, so they basically they all put their couriers on top of the Tormentor, and you can shadow wave them for the damage, and especially with the Aghanim Scepter, that's big damage.
Yeah, so Thompson just soloed the Tormentor by shadow waving 3 or 4 couriers on top of it, which means he also gets the AoE heal, so he can soak the damage solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. I mean, whoever came up with that strat deserves a pat on the back.
Wouldn't be surprised if Curtis had a hand in that. Well, at this point, Team Liquid, they're pretty much hemmed inside of their base. They can't go anywhere. Is there, like, late game-wise, is there any hope for Team Liquid? Is there any sort of like, oh, well, guys, let's just push this another 20 minutes?
Well, it's Divine Rapier Gyro.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Realistically, not really, because I think your Lycan's just not panning out here, right? His Dazzle's not going to get weaker. It's very tough. Basically, your way back in the game is to find crazy good angles and backstab the Tundra Ball. Take out the supports first. Like, you take out the Bane AA you were talking about in the early game, okay, the fight opens up a lot more. Then any team fight is winnable at that point. But that is the first step. And a head-on engagement, you're just running into them. No, you're not winning that fight. It has to be angles, vision off the wolves, and you need to be able to get the lanes in. Which means backing each other up to push in this map, play around some sort of wards you can control. And the issue is this Aether Lens Bane is just such a menace with the night vision. It's very hard to find him before he finds you and gets a sleep or a grip off, and the team can back him up. That's what's causing them problems on the map right now. Wolves can only do so much. I mean, the amount 9 is setting up on these deep side lanes is crazy value. They are going to potentially run into him here.
Yeah, they had a ward sentry combo up there in lane, so they saw the ward be planted down. They immediately went for the scan, went for the move, trying to catch something here. But this is a hard kill. They routed to Skeeter. That's not the target.
It's got a full
Shivas and the Fiend's Grip from the low ground, catching Nisha along Ice Blast coming in. That's going to be Nisha going down, and the Purge placed onto the Gyrocopter. Now with the Anchor on top of him as well, he's going absolutely nowhere for a bit. Fortunately, the Anchor wears off, so does the Purge, and he's able to cruise on out. No! Caught by the Ravage on the edge, and now Thompson's hitting him. BKB, TP out, but that is not how you... Oh, but he still dies!
The crits, man. You get minus armored up, you're gonna melt real fast. What turned into a casual gank for Liquid turns into 4 dead, and the Lycan didn't even get to use the ult there. Zai will pop it now to get slept.
Wakes himself up, but it's too late for that one. Hit by the Anchor, and he slows down to a crawl.
Well, this game escalated very fast. I feel like it goes back to that mid lane. It just created so much differential. You couldn't create any tempo in this game as Liquid. Your Lycan missed all his timings. The early Roshan with the Vlads on the Tide also helped stop some of that comeback potential. Really good itemization here from Tundra and putting all of it to use. They did not miss a beat this game for sure. Understood their draft and how to play it. There's just nothing to cancel his grip either. Just throw all the ults onto Nisha.
You know what's funny is I feel like this game, Thompson only got to play half of Dazzle.
Yeah, he didn't even get to the good part.
Yeah.
And he was destroying.
Have we seen a Shallow Grave save?
Yeah, Zen needed it.
Yeah, Zen needed it this entire game.
Damage this hero out. It's not only the damage, it's also the amount he heals. It's way more than you expect from some of the old versions of Dazzle.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Team Liquid just lost the team fight inside their base, and it looks like they may be losing another one here as Mickey is going to try and make his last stand, but up against these heroes, he's doing absolutely no damage. Thompson blinking in deeper, popping the Shallow Grave, BKB on himself to keep the heroes slowed down constantly with these poison touches. He's going to make sure Nisha is going to fall. Mickey slowed down enough that Skeeter's going to be able to catch up to him, and a Fiend's Grip, a final one, put on to Insania of all heroes. That's how hard Tundra won this. They really didn't need some of those ultimates to be able to wipe Liquid off the map. An easy and clear game one victory for Tundra.
Man, that's one of the
Liquid out.
It's one of those games where if you're Liquid, you feel like you got all the meta heroes, and it wasn't even close. Like we had Gyro, Venge, Kunkka, Shadow Demon, and a Lycan in there to deal with the backline, and none of these heroes accomplished basically anything in that game outside of the Wolf in the first two fights. That was it. Everything else was Tundra, and I mean, watching this game, I'm trying to think of how you could combat some of these lanes, but it just felt very one-sided. Even if you killed these supports somewhat in the early game, this Dazzle pick was just not addressed at all. Giving him the melee matchup bid was way too debilitating to fight through. And we go back to the Tide Hunter control. I was wary if this Tide Hunter was going to be able to do enough to save his backline versus the Lycan, but the early anchor pickup, that just solidifies it with the blink. This build is just designed to find the Lycan in the fights and make sure he can't do anything. And even then, they didn't even need it because I didn't want to go in the fight at all. There's too much to run into. It's too toxic. Couriers to kill a Tormentor.
That was a cool play. We'll see what the panel thinks about that one. Game one, Tundra take by a landslide.
And with that landslide, they eliminate Team Liquid from DreamLeague Season 21. We are still going to, of course, have the second game because it does matter for Tundra still. That being said, though, maybe maybe Liquid's performance wouldn't have mattered regardless because on the other side, Entity is doing quite well as well. But it does seem that for Liquid, the train ends here. The season ends here. Or no, season? Yeah, the DreamLeague season. There you go. I'm joined by James, Kizu, and Lacoste. And breaking this game down, it became fairly evident early on, Lacoste, that this game was going to be a rough one for Team Liquid.
Shiva, can I take a second here?
Oh, sure.
I just want to make a quick apology and shout out to my boy Lacoste. You were right. Dazzle mid is strong. Yep. Nobody believed you. Everybody was talking shit about you behind your back.
Yeah, well,
we do already.
I went to the bathroom, and the first thing I hear when I go to the green room is like, this guy is an idiot. Like, he's an idiot, but, you know, not this time.
Yeah, this time, pulls the abacus out, all of a sudden he...
He's becomes 10 times smarter. His IQ doubles. Now it is at 30. So doing really good. And yeah, I mean, this mid matchup, Kunkka is not that type of a hero that can like threaten a kill on Dazzle early on. We've also seen rotations from both supports. It always feels weird seeing 9 rotating early on. I'm like, why is mid lane rotating so early on? Yeah, why is he here? But he did one hell of a job, and so did Ancient Apparition. The reason why I didn't believe in AA when it was like first picked at Riyadh Masters as a hero is he's slow, and then I saw these rotations coming out from the through the twin gates with the blood grenade and his abilities. So it's a lot of slow amplifying damage as well on the heavy magical damage. And Dazzle mid, I'm a big believer right now. Also, the top lane, I think that was the biggest part. This is something that Tundra does so well. Like, they're mathematically the best team out there in terms of like figuring out how to counter certain strategies. And the damage reduction, again, you have Anchor Smash, you have Enfeeble. At one point, I see Gyro hitting for 23 damage in the lane. Like, your flag cannon...
He was trying to flag.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
No right back though. You know, that's how they won TI, but they found their ways how to just like amplify the damage on their team and also reduce damage from the enemy.
Even the Tide Aghanim Shard leash against the Lycan.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing in Dota that can actually slow him down. 10 seconds, you're not going to turn around and attack that thing. So it's like it felt like the Tide, it was a perfect game for it. And we're talking 33 Tide. This is
It's like one of his
Tide
best heroes.
It's one of his best heroes, and they had the perfect game for it, and they have this minus damage, damage reduction strategy. Everything, all the pieces fit together in that game sheet.
Everything fit together. It does. It does all start from the mid lane because watching that Dazzle against Kunkka. It wasn't really an even battle, Kazu. For our Acer Predator matchup, we did go for these two duking it out, and you specifically wanted to see the damage done between these two in the game.
Yeah, because I think these Dazzle damage numbers in a game where they pop off, which in this game he definitely did, I think it's got to be pretty high. And even like maybe looking back in the draft, maybe you want to be like, okay, we know this is probably a Dazzle mid. We could have rotated the Kunkka to the offlane, maybe put something else mid. But it's a new hero. People don't really know much about it. But I think in the future, you cannot give this man such a game.
Yeah.
Because Nisha has no chance.
Okay, let's theory craft here then, because I do.
Sniper.
That's the counter?
Yeah, keep away from Dazzle. I mean,
you just stand far away and hit him.
Some of these heroes, I think maybe Razor could be the other one who like doesn't care too much about you being hit. You have the static link, Lashrak as well. It's like some heavy magical damage coming out early. But against these melee heroes, Dazzle is going to become super popular because most of the heroes being played from the mid lane nowadays are melee heroes anyway.
Yeah. I think you want jumpers or vessel heroes when you play into Dazzle. Because when he gets a free game like this against melee heroes, he's just chilling. He gets exactly what he wants. All the heroes work well together. They ball up. Easy.
What about to lane against it?
Wait a second, hear me out. This hero's been dead for a little while.
Okay.
OD.
I mean, I think that's really good to counter the Grave. Like, it's very annoying to Grave somebody and then OD imprison. They come out, they just instant die.
They still die.
It's not bad. If it's a good OD game, why not?
It's never a good OD game.
This
would make it a good OD game.
The new OD Ags is actually pretty good. We will see this hero in this tournament.
Yeah,
I'm calling it.
Better A
We
on
will
this,
see it.
pretty much.
Wait, should we write ball predictions on our board here?
Sure.
All right.
Good, Jake.
OD will be picked.
Can we be
Yes,
under
yes,
other
yes.
guys?
I don't have an eraser here. Surely there's an eraser. I'll find it. You guys
Use
can
your
talk.
tongue.
Here, use this.
That's what she said.
Maybe you should put water on it. Here's water. No, use water. Oh, yeah.
You know how to use it.
Cover the branding. Don't worry. You're gonna be fired here.
No, I'm not.
Right here.
Right.
There's your water.
Hide it. It's my water. Sure. Does it? I'd actually.
It's actually working. This is the most scuffed thing.
Maybe you need a bit more water.
You should more water. Lear, here.
I'll just put the first prediction right there.
No.
Check what's on the other side. Maybe you don't have to erase.
No, there's nothing on the other side. Can't come.
It's gonna get destroyed. I knew it.
There's nothing.
There's nothing.
Okay. OD.
Pixel.
Good.
Good is 3 out of 5.
All right. While he's trying to figure out how to work Blackboard, Lacoste, I believe you had a specific fight you wanted to highlight for the game we just witnessed. It was a fairly one-sided one, and I believe the fight is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, pretty much. But you're gonna see like how Tundra takes some of these fights because you have this like strong. I'm not sure if that's the one. Might be. Yeah. You can see Tidehunter like being in front, and look at the positioning. Like Dazzle, even though he's the mid laner, he is really far behind. And what 33 does is he rushes up front immediately because he does have Ravage. So if they want to group up and try to cancel this Fiend's Grip, it's not gonna happen. And once your like Kunkka dies, means that there's not gonna be run buff happening. And at this point, the game is over. This is something that Tundra has been doing throughout the whole game, just using this Tidehunter as a body in front. Love the sound that you're making right now, Cenk. Oh, it's Cheever.
It's not me, dude.
I was hoping my microphone wouldn't pick it up.
I was focused on a replay.
People are gonna think this is an OD Pixel.
Yeah, OD Pixel good.
Don't
OD
worry,
Pixel
I will correct, and I will make sure that I will collect all the smart quotes. And I hope my microphone gets muted sometimes. But I have things. That's fine.
Huh?
I also want to inform. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
Entity did win their game, and that means Talon is also guaranteed out. So the result here for Liquid, even if they did end up winning miraculously, it wouldn't have made a difference.
You know what Team Liquid should do? Considering they own Liquipedia, is change results. just qualify themselves.
They just won, actually.
Yeah, they actually won 2-0.
I saw Liquid won. I saw that they won.
Put on some old replay because both of these teams, they played like
a lot of times.
25 times in 2023.
They used to always beat Tundra even, wasn't it? Like
Yeah,
that
the
way.
score
And we're
is
gonna
16 and 8.
We're gonna see who beats Tundra after
Games.
this break.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I just say that was some top tier art, Lacoste.
That was.
Or should I
Thank
say
you.
Leonardo de Lacoste.
A man of many talents, I believe.
Thank you.
That took
Drawing
me
one of
good like 25 minutes, by the way. This was sped up.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't tell you. So
That was beautiful.
so good. I think it's time to update people about what's happening because we already now know that Talon's out, Liquid's out. That does mean that Entity, Tundra, and 9 Pandas are all in. Shopify Rebellion won a game versus Talon, so Shopify is now guaranteed upper bracket in Group A. But we don't know for sure yet who's lower bracket, who's upper bracket from the remaining teams. And that tie, if there will be one, will be played out later today. But I was curious if my statistician has any insight on the tiebreakers in that regard.
He doesn't have
the Group B? No.
Group A.
Oh, Group A.
For
so
upper and lower bracket.
upper and lower bracket, so 9 Pandas, I believe they lost the first game.
They
so
did.
that puts them at 5-4. And Entity is also 5-4. Tundra's 4, 6 and
Tundra is
3
6
at
and
the
3.
moment.
So that
Yeah.
means that if Tundra wins this, they are guaranteed upper bracket, whereas
Yes.
if they lose, then it depends on what 9 Pandas do in their next game. So that's where we're standing as we head into game number 2 here of Tundra versus Team Liquid. And game 1 was not an even ordeal. Jenkins, what would need to happen for it to be a more even ordeal? What was the main issue?
Are we being honest here? Or are we gonna?
No, we're being honest.
Are we gonna placate?
No,
Be honest.
Team Liquid's feelings because I feel like they have nothing to play for, but Liquid also is a team that doesn't like losing. However, Blitz said in the interview yesterday that they're just trying not to tilt.
Yeah.
So I kind
this
of
is the ultimate test.
it's a good test, and I feel like a good way of doing that is just kind of picking people what they feel like playing, and they're smiling, they're laughing. So I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a goofy draft, but maybe it's not going to be one that's like so coherent because it might just be like, hey, Mickey, like, what's your favorite guy? What do you want to play? Like, let's just have fun with this one.
Yeah, because this is for them the start of their TI bootcamp, right? So they do gotta take it seriously for that sense.
What did you want to say?
I could send some pudge incoming for Team Liquid.
Boxy
They
pudge?
have nothing to lose. You might bang it out here. It's a strong hero. Still, not the S tier by any means. And looking at what Tundra's picking, they're not messing around. Look at Team Liquid. They have Boxies, big smiles.
You get a Venomancer pick into smiles. I mean, at least for Tundra, you know, it's business as usual for them. They take out the Slark, which from what I've seen is just a very nice answer to Sven. I wasn't too sure before seeing it, but now after seeing like multiple games, it's going to help everyone like position with the nighttime. And Sven hates jumping heroes that he cannot get to finish. Slark is very slippery. He eventually gets very tanky, and he can save his allies with the shard as well. So Tundra get themselves a pretty good S tier hero with good protection bands. I like it.
And Gyro ignored by both sides. Tundra left it in, picking the Sven, knowing that Sven is kind of the carry counter to the Gyro, and Liquid says, "Yeah, we're not taking that bait. We're going to pick Venomancer, a hero that hasn't seen the light of day, and at least
one of the best counters to Sven.
It is.
Cut him out.
Slows him down.
Yeah.
What's the pun here? Look off.
I don't know.
I
don't
couldn't
have
tell
it.
if you're serious or not.
I'm not. It's probably going to be, like, offlane could be shifted to position 4 or 5 if needed, but I assume they want to, like, just make Sven's lane insufferable. That's my guess. It's pretty similar to when Ursa was popular, and then immediately you bang out Venomancer to not give him a good start, but again, it's Sven, so you can get a couple of stacks going. He can go to jungle, like, level 5, and go from there, pretty much.
Yeah. For Tundra, one hero I could just like again. No, they weren't actually the ones that had SD last game, but SD for them could be good. I think you have the stacks in the triangle for the Sven. If you can lane match up into the Venomancer. If he skills Poison Sting, you disrupt him and you basically just straight up own
back. Yeah,
exactly. But Liquid,
it's a lot of overtime damage.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to start thinking about some pipe carrier from the off lane.
Yeah, some dispelling or some auras. I think Tundra, good picks, as I said already.
Or
some
Oracle.
Oracle.
Yeah, it could be also a good one against these two.
SD, Oracle, I think of something else. Warlock always seems like a banger hero as well.
Yeah.
If they don't take it, it's also very good for Liquid. Just get all the bondy bonds with all your AoE damage.
One approach I do like whenever I see Venomancer is like Mirana. I know it sounds stupid, but having Moonlight Shadow so you can actually like invade enemy triangle, move around the map without being seen. You don't necessarily need to use the smoke, because Venomancer, you know that there's going to be Plague Wards all around.
Mirana also outranges the wards. You can just sit in the lane versus the Venom.
Oh yeah, max leap, kill the wards.
Yeah.
Smack down the wards.
Rush Dragonlance. I like that.
Yeah, of course. Dragonlance Diffusal.
Yeah. Grimstroke seems kind of cool. I think also now the hero's a lot better, a lot easier to play, and you have the Dispel later on with the shard, so you can Dispel, Magnetize, Vessels, whatever Venomancer spells you may have on you, so that's pretty cool. And we see a Spirit Brother matchup.
Another Spirit that goes in. I think we just wanted to fix this Earth Spirit to also be played from the mid lane, because every other Spirit has been played from the mid lane. I stole that from someone. Someone said that in our green room, and I'm not sure who it was. Maybe it was Kezu.
It was not me.
It was. I was about to say that you say a lot of smart things, but apparently you don't. And yeah,
not this time.
Like Grimstroke, very popular.
Yeah.
At the DreamLeague, I think he has almost 80% win rate. Because he uses these heroes that go in. Like Sven, Void Spirit, use Inkswell really well and changes to Inkswell where you can pop it when you want it instead of just counting to 3. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. Sometimes it's too hard.
Count again.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Okay.
That was good?
Seemed a little slow, no?
Yeah. Saying Mississippi too fast.
But then he also has to break after the Mississippi that makes it too slow.
Yeah.
Did you do it?
It's evening out. 1 Mississauga, 2 Mississauga, 3 Mississauga. That's a place in Canada. For all my Canadians out there, shout out to Canada. Can we get the Canadian national anthem?
Woohoo!
That was good.
They don't.
He did the all Canada. He did it.
He did do it.
He did do it.
He did it. Good job. You did it.
Thank you, PogChamp Pandas. A Razor coming out for Team Liquid. Do we like this? With the Disruptor?
Lightning guys.
Lightning guys.
Who last picks are Lightning guys?
I do like Razor into Sven. I would say it's a little like a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like Sven still has enough damage to fight through, but I think it fits the archetype of hero that is very tanky, goes in, and doesn't die too easily to the Sven. Because I feel like that's the type of tri-core or dual-core you're looking to build. Just these beefy boys that get to go in and just make sure Sven doesn't just murder you in like 2 seconds.
And what's the anti-Sven build on Razor?
You just tank up.
You going some Sanj and Yasha?
I think so.
BKB,
Yeah.
AC.
Some SNY, BKB, maybe AC Scotty, maybe Halberd.
As much HP as possible, survive the burst.
Yeah, you're
And
just looking
suck
to like outlive his BKB, his initiation, and like the first round of God Strength, basically.
Okay.
Or try to force to use like BKB on Sven and then maybe hold on your own. Really depends. This is why Shadow Demon comes in clutch to protect Sven.
It's even better now.
Yeah, you use Demonic Purge on Razor and then you can break the link. Warcry also very good against it, not just for yourself, but also to protect your allies against this physical damage coming out from Razor. I've seen the Hawk play Sven, and he's one of the few players that I've seen that invests into Shard early on Sven to protect his team.
Was that only when he played into Dispels, or just when he
No,
wanted
like
more
he
armor?
pretty much always bought it.
I kind of like that, to be fair. I feel like it's an underrated shard.
It was his like 4th item throughout the DPC last season, last tour, and also throughout the TI qualifiers. They did not qualify, but he's going to be, qualifying because he will be coaching Quest now.
True. Banger move. Play qualifiers, lose, and just go coach. So, Mr. Liquid, they need... they probably... Never mind. Tundra picked first.
Yeah. We do also have, Team Liquid went for obviously Venom and Disruptor, and they have not yet been played at all. Maybe they want to stay in that same vein and pick a carry that hasn't been picked yet.
I know what carry hasn't been picked yet.
Juggernaut.
Jakiro, yeah.
Actually,
No,
this hero has been picked. I just don't care, and I wanted to talk about it.
Okay.
There's gonna be a Pudge coming out. There's gonna be a Pudge carry from Team Liquid.
They do like it. I don't know if it will be good though.
He's really good at not getting bursted by Sven because he's known to have very high
armor.
Yeah, insanely high
And then
armor.
he can eat him through BKB, which is a great hard counter.
It's such a good counter.
Okay. That does mean you get the Razor on the offlane. Yeah. I don't know what you would prefer, a Razor offlane or safe lane.
They don't see the offlaner yet from Tundra, so
No.
maybe the deliberation will occur when they Pick this final pick.
It's a bristleback.
Now you want to Razor safe lane. We're gonna go ahead and ignore that voice crack there that came out of me. I think the Razor safe lane looks really good against the bristle.
Huh.
So does Pudge though.
So where's
He's
this?
also very good with his high armor against bristleback, of course.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just thinking, can they fit in Viper?
5 seconds.
Make Sven's life
Omni
miserable,
Knight?
maybe,
Oh,
but it's gonna be
cool.
more
Into
sustain.
SD, I hate it actually.
Why against them SD is extra bad?
Yeah, because he purges all your shit.
Wait, isn't Repel not unpurgeable
It's
now?
actually purgeable.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just that Nullifier doesn't, because Nullifier doesn't purge through debuff immunity, so it doesn't work. But
That's
SD
a
ult will
weird
still purge
interaction.
it.
That's
Yeah.
it's a strange interaction.
So it will be Omni Knight middle.
Well, either I'm really stupid and it doesn't work this way, or I know what I'm saying and SD literally just destroys Omni, at least throughout the game. But what Liquid have going for them is that they could run over this game in the early game, where Omni destroys Voice Spirit mid. It's like a melee matchup. He just keeps hammering you. You have Razor versus Bristle, which is pretty good. And then you have the Zai Earth Spirit factor.
Yeah,
gets a
we've seen
healing
that
vessel.
against Talon, I believe, yesterday, and
He had the worst early game ever with the best mid game
level
from that
2,
position.
6-7 minutes,
Yeah.
and still managed to make a great comeback. I think in this one, laning stage should not be that big of a problem. I mean, you're going to be playing into Sven. Sven doesn't put too much pressure early on, so I feel like Zai's early game is secured. And also, he made a great comeback, so never make Zai angry. Also, what's at stake here, I think Tundra will play to win, because it matters much more to them, because Team Liquid is already eliminated. And I do like this fast lineup that they have. This Bristleback from the offlane, we did mention that 33 is playing new different heroes, the Omni Knights, Lone Druids, and looking forward to see him play Bristle.
Liquid need to destroy the first 8 minutes.
Okay.
Or I think they have lost. Auto lost.
8 minutes.
Yeah. They need to be up like 2k gold, and I think Zai needs to have a good game with like Vessel and start rolling around and start kicking some noobs.
Last time we saw that his Earth Spirit offline, he had a rough lane. Of
So
it.
he just flops it around and they're good.
Okay.
But Flopson's on the other team is the issue, and looking at his
He has
hero,
to flop all over him.
Void Spirit is a carry, Bristle's a carry, Sven is a carry.
Yeah.
This goes late. Tundra's got this.
3 carries.
Apparently, if this goes past 8 minutes, Tundra. No. We're going to find out what's going to happen. Of course, Tundra, if they win here, they're guaranteed upper bracket for the playoffs of DreamLeague. Let's find out what's going to happen. Over to the Puck Chat Pandas before the cast.
Well, we'll just start out this cast by saying, Kezu, you are a genius. Shadow Demon does indeed purge Repel, where Nullifier does not, because it pierces debuff immunity. So that is a hard counter that they picked the Omni Knight into. Avery, any thoughts, theories as to why they did this?
Dumpster's Spirit Heroes mid. And Nisha wants his revenge.
So Nisha just doesn't care about the Shadow Demon and just wants to put Thompson in his place. He's like, oh, okay.
Exactly.
Nice 1v1 Dazzle versus melee hero, dude.
Okay, two can cheese somebody else mid, man. It's not hard, you know. Don't need to be a TI champion.
I mean, really, they
last
only
pick
have-
a mid hero, the Dumpsters, a Spirit. Wow, so good. Thompson bat chest. I can do it too. You know, that's basically it. So I think he's gonna probably win the lane, and then they'll probably lose the game. But hey, it's gonna look amazing until he gets purged.
That was a cute play. They hit outside of sight, and then they come back in. They do manage to get that first blood. So not only did they get the cheesy 1v1 matchup, but then they also have first blood for Nisha as well. So, I mean, I guess Liquid isn't playing to be a team in playoffs, so they got to play for something else. And that's for...
Pretty interesting Mickey went Plasma Field first on the Razor here. There's not much that stops Link down here on the Bristle, and it's pretty nice for the early denies. Fox are going to tank some damage here off the illusions. You have to think about when you want to level up Poison Sting on this lane versus the Disruption, how much it's going to do to yourself. Always a consideration here, but I kind of expect Liquid to do fine on all three of these lanes, really. I don't think Zai's going to have a nearly as bad time as he had in that other Earth Spirit game here. Sven Shadow Demon probably not pressuring you too much in terms of CS. Maybe they get a cheeky kill, but even then, you have Veno. Veno should dominate this lane.
Yes. And in that matchup, you said you consider when you pick Poison Sting. Are you actually considering not leveling Poison Sting at level 2 because of this matchup, or?
No.
Okay. So you're not really considering it, is what you're saying?
No, you just, I mean, there's sometimes you can hold it for like the right time, right?
Okay.
So you're not just casually getting disrupted before you go on them. Even then, you can just take it, start hitting this Sven. Like, that's what you're here for, right?
Sure.
You just have to think about the fact it's going to get reflected in. You don't want to overextend in a situation where, oh, I'm getting poison stung.
Yeah. So this isn't a Terrorblade sort of matchup.
No.
You're
the
not
Terrorblade one,
abandon Poison Sting because of it.
you definitely don't take it in some of those lanes. Sometimes. 100% of the time.
Works 50% of the time. Insania and Mickey do manage to find the kill in their safe lane. So yeah, looks like their off lane's going well. The bottom lane matchup just got a kill. And mid lane, how's that faring? We've got a 6 and 4 Omni Knight. A lot of denies.
I mean, you got first blood, so it's biased.
That's true.
Trying all in the bristle here. They have the infinite bristle glitch cosmetic thing going on too, which is pretty cool.
What?
No, you don't see it? The trail of bristles coming out of the razor?
Oh!
Yeah. You get leashed to the bristle god in the Ethereum. That's the lore behind that.
Ethereum? I think that's a crypto. I think that's a...
Proud new sponsor here. Am I allowed to say that? I don't think I am.
You're definitely not allowed
just
to say
kidding.
that.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Well, you heard of Stairway to Heaven.
Oh, so anybody wants to be my co-caster for the playoffs? We have a
Stairway to Heaven? What about Bristles to 7-Eleven? As Mickey just popping them off. This is a really bad matchup, by the way, for the record. You remember the patch where Bristle was a viable carry and he was getting picked a lot? One of the answers that developed in that patch was the Razor. It was like that was the patch where the answers were Necro, Razor were the big ones. To kill this Bristle. Yeah. It's because you just link this guy up. It's a free link target in the fight. You just kill him. It might be slightly different now with the newer Bristle. I mean, the lane's probably still not great as we're seeing here. I think the idea in this matchup is you go the Ags build at some point, and you just skew the matchup that way.
Yeah, you become more of a spellcaster and less reliant on your right-click damage. And Knight actually wins that. Oh, the 1v2 turnaround.
This guy should play core.
Yeah, seriously.
He's pretty good, man. I think he could be a mid laner.
Somebody move over. Staking. He's going to be gone on here. Trade-off of supports, but Skeeter does get to deny on Snaking.
And
now he's going to get the kill
getting
on
poison
Boxy.
stung.
He's getting poison stung by his own disruption illusions. Boxy limping on HP here. Meanwhile, Nisha, just like in game 1, but the shoe is on the other foot now as a dive into tier 2 nets him a kill here. Skeeter low. Boxy doesn't want to show himself against Snaking. Oh, Courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Loses that and may just lose his life if Snaking lands enough poisons here.
Of course he's going to land it. He's American. He got him.
Wait, because he's got good aim? It's not... Shadow Demon doesn't fire those poisons from a gun.
No, he just grew up playing Dota in the best regions.
Oh,
of course he's going to hit it.
Oh, sure.
Very explosive lanes here. We did get the revenge on mid, although it was first blood, so... But it's probably still a very Omni Knight favorite matchup. You're versus a melee hero with not a lot of contest on the purity in terms of the hammer and the pure damage. Tough matchup. Nisha making the most of it. Does get his cheesy revenge here and is over 1,100 up on Thompson already. Another death for 33. Man. Just can't get to the Vanguard. It's too hard.
Even if he gets there. Feel like at this point, Mickey's still going to run him over.
This is a cheesy lane draft from Liquid. Not something they usually play, but maybe they felt after last game that kind of was the MO of the series, so they're just going to throw it back at Tundra and see if it works for them. So far, it's working out. I think this is what you expect from this draft, to be up in the early game. Time to translate it into a bit more in terms of creating pressure with maybe some numbers. Bringing Insania top for the 3-on-2. They really want the earn charges for Zai. Can they convert on anything here, though? It doesn't look like it.
Skeeter and Snaking safely held underneath their tower. But yeah, I mean, this does seem to be an MO for Liquid. They move their supports around between the two side lanes a lot more than some other teams do. Snaking now pops his head out, and he is not going to be dead. Yeah, Thompson is going to come in, should be able to clean up at least one of these supports, but Snaking can still get run down by Zion, might be able to get that urn charge. He does. Gets the kill. He probably is not getting out, though. Nisha gives him Purification Heal. Actually, with Nisha showing up, Thompson's the one who's low, who doesn't have level 6 yet. Not even close, in fact. A roll in onto a glimpse back Skeeter. Now, they don't have a stun, so he'll just TP out.
Still, this is a very different early game for Nisha compared to last time where he didn't exist. Now he's king of the map. Showing off this Omni Knight and what it can do in the early skirmishes.
He
Looking pretty damn good.
He is close to level 7, and Thompson is barely level 5.
Cheese is good, man. This is a cheese patch for sure. I'm gonna smack down 9.
Oh, the disruption! Did it save him? Yeah, Thompson does not get sent back to the fountain. That would have been
clutch.
Pretty terrible if he got sent back to the fountain with no TP and only brown boots.
And the small plays his team makes sometimes.
Yeah.
Never failed to impress. It's also time for 33 to catch up. He had those early deaths on lane, but he is top of the CS board here. And he's honestly top of the net worth for Tundra after everything is said and done. So what seemed like kind of a rough off lane ended up working out okay. Got to his Vanguard, getting chased down again bottom. Might be dead off the minus armor. 10 from the Eye of the Storm just wrecked him, even with the Vanguard. So
and
just
part of the reason Mickey was able to do that was because he stole away the Wisdom Rune from Team Tundra. So
that's a rare opportunity. You get it with the carry. Actually surprised he got all the way back there, but yeah, he's gobbling up the Wisdoms, gobbling up the Lotuses, having solo free farm plus solo kill. All 3 lanes for Liquid. Where was this last game?
Yeah, where was it when Liquid needed it most? Another goal. Skeeter, who had a TP back from the last engagement, has not been able to spend very much time in lane. Snaking's going to TP in. Might be able to help Skeeter a bit. But the magnetized damage is building up, and Zai is not going to let it go. Gets a kick. That'll deliver him. Straight back to the fountain box. He will TP away from Snaking. No problems there, though the disruption illusions are causing Zai a bit of torment. Speaking of torment, Nisha shows up with his Hammer of Purity to claim another kill in this top lane. Liquid just running over Tundra, man.
They have way too much pace on the lineup, especially with what happened mid. It's the same story as last game. You dumpster this tempo guy out of mid, you're just going to lose all these skirmish fights. And Liquid making the most of it. They have a very easy lineup to execute in terms of chasing people down too. Earth Spirit Disruptor with Veno to lock him in place and early sustain from Omni Knight. I mean, it's everything you want in terms of early fighting. This is a very tanky hero. He has Falcon Blade Treads, like 1600 HP on this Razor at 9 minutes.
Turnaround whenever you have an Omni Knight, especially a core Omni Knight like this. They're going to chase. Nisha won't be able to get a kill for this rotation, but does save Mikke's life, possibly. Well, Skeeter can't get level 6, man. Can't even hit jungle creeps.
This is a very rough early game for Tundra. It's getting to the point where you can still recover this if you get some stacks up, you slow the game down, but if you keep getting sucked into these fights, man, you might create a deficit too large to overcome.
It's Stadia. Oh, Thompson really wants this kill. He's going to use the Astro Step to try and finish him off, TP out, but he doesn't finish off Insania. And as a result, Insania glimpses him back from the TP away.
This is getting a little out of control. You're also just falling behind on the levels in terms of the Tundra supports. You have 2 supports who really want levels in this game. Not necessarily the level 6 for the Grim, but the Grim wants, level 3 or 4 in a lot of his spells. And the Shadow Demon really needs Demonic Purge in this game to deal with the Omni Knight in later portions, but also just give him extra damage on these fights. And they're just missing both of them because of the Wisdom Rune steal.
Skeeter tipping Boxy, though you could tell from the camera, he is not amused right now. This Venomancer is just constantly nipping at his heels, hitting him with the Poison Sting, dropping a ward on him while he's trying to farm neutrals.
He's just blocking his camps as well.
It's like, all right, man, yeah, I get it.
Look at the map right now. It's very pushed up from Liquid. They are This is probably the earliest I've seen 4 heroes in the Dire jungle.
Yeah.
Like pretty much pre-10-minute mark almost. And Thompson's thinking of a Midas. This game might end before you get there, son.
The panel did say they had to have an incredible 8 minutes of gameplay, and
I'd say they did.
Yeah, Team Liquid did do that. 11 minutes now, up by 5K. Boxy is getting a step too far forward. Spotted a little bit with the magnetized and Vessel put onto Skeeter, though. Skeeter really can't do much to help out. Going after that Venomancer, just has to leave lane again.
This is all economic damage. The only person benefiting on the map right now for Tundra is the Bristleback. And the big question is, are you going to give Bristle Ancient priority over Sven? How much do you believe in the Bristle Ags? I think you have to do it and just hope that 33 can carry something out of this hole. Because right now, it's all Liquid all day. Looking for another fight on mid, and it'll probably just be 9 going down. This Iron Knight is way too powerful. 5-0.
We're not even to the point where Omni Knight gets really scary. He's already got Echo Saber. He is going to be going for that shard. And you're going to get that 1-2 punch of double hammer of purities that will add a one-shot most supports, and it'll probably take most cores out of the fight.
It's the shard and the level 10 talent. He doesn't even have it yet.
Yeah.
The extra 50 base damage is one of the things that makes Core Omni incredibly scary, because if you give him all these kills, you give him the levels. He's almost level 10 Thompson, you're level 7.
Oh, they static storm him and slow him down enough that the double damage goes to Nisha.
You know, I'm not going to lie though, Cap.
Yeah.
As someone who got eliminated from TI from Thompson Void Spirit, I am slightly enjoying this game.
It's a little cathartic.
It's a little,
yeah.
I feel a little weight coming off my chest right now. Every time he dies. Just a little bit. I mean, not that I'm biased or anything. Just, you know.
By the time he has like 10 discs in this game, you're like, oh, I can let it go finally.
I just think it's nice every once in a while to take a step back in life, you know, and recognize justice.
Well, justice is what Nisha's trying to deliver. These hammer of purities, trying to rectify the situation where they have been taken out by Tundra by losing that game 1.
I mean, all I'm saying is, okay, this Thompson guy, he cheeses everybody all the time. He's been cheesing people for 5 years now. He's won TIs off the cheese. You know, cheese this guy back. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's some good old-fashioned karma. You had it coming.
Why didn't you try and cheese Thompson?
I was too bad to execute.
That's fair.
That's part of it. Well, nice little kick into the deny.
He delivers the deny straight to Skeeter's door.
Here, take his
finally,
corpse.
33 is going to show up. Now, it's not in time to be able to save Skeeter's life, but maybe they could do something about Zion. Never mind, Nisha is here and it all goes bad. Oh, we got him inside the kinetic field. Static Storm again, Thompson. Just can't stay alive on this Void Spirit.
No.
Avery Priest a little bit lighter once again.
I mean, that's how these games go sometimes, you know?
That's how it goes.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes the cheese gets you and sometimes you get the cheese. 33 is going to be getting a slow chase down here as he did not get to finish his Ags, instead got dragged into this fight. It's going to be a slow death. Very
They have to pop the ultimate of the Omni Knight just to make sure that the Quill spray doesn't add up too much.
He has a harpoon.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's massive. Huge. And the thing about harpoon is, the earlier you get that item, the more out of control it gets.
Yeah, because nobody has a defensive utility item yet. No Force Staffs or Glimmer Capes to help these guys. So if Omni Knight gets on top of you,
there's a Purge.
There's the Purge. Bye-bye Repel. Doesn't matter. Not at all.
There's a Link. There's a double disruption.
All right, 4 illusions.
And Thompson's dead.
Hit it with another Spirit.
Oh, he got the Midas, though.
And he will tick out from that.
He got the Midas.
He did get the Midas. Good for him. Not that it... Did he combine the Midas?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You know, he's got that charge ticking. That's what counts here as...
Very nice.
This game has turned into an absolute rout.
22-7.
Man. Something about Liquid, once they get eliminated, they turn it up.
Actually, that's a good point. I feel like every single group stage I've seen them eliminated, they also go out and eliminate someone else.
Yeah, they're so motivated. They're like, you know what, fine. We're going to drag you down with us.
Now, not that Tundra is in danger of elimination, but it could take Tundra out of that top place spot, the top 2 for upper bracket.
I mean, you're also just trying to figure out the meta, solidify your ideas, feel good about what you're bringing into that second stage of the tournament. This might be one of those games where you just have to question how greedy can we get on the lanes? Do we have to rethink our priorities? Because this has just been absolute domination from the get-go on 3 lanes pretty much. Nothing was going Tundra's way. Nisha will have his revenge, it would appear. 11-0 for the mid-Omni Knight.
Wait, he's got the... What was that? The shard on Disruptor? What?
That's Nisha's shard. He's just current.
Oh, okay.
But he doesn't want to give it to him yet, you know. He wants... You know, Nisha, you gotta be at least 15-0 to get that shard. I'm gonna hold it for you here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's really not giving it to him right away. There we go.
I would have held it. Actually, I would have killed it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Extra training.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Drop it like some distance away from him.
Just hide it.
If you can get it in time, I'm going to deny it. If you can get here in time to pick it up,
just hide it somewhere random on the map.
I think Insani already tried to do that with his holy locket, if I recall.
That's true. It's still hiding from him today. He never found it. He can put it in the same place. Hey, Nisha, your shard's where my locket is.
I think that's what Kyle was doing a long time ago.
No, Kyle just...
trying to hide his Yule Scepter.
Kyle's just bad. There's a difference. Bags is done, though. So it's comeback time for Tundra. Truly, off the back, you can start getting the bristle stacks up.
Yeah. Wait, we saw the burst damage.
Yeah, this Ags is very powerful.
Yeah.
Like, it is no joke in terms of... I think timings in Dota, it's one of those things that just changes the hero a lot. Even changes some of the matchups for this hero in terms of how can you force him to face you, certain things like that. It's a lot of burst damage. And it will give Tundra the ability to kill heroes now, especially combined with Demonic Purge. Omni can't save you, so there's some hopium here.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, this is one of those Liquid lineups where you win lanes, but you can lose a couple fights and then be in a tough position, right?
Yes. They have a Razor carry.
Well, I don't think that's the problem. What did Razor do to you?
I just don't think that Razor's the hardest carry in the world, that's all.
Actually, I was going to say it's the Omni Earth. Well, maybe.
I think Omni Knight scales pretty damn well.
Kind of. I don't know if he scales in this game, however.
Yeah.
I think most of the Liquid...
great talents, though.
I just don't believe in the Omni scale. I'm going to be honest. I don't believe it. I know about it. I think it's a valid idea.
You don't believe in any of my ideas.
Yeah, that might be true. Wow. I don't know. I was trying to think of it. This Razor's going ham.
533. Oh, and he sprayed the wrong direction too. Insult.
What can you do?
Oh my god, he's got to go shot up late. Some support is just going to all of a sudden, bam, bam.
Where's your dazzle now?
All right, sold by the two of them. Does get a double stun out of it.
Double purge.
All right.
Oh my god.
Tundra show up finally in this game to get a turnaround, but they don't even get die. Oh, well, I mean, whatever. They got Nisha. That was worth, what, 1,700 gold?
That was worth a lot of gold. It was, well, I can't see it. One of these days, I'll be able to see the number.
Oh, you can look at the, no.
Wait.
Dire's structures are fortified.
2,000 gold.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nope. It's because it gets hidden by the chat lines.
Yeah, this is not the, yeah, we could, maybe we'll get maybe a little bit of improvement on the.
But that's what the team fight's supposed to look like. Good Link and a good Purge, including the Omni Knight. You get the 2-for-1, that's even better. Combined spells on top of this Void Spirit. Still a lot of burst damage. This game is not over yet.
Yeah.
Another Razor death now.
The network plummeted all of a sudden.
You got 2 big core pickoffs with streaks. It's going to do that.
Though Nisha did just kind of burst down Skeeter pretty quickly.
Well,
2 Hammer of Purities and Purification was like 75% of his HP. Look at 33. They are just full of Tormentor strats.
Okay, I mean...
You don't have an appreciation for a fine cheese, do you?
All I know is when there's a patch and it says Tormentor has been buffed, this is the team responsible.
Tundra's fault? Yeah.
Yeah. Every lineup, they have some different way to do it, too. It's not always the same cheese. It's some different Tormentor cheese.
Yeah, Tundra is the charcuterie board of Dota 2.
He doesn't even look happy about it. Seems so nerdy, man. Gotta love it. I'll buy out his voodoo mask.
Nisha on the run, but they did not get him with the dust.
This Shadow Blade's an interesting pickup, but it's worked out so far. It's gotten him some kills, gotten him out of some sticky situations. Interesting idea. Can also break the bristle later with the Silver Edge.
Exactly, yeah.
Pull him in, break him.
Like Bane out here. Echo Saber now for Thompson and his Void Spirit. How do you think Void Spirit scales nowadays?
I mean, it's similar. It's not as good, but he's still a universal hero with crazy late game base damage. So if you get to 4 or 5 slots, yeah, I mean, he's going to wreck you. He's going to wreck somebody. Not at this pace, however. He's definitely been cheesed out with 8 deaths. It's a struggle out here.
Roshan time for Team Liquid. Did once hold like over a 10,000 Emerald lead. It's been cut down to 8K. But if they get this Aegis, start getting some objectives, maybe they'll be able to reclaim that. Octarine is done for Zai, so they are hitting some very big windows for them. With 15 Talon on the Earth Spirit, level 15, 16 in fact for Omni Knight as well.
And some of it is a little inevitable. You have Sven Bristleback. These heroes are gonna find net worth faster than Omni Earth Spirit on the map.
Sure.
Unless you are permanently chain killing them out of base, which first Tundra is pretty hard to do. So if you're Liquid, you don't want to get over cocky here. Like, these heroes are gonna catch up from Tundra. They will get to a team fight at some point where the net worth doesn't mean a lot because they'll buy out, whereas you might not. That's just not the fight you want to throw when it comes down to it. And Tundra, their itemization usually on point. They're going to itemize for the team here.
They're going to run into the Razor.
Another clutch
pickoff. Aegis. Nisha was the one to grab it. The Manta gives him a little bit of time, but he's slowed down for the Purge. TPs are coming in, but these two are already guaranteed. But the Static Storm goes out, and Zai's already rolled in with his Blade Mail. Not much Sven could do about that one. The Quill's going out for 33. They cut Zai down pretty nicely. Nisha shows up too late with Guardian Angel. The physical damage has already been done. He does pick up the kill on Thompson, though. I'm sure Nisha is happy with the outcome, even if his team is sad, as he seems to really have an axe to grind with Thompson.
I'm telling you, it was that game 1. Man, don't like being cheesed like that. And he's made a statement here with 15 kills in 23.5 minutes. Though he does show up late to that fight as Mika gets caught in no man's land, and Liquid pay a price. That lead. 3K here, Austin. Not a lot left to work with. What is the news broadcast?
I don't know. You just said my name so much.
I can't say your name?
Oh, he was Austin. Nisha is going to lose his Aegis here.
Is this a throw? What's happening right now?
Yeah, he's definitely dead a second time. So, throw complete.
Well, 2K here, Austin.
And now Avery Mickey is going to show up. It's going to be okay, though. This is not going to be a full Liquid throw, it seems like, as Mickey is strong enough to be able to take down the 2 supports and roll in from Zai. Lands on a Thompson. Can he finish Thompson off, though? He goes through the Spirit with the Rolling Boulder. Just needs a bit more damage than he's got him. Meanwhile, the Grimstroke does fall. No problem. I mean, he was going to get tracked down no matter what in that situation.
That's an important cleanup for Liquid. This game was spiraling pretty fast. You're giving a lot of net worth back into the Bristle in this event
Look at
here.
that. He's not done hunting. He wants more. He's just rolling across the whole map.
I mean, this Bristle is no joke. He got to his Bloodstone Axe. So where this hero turns into a different animal. And you don't have much to shut him down right now. I mean, you can kind of break him. You can Blade Mail it back. That's pretty good. The Razor Link is good for the Razor, but it's not something that necessarily will kill the Bristle outright in a 5-on-5 if Tundra can be there with some saves, 4 stabs, whatever. Mickey also went to Lincoln's Manta, so this is not as much burst damage coming through. It's not like a third item AC or Butterfly or something. Which, I mean, this build's fine. You know, he's going to continue to scale really hard in this game, but you're not chunking down the Bristle of this Sven instantly here. You need your cores together to take those fights. And Liquid, they bled a lot out in this game. Push it back up to 7K here, but I mean, this could have been 25K or game over, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Tundra clawing their way back, and a lot of that is, honestly, 9. I feel like 9 is doing a lot in this game. He's found a lot of farm, but he's also just having huge impact in the fights. Another 2-man link into the Hammer Purge.
Going straight for Nisha.
What have you done?
Take out the Omni Knight first. Zai.
Just no respect.
To the same fate. They really don't.
They're just giving free Grim ults in the Demonic Purge Stormhammers. You can't survive this. You don't have spells that interact well versus the double Dispel here. That's 4 down for Liquid. Mika isn't even at that fight. Back to 2K here. At this rate, is Liquid going to stay in this game much longer?
Back to an even net worth, but it feels like, I mean, with this lineup, surely you would say now Tundra is leading the game, right?
Yeah, I think they're favored. And this is my issue with Omni Knight. Like, his scale can be good, but the problem is getting there with the advantage still intact you create off the early game. Because it's very easy to throw 1 or 2 fights to this hero, and suddenly, what is Omni doing in this game compared to the Bristle or the Sven? I don't think it's even close. I mean, if you can like start on a support or something, it's good, but it's just the Shadow Demon prevents so much value out of this hero's spells. He's a great link target. You have basically double melee Strength Core running in with a Razor who also wants the gap close. It's the reason why Nine's been getting really good ults off in this game. And they have really good spells to play off of the Grimstroke ult here.
Yeah. It's a combination of being purged and like a silence that you can't get rid of. Pretty tough.
Liquid do not have great heroes for dealing with Grimstroke in this game. That's one of the factors. The Phantom,
yes.
Earth Spirit Omni don't want to waste their right clicks on a Phantom. It's very slow. Neither does Razor, really.
Tundra, well
jump.
set up to be able to defend against this one. The BKB Lincoln, though, protects Mickey for now, but he's slowed down by the Purge, and Skeeter's going to work on him. They need to be able to bail Mickey out of this one somehow. He's getting a big link, yes, but he eventually does fall as 33 is able to run him over. Nisha playing for it now. He's going to have to be the damage dealer that the Liquid desperately need to win out this fight against Skeeter, and he does do the finishing blow. Brings down the Sven. In the back line, it's going to be the 2 supports dying, but 33 is going to work with these quills.
Those stacks.
Turns his back right onto Nisha. Blast him away.
High back from 9. How does Zai end up here?
He really wanted that Thompson kill, huh?
He might get it. It's close. Oh,
blocked by 9. Oh, he's getting pulled into the fountain. He still got him.
You're not safe.
God,
we got to smile out of him. We got to smile out of him. I mean, that's worth. I'll be honest, that's worth. Sends a message, you know.
Well, 33 is certainly happy with the way that fight went. He was the core, cleaned everything up. He's got Boots of Travel, Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, 2,000 net worth, working towards a BKB. Once he gets a BKB, there's nothing stopping him.
No, he's doing a lot of work in the fights. Especially if the fight starts in a way where Liquid focus the Sven. That fight starts where Sven blinks in, you get a link on him. It's a full duration link. The GA, a little late, but there's a Demonic Purge there, so you can't pop it too early, right?
Yeah.
And it creates an interval where they basically end up killing each other. That situation's really good for the Bristleback, because at that point, nothing's threatening him. He just has a free-for-all. You have to pick your poison here if you're Liquid. At least until you maybe have Disruptor Ags, that's a big game changer too. You get this Static Storm up, start pulling some heroes into it, suddenly you have way more time, way more control in the engagement. But there is Shadow Demon Disruption. There are some tools here for Tundra to deal with that as well. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Oh man, has 33 done some work in this game? Off-lane Bristle, looking pretty solid.
Level 20, so he hits the Quill stack damage, plus 25. That's a big talent for this build.
Thinking about BKB, I wonder if he even needs the BKB, right?
I
mean, it is a great BKB game.
I think 33 wins any fight that he's able to freely run around, so as long as he's not trapped in kinetic field or he's slowed down by the Gale from the Venomancer, I think.
Yeah, this is too much value, I guess. It's also like making sure he's not silenced by a static storm or something stupid or silenced by geomagnetic grip. So yeah, I don't mind it here. I was just curious if there's anything else, but definitely a very good BKB game here for Tundra, especially going into that Ag static storm. If you can just BKB first and run in the fight, it's going to make your life a lot easier. Little flank maneuver from Liquid here. Pretty good angle if they can find the supports.
No Bristleback in this fight, so it is a dream opportunity here for Liquid. They find a Shadow Demon right away, but once again, the double soul bind, but they've already taken the damage away from this Sven. 33 does get back here now, but the Omni Knight, the Guardian Angel's already gone out, so that's going to slow down the damage of 33, and they finish off the Grimstroke. With Mickey stealing so much damage away from the Sven, he puts it on 33, thinks better out of it. This is not a hero he can really challenge so easily. Glimpsed away, breaking the link there for Mickey. That's going to be a bit unfortunate. He needs that extra damage to challenge this Bristleback.
Skeeter's still around here. He got out of the fight off the Shadow Blade. Full duration link did not kill the 3000 HP Sven, and he's lingering with his own Silver Edge. Wonder if Tundra's thinking about going back in. They still have God Strength. He did not pop anything. He just ran it off. How strong do they think they are? This is a 2v4 with a buyback on SD coming back in. They do not want to give up Roshan right now.
Sai starts leading a bit of a chase, an expedition, chasing after 33, see if they can get the glimpse back on him. They get that. Can they isolate him enough? No, BKB activated with the Bloodstone. That should keep him alive. Mickey, meanwhile, being beaten down by Skeeter. He's not going to win this one. Slowed down too much. Zai going to kick away, but he can't get away from Skeeter, who slaps him down as well. 33 might end up dying to the poison magnetize. He will. So Liquid gets something out of that, but Skeeter, he is cleaning up the rest of this fight. So 33, he got the best of the last engagement. He was able to clean everything up. For this one, though, it's all Skeeter. He gets the benefit of all that golden experience toward the tail end of the fight.
That's a really nice turn from Tundra. That's a hard one to identify. That can go either way depending on some of the spell casting here, but the fact that he 33 sets up the second the link comes out, Skeeter's like, all right, I'm taking this fight. He just goes straight into Mickey, and this is not a fair battle. If you're Mickey, I don't know if linking this, it's so tempting to link the Bristle there, right? I don't think you can refuse it. It just ends up backfiring, in the bait from Tundra on this 33 Bristle is too juicy. Sets everything up for his Sven, and Skeeter cleans house. This is also based on the fact that Skeeter didn't have to use Godstrength BKB in the earlier fight, which maybe Liquid felt like he did or weren't sure. Either way, Roshan into Tundra's pocket. This game has fallen out from under itself for Liquid after a tremendously fast start. Translated into basically nothing. You got a heart on Omni Knight and Octarine Earth Spirit. That's about it. Just feels like, it honestly just feels like the support differential. Not in terms of gameplay, but like spell impact, right? You look at this Grim Shadow Demon. They're making these fights so hard for the Liquid cores. And the Veno Disruptor, they're more early game oriented. They set the game up for the cores, but they cannot impact the fight as, 1-2 hard ulti punch. It's a slow burn.
And the only way that's really going to change is if Insania completes the Aghanim Scepter and they get a really great Static Storm.
Right. Then all of a sudden your spell impact goes up by a lot. I mean, Veno can continue to scale pretty hard in this game. If you get like an Ags on Veno, for example, that's another amazing upgrade in damage and impact that is it's very powerful. You can't really underestimate how much damage it does to these beefy cores. Getting the extra Nova and the spell amp on them, it ruins Sven and Bristle's day, for sure. Those are probably the two biggest items for Liquid right now, honestly. I'm not even going to point at the cores. I think it's the two Ags on the supports.
Yeah.
That might get you back in this. Satanic on Mickey, also really nice here. This is a lot of the extra sustain he needs to be able to sit there and trade with the Sven or the Bristle. That was probably the other big one. But outside of that, I mean, your Omni Earth Spirit, Earth Spirit's always crazy late game hero. I just don't know if he's carrying this game into the Grim Link. It really shuts this hero down very hard, and you can't itemize against it because you're getting linked to your team.
Yeah, I thinking about some of these fights, the number of times he's been soulbound to the Omni Knight or the Razor.
How do you avoid it, though?
I mean, shouldn't he be so far ahead of everybody else? Like, shouldn't he be getting on top of the back line of Tundra and preventing the Grimstroke from getting that off in the first place?
But I think he's afraid of getting either Grimstroke Phantomed into just chain stun, or just randomly stun and burst it from the Sven. He's not that tanky. He doesn't have the armor yet. I think Shiva's for Zai is the point where he will start to become more of a menace.
Okay.
I still think this is a difficult game to avoid the double soulbind, though. Just the nature of how your lineup works, and these are 3 cores that need to be on top of people to do it.
Yeah, that's true.
Radiant are scanning.
3 big items for Liquid, that's what I'm looking for. Shiva's for Zai and the 2 Aghanim Scepters. If you get to that, a lot of the teamfight dynamic changes. You can swing it back to your favor. I don't think Tundra just automatically outscaling you in that regard. Sven is he's a double-sided hero. He'll carry fights just as fast as he can suddenly get kited and lose them. Maybe that's where this Void Spirit starts to pick up some of the slack, however. I mean, Thompson has been on probably the largest recovery arc of this tournament. Does have 12 deaths, but he's also slowly climbing back up there off the Midas.
Tower is under attack.
And if he gets that Bloodthorn, even if he isn't able to use it very well, the other 2 cores on his team certainly will.
Of course, you also have things like the Aghanim Scepter for the Shadow Demon, giving you extra purge and potentially double cleanse here. A very nice cleanse game, right? Something worth mentioning here. Double cleanse on the Sven and the Bristle is pretty nasty. Versus Veno, Earth Spirit, Disruptor. It's a lot to dispel here. And then you can also get this Hex on the Grimstroke. 9 has had a very, very farmed game. Slowed down a little, but he's still up there. He's closing in on this Hex. That's a double Hex off the Soulbind. It's gonna do some damage. Get to it.
Boxy really baiting himself because that's the Aghanim Static Storm. They put it to work on the Bristleback. The disruption is not going to save him and only buys a little bit of time. Oh, he actually achieves. Never mind. He goes back up a significant amount. He's trying to make the run away. He's going to be okay. Wow, what a save from Snake King. Tundra, can they turn as Zai dives in deep and surrounded by 4 heroes, gets blown apart by Skeeter, who with his BKB, God Strength, is now trying to put the damage onto Mickey. It's just not quite enough. He's going to lose his first life.
Buybacks for Tundra. They need to turn off this Sven respawn. He just doesn't have God Strength here.
Yeah, but he comes back on the second life. Really, how much is he going to be able to do? Let's see. He does the damage. Wow, that was a lot coming out from Snake King. So many poison stacks there. Nisha may be next. Actually goes for the Harpoon to pull back in Skeeter. They finally get him, but it is a dying gasp here for Team Liquid. They may have brought down the carry, but it is Tundra who will push through thanks to their buybacks.
It's all King all day, baby. Snake King just carrying these fights, man. The disruption on the Bristle at like a 50 HP threshold to get cheese off creates this entire dynamic where Liquid gets sucked into something that should have been an Ags reveal that solidified a big core kill at the start, and so much damage off the poison stacks. That last Razor kill, that was 1,800 of it. 1,800 of it was Snake King off of a 700 damage poison pop. There's a reason they were tipping this man here. Look at the impact from this 5-position Shadow Demon. It's like the same damage as his mid.
Yeah.
Disgusting. On top of the fact he went Drum Solar Blink here. This is a utility build. He doesn't have an Axe. He doesn't have a Shard. Doing it the hard way in that fight. He doesn't have the Shard, actually. But
man,
he doesn't have 2 of them. And now he's got a lot of gold.
Yeah, you were talking about how the Aghanim Scepter could be really big for the Shadow Demon, but he had 0 components. Now he's got 3,000 gold.
That was just a sick fight for him. Right place, right time. Supports win you games, but cores take all the glory. It's a wise saying from
that is the biggest piece of copium
Xiao
in my life.
2017. MLG clone.
Xiao never said that his entire career. It is a lie. It is slander. 45-32, 6,000 net worth lead for Tundra, and they are winning this game. They aren't quite like running away with it. This is kind of what I expected about like 25-30 minutes, but you're right, Liquid do have some scaling opportunities. We saw it with the Aghanim Scepter there. The Disruptor could have been a very different fight if it wasn't for that save from Snake King. Watch Insania die to the quick assassination by Thompson, who has that Bloodthorn.
Still an opportunity to close this game out. I mean, close it out. I say to come back and win this game if you're Liquid. It's not out of the question. Refresher on Razor could really pose some problems for Tundra. Mickey is still taking up a lot of the damage and a lot of time in the fight. And I guess it's going to be, maybe you get a clutch break on the Bristle if you can land the Static Storm again. Boxy went back for a Witchblade on this Veno. Not sure I like it, but probably does feel good.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
But it will not be an Ags on the Veno, it will not be more utility. You just gotta get to a position where you can kite these big boys out. The problem is the burst is so significant. Can you get there?
Testing his damage. Needs a Force Staff to get away with the Bloodthorn on him. It's going to do a lot of damage, and that's enough. Soulbind now on
Double Harpoon.
Plus the Venom. Pull them both in. Just reel in the liquid fish.
That Razor.
That's it.
He's just gone.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen Double Harpoon, but it looked absolutely sick here. The triangle of death evaporates them. And you got to remember, this whole fight is Tundra jumping. Why? No Disruptor.
Yep.
There's no Static Storm here to bail out the overextension or the clump. Tundra sees an opportunity, pounce, and this game might just be over off it because you have no buybacks here if you are Liquid. And you have no Disruptor again as the Quills put him back in the ground.
Okay, Zai. Show us what you could do with that Earth Spirit.
Now we've seen Zai pull out some tremendous wins for Liquid. This is going to be one of the greatest of all time if he manages to pull it off. But it looks a little too hard even for him. Damn, what a nice comeback from Tundra. I mean, great early 20 minutes from Liquid. I think they played that lineup to near perfection. That's just the downside of those snowball lineups. You mess up 1 or 2 fights into some heavy scaling supports, and they are going to crush you very fast here. 33 carries the most of that early mid-game off the Bristle that they prioritized. Looked pretty damn good with the Ags timing, carried a lot of those fights. And then at some point, I mean, my MVP, it goes to this support duo. Honestly, 9 with the Grimstroke. Every Soulbind was just an auto teamfight win with double Demonic Purge coming through and Snaking with very clutch spellcasting in that last teamfight around the Radiant Jungle and just overall pumping in the DPS. Another very impressive support duo performance. I mean, having a lot of them at this tournament, honestly. It's very cool to see that Dota's at a point where, like, you're talking about who had highest impact in these games, and a lot of times I feel like it's some of these supports just making clutch plays after clutch plays. That's a good place for the game to be. It makes it very cool. But this is the end of the road for Liquid. Your favorite team, Austin.
That is not true, but yes, we are going to be saying goodbye to Liquid. We're going to be saying hello to Tundra, potentially in the upper bracket, based on how the other games, which when I'm sure our panel has been keeping all up to date with that. We'll let them inform you as we close out this series.
Thank you very much, Capitis. But yes, this is Tundra winning, and therefore they are at 7 wins and therefore guaranteed upper bracket. So congratulations to them. That means Group A does not have any tiebreakers. Team Liquid, of course, before this game even began, they already knew they were eliminated, but they did start this game off so strong. We said those first 8 minutes, Kezu, that's where it's happening.
Then they were booming. They were going in hard. They were up like, what, 2K, 3K gold, winning every lane, Spirit Wrestle, running all of them over. But I feel like this game reminded me of some of my pub games. It's like you're up 15K gold, you're feeling a little too good, you're having too much fun.
Diving enemy base.
You messed up once or twice, you dive the fountain, and then you just lost.
I think in some of these games, having too much net worth is not a good thing, especially if you don't have like late game secured, so you make a mistake or two. And we've seen that kill on Omni Knight. It was worth 1,800 gold, 1,000 gold going Grimstroke's way, and the rest splitting the money. I feel like a lot of the time, like throughout the whole DreamLeague, we're only on day 3, but we've seen a lot of back and forth games. Like rarely we've seen like crisp, clear execution. Could be the reason why like teams are so good. All of these teams except OG qualified to TI for a good reason, and I see a good handshake as well between you two.
Also, I see a difference of someone that actually sometimes goes outside and someone who does not.
That's true. I went.
You don't go outside?
No. You like that?
Anyway, yeah, I agree with Kezu. Whatever the hell he just said makes a lot of sense.
Agreed.
Sometimes you just throw, and it takes one time. I mean, Bristleback, I feel like with this new Ags, it is one of the primo heroes to throw against. Because holy Hannah, what damage was that was coming out of him? He would turn around, pop, 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 pop. All of a sudden, your whole HP pool is gone. You're like, what even in the hell was that?
Yeah, I want to talk more about Bristle because like his Axe timing was really on point. The others were not having a good time. Thompson needed to recovery Midas really late, but 33 was the one carrying the torch for the team pretty much. He was the one who's unkillable in their face, picking up that Aghanim Scepter, picking up the Shard, all of these abilities. Like Axe got changed, and it's a big change. When I first saw it, I didn't like it. Maybe because because first I go into test mode, I test things out. I'm like, this is kind of mediocre. Then I saw some guy who's like bristleback level 30, who's expert, and he showed me how to play the hero. I'm like, man, this is good. We're definitely gonna see that in a pro game. And also, like the way he itemizes, 25 minutes into the game, what he does is he buys 2 raid bands just to become even more tanky after Bloodstone. What he did was also solo kill the Tormentor, stacks the Goose, rushes into the enemy side of the map because he's unkillable, and gets the shard for his Sven, because Sven was underfarmed. Grim also had the shard at that moment, and just like another 33 hero, seems like we're gonna see much more.
Yeah, not just on the side of Tundra either. This was a very strong performance. We did have quite a few fights in that one, of course. At the start of the game, mostly they went to Team Liquid. Later on, it was more back and forth. Kezu, I believe you wanted to highlight one in particular.
Yeah, like I think it just goes to show the longer this game goes, and especially with how games go right now, some of these supports have a lot of impact. Like in this fight already, you have Snaking, who's just constantly sitting in the back. First of all, he started the fight with disrupting his Bristleback, who then got cheese off, which then drags out this entire fight. You keep just having all of these spells being dragged around. 9 comes back into the fight. You have the Ink Spell and all of this stuff. And even without God Strength and after Aegis, it doesn't really matter. Like Liquid just gets sucked in. And I think even with Nisha having this incredible net worth, one ult from Snaking, it literally destroys like 70% of his net worth. And I think once they started losing, it's just too hard in this game.
It was very tough for them to come back. That being said, maybe they let themselves go a little bit with the diving of the base, knowing that they were already eliminated. It might loosen the reins a little bit more on a game like that, where maybe if there were millions of dollars on the line, they would have reined it in a little bit more.
Boxy didn't look too happy about it either when we got that camera shot on him. That does concern me a little bit because, Blitz talked about they don't really care too much about the result. I mean, it's a lot of money, but obviously they're thinking about TI right now, and they just want to not tilt. That's the only motivation here. And it does make me wonder, is there a difference in values on the team between the players? Because I know, like, let's take Game Gladiators, for example, right? Somebody like Duracchio's insane. If you ever see them in a series where, like, the games don't matter, he's just sniper. He's just playing some stupid shit. You see Quinn, he wants to win. He always wants to win. And people can butt heads. Butt heads over this.
For sure.
I personally don't mind it so much. I think every team needs a player that will voice his frustration. Sure, maybe they have like this pact right now of like, oh, don't tilt. But everyone has emotions, and I think in a team that is usually very up-spirit, you still need someone that will bring up the problems to work on.
Okay.
Did you know that you cannot spell tilt without TI?
That's true. That's facts once again.
Straight up facts coming out from me.
We need the abacus back, because that would be at least half a point for you.
Half a point? That's not bad.
Maybe a couple more points. Who knows? Speaking about points, some points for Tundra on the board. Courtesy of our man Curtis right here. Hey, hello. Good afternoon. How you doing, Curtis?
Good.
All right, I will obviously ask you about Dota things, but I can't help but notice that you're in lovely Netherlands boot camping. What do you think?
Yeah.
Give it to be honest.
Like on the boot camp or the country?
The country and the food and things. And boot camp as well, if you want.
Where we are, it's like really hard to get cars, so I've been like walking and biking to the boot camp house from the hotel, and honestly, I've really been enjoying it. Like the bike paths are super nice, everyone's really chill, but the food is not to my liking.
It's okay. I'm happy with the biking and the walking. That is very.
No, I really like the biking. The biking's super nice.
Good. And the food not being amazing is also very Dutch.
I think it's like the area we're into. Like not that much delivers to us. Like we're ordering for like Wagamama every day because it was like the best option we could find.
I thought you guys were in The Hague.
We're like a bit outside, I think. I don't know. Maybe we just don't know the food well enough, but it just hasn't been great for us.
So you got the right app, I would imagine. There's one app.
the one I can't pronounce.
Yeah. Okay, then you got the right one.
Can I interject here? Because he doesn't like any food. Because Sunspan got him the best shawarma in Saudi. Yes. And he didn't. And Aoi, what did you think about that shawarma?
I mean, I think that shawarma had to be eaten fresh. And also, Sunspan didn't get it for us. We got it delivered.
I heard about
correction.
This. Yeah.
And they didn't give us the hot sauce. And Sunspan told me that you need the hot sauce in order. So it was like sort of dried out and no hot sauce on shawarma, which is pretty DX.
I do think you have to have that fresh as well. So it's fine. So good. Okay, to the Dota, obviously, it's been quite going quite well here for DreamLeague for you guys, and I would love to hear your opinion on how obviously you fitted not just Thompson into the roster, but also 9 to position 4. How's the team been dealing with that, and what have you experienced with that?
I mean, it was really stressful for us going through Bali and Saudi, I think. So when we were able to like find a solution, I think everyone was mostly just relieved that we're really happy to be playing with a roster that everyone believes in, and it was like really scary before we played, but once we started getting into scrims, like everything started flowing pretty well. And we also have Saxa still helping us, which helps the transition a lot. And honestly, Thompson and Nine are sort of similar mid players, like in their role and what they do on the team, so that also helped us a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like a great solution, with Saxa also still having a voice in that. Because how is that dynamic? I would imagine that he is not on bootcamp with you at the moment.
No, so I don't know how much to say, but basically Saxa won't be traveling with us at all, but he'll be helping us sort of remotely. I think he said something like that in the Suns Fan podcast with Syndrin. And then he just sometimes he'll write to us, give us some advice, we can ask him some questions. I mean, for all of us on the team, Saxa is actually the voice we respect the most. So still being able to have him talk to us about Dota and stuff is really helpful for us.
That's awesome to hear. I'm joined by Jenkins and by Kezu and Lacoste. They'd also love to ask you some questions.
Yeah, hi AUI. I got a question about supports in the meta right now, because seems like everybody loves to enjoy playing supports, and you yourself included, you being a support player. What's the change that made the most impact? Because the position 4 and 5 seems to be having a lot of impact recently.
Honestly, I think it's a mix of both the Dota changes. You got a lot more gold, just more impactful items. All these drums, veils, solar crest, the glimmer, all these items are super strong early. So you can do a lot. There's also just more things on the map that are for better or worse, they're sort of forced. These runes, gate rotation, stuff like this. You have a lot more options, so you're always able to choose good things to do. And I think also the player skill supports has gone up a lot over the years. It used to be sort of a role that you put oh, he's a shot caller, you can just put him +5, he's gonna pull some tangles and cells and deny creeps. But now the skill is really high on every position.
Now that we've been on this patch for relatively long time, I'm talking about 7.33, would you like to see anything added or removed? I'm talking about tormentors, stacking, XP gold changes to it.
I'm not too sure. I think I like everything that's been added, the different map stuff. I want a bit different hero balance, of course. I think that's a ongoing thing. All the players will always want some things to be buffed and nerfed. But Watchers, Tormentors, Runes, I mean, the 6-minute power rune is sort of stupid still, I feel like it's a bit too 50-50, but I'm not too sure how you're supposed to fix this issue, because runes are a really integral part of the game, and they're good for the game. They give you power spikes that allow you to actually make moves and stuff. But no, I think I pretty much like everything.
Yeah, gotta agree on that one. Been enjoying Dota a lot lately, and my boy Kezu has a really nice question for you.
I do. What up, Aoi? We all know that Thompson is the GOAT, but for the people that, we can't hear his comms and you see his playstyle more than all of us do, what is the one thing that surprised you the most about him?
Honestly, it's sort of what I expected, which I had very high expectations for him, so I think it was good. Maybe I never really interacted with Thompson in person, and just how chill he is, but I think that was honestly sort of expected with the Finns, they're all sort of chill and
laid back.
Yeah.
And I have one more thing. Were you a bit surprised about them picking Omni Knight in this game into SD, or do you think they were just double downing on some lane stuff
yeah,
to run you over?
I was pretty surprised. We also didn't expect the Earth Spirit offlane and Omni mid, but we've seen this Omni Knight versus Void Spirit matchup before, so maybe we should have thought of it. The thing is, probably nothing we could do at that point. It's a really rough matchup, and I'm not sure. It's a pretty bad matchup for SD. It takes off the repel too, and the GA, so it's
pretty rough.
But I feel like they probably should have won that game. So maybe the pick was good. Not sure.
Yep, that makes sense. Mr. Jenko.
Hey, Big A, good to see you. Who's the most influential man in your life? Are you laughing?
Probably my father.
Why is he so influential?
I don't know. Like, what is this question? Why do you do this?
Answer the question, dude.
I mean, for sure, like, your parents influence who you are the most in your life, I think. You know, your formative... How dare you ask this question? This is so stupid.
Okay, that's
Was it your question?
That's all you got?
I feel like by engaging, I'm losing. So, like, I want to just...
It's okay.
I don't know.
I'll save you, AUI. It's all good. I want to congratulate you once again on not just making it to the playoffs, but also being in the upper bracket, and of course with the 2-0 just now. And I look forward to talking to you or one of your teammates again, because playoffs are around the corner. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll see you again soon.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, because with that, Group A is completely solved. No tiebreakers will be needed. We have got in the top 2, we got Tundra together with Shopify Rebellion. They will be going to the upper bracket. We got ourselves Entity and 9 Pandas. They will be going to the lower bracket, and Talon and Team Liquid are eliminated. So with that being done, we have to solve a different group. We have to solve Group B. And to do that, we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, more Dota 2 from DreamLeague coming your way.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm thinking about Slark, Muerta, and Marcia. Okay, I will try the Slark.
Slop.
Monster kill.
Seems like slowly.
Okay, I need to...
Oh, fuck. Just click. Fuck! You're spawning them close to me and I'm just clicking. So we can start, right?
1, 2, 3, let's go.
I think Snap is gonna do it fast. Am I gonna kill them though? Oh my god, how many? I don't think they die. Yeah, maybe Sven is better. Yeah, I will go with Sven. Holy shit, they have 7k HP. It's about how many times you crit, kinda, it's lucky. Like if you crit twice, they're just gonna die.
Maybe Snapfire. Snapfire sounds okay. I'll try Snap. Okay, I'm ready. Can go?
There they go. Rampage.
Celebrate your bone.
I hope it's fast. I feel like Sven could kill them faster, but it's fine.
I'm thinking about Sven or PA, but I think I'm gonna go with Sven. Because I feel like if you eat the axe with PA, I think you might kill people faster.
Phantom assassin.
Okay, let's go with PA. Alright, I'm going. That's very fast. Yeah, I was like, I mean, depends very calculate. If you calculate from the time it hits, I mean, I should be like in melee range, right? But that was very fast.
It's either Jaro or Luna. Jaro. I'll go with Jaro.
First blood.
First
Oh my god. You look pretty fast, right?
Rome, where the Colosseum Rome, and the Grand Museum Rome. Love is everywhere, so meet me up there at St. Peter's Square in Rome. On the 7 hills that's Rome, the Italian thrills, 'cause love is alive when you're roaming in Rome. Rome, where the Tiber flows, yeah, Rome. Michelangelo's in Rome, the eternal town of ermine and satin and all things Latin. Rome, like a symphony, is home to the bourgeoisie who put the Roman romantic that's Rome. It all burned down as Nero just fiddled around. But right here, right now, 2,000 years on, they're still going strong in Rome, where the fashion kings all roam, where the pasta's all homegrown, and the guys all stare while they compare what the young girls wear in Rome, with its dim-lit bars and nights of 1,000,000 stars. So get me across the Atlantic, let's all go land some manic. Who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome. I'm asking, who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome.
Okay, Group B time. Time to solve this puzzle because we do know one team that is already eliminated from Group B. It is Evil Geniuses. And we don't know who's upper bracket, who's lower bracket, and one more team get eliminated as well. So a lot of interesting things happening in Group B. I believe we should be able to pull up the stats for Group B currently as well. And Lacoste, you are our stats guy. I don't know where the thing is that you have.
What happened? I lost it because I'm not statsman anymore. But yep, OG sitting at 5-3, playing against Spirit, which means that if OG manages to win 2-0, they're going to be same score as Team Spirit and also Bet Boom. So they have chances of securing either themselves an upper bracket or potentially tiebreakers. Also depends how BetBoom is going to play against EG. Most likely, considering how everything went so far in this Group B, BB team might get themselves at least one win. And also Gaming Gladiators will be playing against Quest Esports. So battling it out for this elimination spot, potentially tiebreakers as well. So really depends.
Yeah, I think Quest and Gaming, that will just be solved with that one series. I don't
You're
think
right.
they can
You're
tie.
right. You're right. No.
But there is still possibility for a tie between upper and lower brackets, which would be played out, and that would be also happening today. So all the ties will be happening today. Tomorrow is already the start of the playoffs as well. I first want to talk a little bit about how we got to this situation, because it's rare, Kezu, to see Gaming Gladiators this far down. I think they're the odd ones out in this group.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened.
What happened?
I know what happened.
Like they're
You're the analyst.
teams,
You're supposed to.
Yeah, I feel like they're the team that usually they have still the highest low ceiling. Does that make sense? Like even when they're playing bad, it's usually still pretty good.
That's called a floor.
Okay, so their floor is still pretty good, whereas I think Liquid's floor is really down.
That's fair.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, sorry, you just interrupted.
I can tell you that the Gaming Gladiators were on the floor,
Yeah.
the dance floor, because they were partying hard
That's a problem.
at BB Dacha. And our flights they were on the same flight as Effie and I. At 2 a.m. we left. And all of them, because they won. They went to the after party.
Yep, of course.
They danced. I was doing front flips off of a tree into the pool with Tofu. Genuinely, he coerced me into doing that. Pure pressure. So everybody was getting litty-titty, and nobody slept. So I really do think, like, there were some recovery days there. I can make an actual excuse for them, because I saw them. And
But you turned up fresh and
no, I
fresh.
didn't.
Yeah,
people
you
just
know,
don't
you made it
notice
work.
when I'm extremely sleep deprived.
Because you're always like that.
It doesn't change.
It doesn't change anything. I was
No.
about to say.
It doesn't. So, but for them, clearly it does.
Clearly it does.
Yeah.
Well, they're finding it out later today. That is on. Oh, no, they're finding it out right now, or at least rather, I see the clock in 9 minutes. That's not the series that we're featuring here on this stream, though. We are gonna. What are you doing? That thing must not be clean.
I just want to
It's
see what that
definitely
looked
not
like
clean.
on the camera shot.
You're doing quite the
You
opposite.
made it worse.
Go ahead, keep talking.
Great. We are gonna watch OG versus Spirit. Spirit is one game away, as you heard from Lacoste, from securing upper bracket. And OG, they still have a chance to make it upper bracket. They're guaranteed not out, but obviously upper bracket is where you want to be. And I'm very excited to watch OG, because personally I have watched them on the second screens, but I haven't, talked about them yet. And I'm very excited about this roster, because Lacoste, they've been doing very well. This is such an easy team to root for.
Are we talking about Spirit or OG?
OG!
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since, Seb is back in action. You have Mind Control as well as standing in. Might not be a stand in the new season.
That's
Who knows
true.
what's going to happen? But, this just play like Seb that was said a couple of years back. Mind Control took that one pretty hard, and now just play like Seb with Seb. And we can see Mind Control really popping off. A lot of people probably doubted him when he was playing with Nigma, Division 1, Division 2, TI qualifiers. They didn't manage to do well, but Mind Control is still a beast of a player.
Yes. It's always fun to watch him play, because
I mean, he already showed it at the Berlin Major.
Yeah, he did.
With them, right? Like, he stood in there. It worked out great. So perhaps, I don't know if they were in the talks back then, but they probably should be now, because they're just looking great. Seb on 4, he's on the 3. The rest also kind of like just clicking together. Maybe it's also the fact that they're not at TI, so they're just chilling and like trying out some new stuff. No pressure.
Yeah, maybe the pressure off is a good thing for them, for sure. On the other side, we got Team Spirit, and they are climbing towards TI form, Jenkins.
Yeah, this team, when they are in TI form, is just about the best team that has ever existed in Dota. I mean, their peak is just incredibly high.
Ceiling, I believe.
Their ceiling, yes, naturally. Their top floor is very, very high. And I think a lot of people questioned whether or not Laurel was a good decision for them after losing, Toronto Tokyo, who we know was a very huge impact after watching TrueSight at TI. But Laurel really stepped it up in Riyadh Masters. He played extremely well. He was taking it to some of the best mids in the world as a guy who, fairly recently in the grand scheme of things did swap to the mid role. So yeah, this team, they look amazing and they look in form, and Yatoro is the best player in Dota, period, hands down.
I feel like he's the new Miracle.
He is, if there's millions of dollars on the line, and I think $1 million
depends on the prize pool. I mean, Yatoro, when he peaks, he's just
He's the best player
untouchable.
when he peaks.
Most definitely. I think a lot of people will agree. because before coming into TI that they won, like they were definitely not on the radar. This whole squad minus Laurel, they went through the qualifiers as a yellow submarine, and I don't think people expected them to do much. But after they won a TI, like you can see that this team is just another level. I think also huge part is played by Mira. This guy is insanely skilled. Like he's kind of silent, you know, but he's also very flashy. There was a game yesterday when he was playing Dark Willow, gets the last hit on Roche, steals the Aegis, steals the cheese.
1v5.
1v5, yeah, I forgot to say that important part. And Mira is just insanely skilled player.
Yeah, he was very vocal about, even after winning TI, he had a big imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
And it's like, how? Because this guy plays like so well. So
He's too humble. That's the issue.
Too
He's
humble.
way too down to earth.
Yeah.
There's also too many haters. Like you win TI and people are still gonna hate on you.
It's true.
But I feel like what's the scariest about Team Spirit? I think first of all, the scariest teams are the ones that can win hard games. I think they do that over and over again.
They love the pressure, man.
20k deficit, 30k deficit, and all 5 of their players, you can rely on them to be clutch when they need to be.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a core or a support, like Lacoste was saying, or Meposhka, like they're just, I don't know, they're just so clean.
Also, when it comes down to heroes that they pick, there's just variety of heroes. So far at the DreamLeague, they're one of the few teams that don't have high hero pool, but you know, they're just heating up, they're just starting. But yesterday game against Quest, where they have like Spectre, which is kind of unexpected pick definitely, and they just do so well. And there it is. Thanks so much for that one.
Yeah, they do very well. Of course, a lot of it is also on the back of preparation, and both teams coming in with some preparation. But let's hear a few words about how they did that.
We haven't done a whole lot of prep yet. We're just going to be doing probably like a few days of scrims. We're playing with MC as a stand-in, so that should be a lot of fun. I think a lot of teams haven't really prepped a whole lot. It's kind of just it's a bit YOLO, new patch and stuff. So after qualifiers, so.
Our preparations now, it's very good. We're playing a lot of scrims. We're playing against strong teams. So I'm really confident before DreamLeague.
That is two very different mindsets coming in.
I like that you're like, let's hear about their preparation. Yeah, we didn't prep at all. There's no preparation. Nobody's preparing.
We think all teams are doing this, and then here you Toro.
Devil's advocate.
We tried really hard, a lot of scrims, you know, got it both ways. That being said, both these teams are very familiar with each other. I do think this is a very interesting situation, stand-in or not. Most of the times these two teams met, it's in group stages, it's 2-game series, so we don't have a definite winner. There was one best of one somewhere, but it's all ties. It's been ties.
Yeah.
Other than the one best of one, which went the way of OG, it's been ties.
Yeah, so that means that, you know, OG's style of Dota, this is the team that can also put a lot of pressure, and with this new lineup that they have, I feel like it's even better because they can play really aggressive. I think in a lot of these situations, like BZM had a pretty, I'm not gonna say rough, but mediocre season. I think for a long time, for me, he was the best player when this new OG squad formed, and then he was kind of silent. But now, especially at this DreamLeague, BZM's popping off, and I'm really glad to see it.
His heroes are strong. I mean, Invoker's like the top mid lane hero.
Like banned all the time.
Is there,
he never gets to play it.
Is there a better mid lane Invoker right now than BZM? Genuinely?
On Invoker?
On Invoker.
Miracle bad chest. Yeah.
Miracle. Okay.
Stormer, come on.
All right. When
I think Stormstormer, I think like Pugna.
No, I think
I think Invoker.
Or Visage, like his weird stuff.
It's Invoker. This guy's like 2,000 Invoker games.
Yeah, literally when Invoker wasn't hot, he was the only one playing it. It must be.
You're correct.
Sumia Invoker.
Yeah, that's a classic right there.
Yeah, I love you.
That guy's destroying the YouTube algorithm. and ancient pubs as well.
But BZM and Storm are both very good Invoker players. It's it would be a tough call to make because I would not.
They're
be able
both
to beat
top
them.
tier.
They're
They're
both
both extremely good.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And Miracle.
Yeah, of course.
Top 3.
Yeah. I haven't seen Miracle play in a while. I don't know if he can.
Whenever Dota players retire, that's when they power up anyway. So we should not go down the Miracle train because we're never going to stop. that's an endless train talking
Okay.
about miracles. So we'll go back on track.
We'll go back on track because both of these teams have been doing well, and there's been, you know, we heard Kitrak say they didn't really practice that much, they didn't really scrim too much, but this is the last day of the group stage, meaning they've played quite a few games, so this should be already their formed form, if that makes sense. You know, they've practiced enough to be on a level that we probably are going to see them if we, we're going to see them increase a little bit longer during the playoffs, but they should be pretty close to the ceiling that we'll see them hit this event. They might still be growing afterwards, of course, but I'm wondering if there is a clear favorite, because I think Lacoste, it should be Spirit that's favorite, unless you want to make a counterpoint.
I'll give a slight edge to Spirit. I think OG right now is playing really good Dota. Like, this is the best that I've seen them since the previous year. Like, the Berlin major that Kezu mentioned, they've been pretty hot and cold, but not like really hot. And Team Spirit, it also depends. Like, yes, some of the games that they played yesterday, when there's a lot of stake, when there's a lot of pressure, a game against Quest, post 60 minutes, you know that this team is not gonna crumble. They're always gonna like get the best out of their players.
Yeah, I would say OG are not favorite. I would say like some 59-41 for Spirit. But for me, it's more like if OG...
It's quite big, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, that's basically 60-40.
It's basically...
Yeah, basically.
You made the numbers very weird.
I did. Anyway, but
Why
if
didn't you
OG...
make it 60-40?
Because it's boring.
Oh.
See, now we're having this discussion. But if I say 60-40, you're like, no,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then we would actually care about your points.
Okay, 60-40 for Spirit.
Thank you.
But if OG can turn up and play fast, I think that's what I want them to do. Because Spirit in late game, I wouldn't want to play against them there.
Nobody
That's
does.
not good.
Even if you have mega creeps.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I was also leaning towards the 60-40 ratio. Like, I think some people would look at this and see how Spirit is playing, and, you know, potentially TI form Spirit, and then OG. They've not had a great year. But I really do feel this roster. I feel like they have good energy. Like, they have momentum. They feel really good about playing with this group of players. They've all played as stand-ins before, and when they have played as stand-ins, that's when OG has had the most success. So I feel like they're also very confident in each other.
Yeah, the best Dota you play is when you're paired up with someone who gets the best out of you. And I think Mind Control with this like younger squad with Yuragi, BZM, and also more experience coming out from Seb, and also Kitrak. He's a very interesting player, you know, didn't have like too much success when it comes to international scene, but brings a lot to the table. Like when you talk to him in interviews, like when you watch him play, you can tell that he's really smart. What he does around the map, and also the impact that we talked about with AUI in the interview, that position 5 now is much more impactful, and we can see that from Kitrak's play.
I also know that a lot of people around Dota, they love talking to Kitrak. I've heard it from Quinn, I've heard it from like AUI, Bulba. They love having him as like a source
because they like stealing ideas.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've also heard that people actually didn't want to play with Kitrak a lot, but he actually wanted to do, like, you know, go for his education a little bit more.
He finished his degree.
So
now
I think
played.
I mean, that's obviously that's a choice, but that also means that
That's a bad choice. Didn't set his priorities straight.
or he has his
Like
priorities
us,
right.
of course.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Hey, I got my degree.
Talking about percentages and stuff. 60,
Oh, I heard
40.
you never
Yeah.
picked up your degree, so you don't actually have it.
I finished it, but I didn't go pick it up.
I don't
So
think.
basically, you don't have it.
You should
I
go
guess
pick
not.
it up.
No, I'm too lazy. It's too far away. It's like 3-hour drive.
Yeah, who needs
And
that?
apparently they can't send it. I don't know.
That's hard, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, don't have
but
the
I
technology.
do think it's really cool that we do see Kitrak now where he does want to commit. And I think this guy is gonna make waves. The way that everybody talks about him, that it has been talked about him for quite a while now. I think we're definitely going to hear and see a lot from him, like in this upcoming series, where we have them play against Team Spirit. OG on the Dire side, we got draft in front of us. First pick for them, second pick Radiant for Team Spirit. And I am taken back to a game we saw a couple days ago where we had Spirit go for Mars first pick. I kind of wanted to still talk about the comparison between Mind Control and Collapse, because both have had such impact in the times that when they won TI, and also still are considered like the best in their role. I want to talk about the difference between them, because I don't know, is Mind Control a Mars player?
No,
Not really.
not
Magnus
really.
player? Like, he's not that type, right?
No, he's more of a beefy guy, but they have some similarities with the heroes that they played so far at the DreamLeague, playing this Primal Beast, Beastmaster, Night Stalker, Mind Control, also flexing some of the different heroes as well. You know, his Darkseer has been the best in the world for a long time after Universe retired, and then you have Collapse, who's going to play like also different heroes, but also some similarities. Seems like this new Omni Knight from the off lane is going to be super popular, and he already showed that he can play it so well.
I feel that MC can play these heroes too, but when I compare these two heroes, I feel like Collapse is a bit more of a... He's more of a Chad. Like, I feel like he has a higher percentage chance to like solo carry the game, whereas I think MC is more of a... He will look more at the team aspect as well. Maybe put some auras in there, like go in first when he has to, so that whatever his carry player is, that they can kind of carry the game. But when I look at the bans, I think there's a high chance that OG are prepping for a hero such as Sven. So I think Spirit will either ban it or they're very aware. And they know what they will want
SD, Razor, you know that these are anti-carry heroes.
Yeah.
So Spirit, they obviously know that.
It was Spirit that let the Gyro through twice, right? They had the Mars to counter it on one game. They'll remove the Sven.
So now OG can ban like an AA or an equivalent Gyro counter and then pick the Gyro. I think that's the cool thing about them doing these two Sven bans, and now they have the ban into pick, because they can pivot on the Gyro now.
Yeah, it's basically saying, please pick Gyrocopter. We got something prepared for you.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're really not afraid to open up with like different picks. First phase, Phantom Assassin. Like, you know, Yatoro is going to carry the game with the hero. The other hero that I'm looking in the first phase is Pangolier. This has been one of Lar's better heroes, and even after all these nerfs, Pango's still super strong.
Hero's too good.
I wouldn't even call changes the shield crash nerf, because just like flat number right now feels much better rather than percentages.
I mean, it scales with your armor and everything anyway, the shield, so it really had no impact there. So they pick it, they block pick it here.
I also like, I feel like there was, so when was it, the Bad Boom tournament where everyone just picked Sven Gyro and everyone said, oh, they're unbeatable. I think at this tournament people have had more time, and you're losing with these first picks. Like, people have had more time, they know all their bans and like what to play against you. So I think pivoting a bit away from that is good. You ban out that TA, which seems like the most go-to hero against Pango. You do well in lane, you can kill him in the role. So I think just banning that out, going for that is pretty good.
This is going to be your mid laners straight away. Something that Team Spirit did do during Riyadh Masters is they were not afraid to pick up Lar's hero in the first phase, but they also did like play around him, refill his bottles, make some stacks, and also just had another support that could bail him out of the trouble, especially if it's going to be something squishier, like Ember Spirit, maybe Queen of Pain. But in this one, I don't think it's necessary. Like, Shaker becomes almost unkillable 10-15 minutes into the game. He has so much HP, and then later on you get Ag, so you can easily get out of the trouble.
I think also Pango is obviously one of like the best heroes right now, but I think with Grimstroke being a bit on the rise, that is a hero that when you do play against Pango, I think
there it is.
Taken
very
out.
sad. It's a very sad matchup.
Because Grimstroke just seems like it has a lot of impact in many games.
If
like,
we didn't have that 60-40 discussion, 51, 30, 59, 31, you could have finished the point about the Grimstroke and look smarter, Kazu.
Yeah.
That would have definitely happened.
Gotta think about
Next time I'll think about it.
Yeah.
I'll say 69-31.
So what's another Pango counter? I mean, Bloodseeker, but it's a Yatoro hero. I mean, everything's a Yatoro hero, but Bloodseeker's not seeming that strong right now. I mean, still there's Venge and Warlock, by the way, in terms of supports that either team could pick that are just generally good. I think Warlock with Earthshaker can lead to some pretty insane team fights.
Yeah. That seems pretty painful. But we also still, I mean, even though it's not first pick, we still got to consider Gyro in the pool, right?
That is true. He's still there.
Spirit didn't play it in the DreamLeague. It did get banned a couple of times against them, but I also think that people are going to stay away from this first pick Gyro. It got figured out slightly.
When I think about Gyro as well, or when I think about Yatoro, it doesn't really scream Gyro to me. I feel like he's more of the... like a hero where a split-second decision can do a lot more. Whether it's a Morphling, a PA.
Yeah.
I feel like Gyro
I want to
doesn't
use
really
Flat
fit
Cannon or not.
Yeah.
Gyro, you mean Gyro is...
Yes, I do.
Like, there's not enough...
Like, there's nothing special to Gyro.
You just click your button, stand there, it's like, wow, look at me go.
When you think of Yatoro, do you think of Medusa? I don't.
No, I mean, I agree with you too. I mean, that's why Spirit has traditionally also, like, very much later picked Yatoro, his heroes, because he is capable of having all of this pressure on his shoulders. It's like, all right, Yatoro, free game, you have to play perfectly and we win 100%. And he's like, okay, and then he does.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they won TI. That's literally how they won TI.
Well, they're taking their time thinking about this ban.
They are protecting Pango with these two bans.
Yeah.
Like Leash Mechanic, long duration silence, something that Pango doesn't like to play into, the burst damage before he can get the shield crash off onto multiple heroes. But still, like Pango's not gonna have that good of a lane playing into Earthshaker, and you will have that instant stun. Like Blink Echo Slam, if you're not good enough to dodge it. Like me and Kezu had this conversation in the green room, and he try to convince me that he can dodge Blink Echo Slam.
Definitely, every time.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you're just old.
Your open AI.
Yeah, of course. That was a funny... Yeah, never mind.
From Fog, by the way.
Yeah, of course. As a classic Venge. Just seems like it's too good of a hero to really like pass through too long in the draft.
It also, if you have the choice between Venge and Warlock, I feel like Venge offers more to the potential overall last pick carry that they might go for at the end.
Speak of the devil.
There he is. It's a lot of damage. Like just Pango with Swashbuckle onto 2-3 heroes, Shield Crash with Fatal Bonds. That's gonna be in the early stages of the game, half of your HP gone. But Vengeful Spirit, she's not that much of a team fighter compared to Warlock. She does reduce the damage and she does amplify the damage with the swap damage reduction.
Yeah.
They also picked Bane into Venge, which is like we've seen in the previous series that they try to counter like Bane, swap the target out. But these two supports, like Bane as a position 4, he can move around the map, get stuff done. Also, hero that can even go for solo kills if like carries deep, if he's going for an extra creep wave with Spirit Vessel and Feeble, Nightmare, like you just get the kill plus a Fiend's Grip. Very strong hero. Coming into this tournament, I did not expect that people are gonna start picking Bane because sometimes, you know, people don't like certain heroes.
Yeah.
They need more time, but really glad to see this hero back.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna pop off in 7.24, like or 7.34, whatever number we're on.
3-4, yeah.
3-4.
Because being able to do the damage through Nightmare, it's like you get Nightmare and Vessel, you're dead from full.
It's pretty sick.
Everybody was playing it mid right at the start of the patch, and then it just fell off. Like sometimes people experiment with stuff, and it looks good, but then it just doesn't quite make its way into competitive for whatever reason, and then people forget about it. And now it's back, and yeah, it's not mid, but even in like the 4 position, that's different from the traditional 5 Bane that we're used to seeing.
Okay, so to go with the PA, which is pretty damn good against these supports. Also, I think what Pango hates in the mid game are carries that can potentially threaten you with like high physical damage and like some BKB or Faceless Void who will chrono you. So I think PA does fit into that bill. One of the supports I would have liked a lot before seeing PA is potentially Silencer. I think being able to break the teamfight of Warlock Bane lineup.
Oh yeah,
is pretty
that sounds
sick.
really good.
But I think maybe now that you have PA, I think you may want a more aggressive support.
Like Willow?
So Willow offlane, Venge 5, most likely. I think Willow is also criminally underrated. I would say it's currently rising up a little bit more in this tournament, especially with Spirit. But this hero seems really strong. I love the changes they
Same
gave.
feelings as I have about the Bane. I feel like this hero should be picked much more.
Yeah.
Gives you a lot of team fight, a lot of control. Hero that scales well. Like this hero can pop off if you go for a different route.
Oh, yeah.
If you go for a more greedier route, pick up Aghanim Scepter, or if the game goes late, you can control where you're gonna take the fight against Bane, against the Warlock. You have enough control to kill them, especially with Phantom Assassin and Earthshaker. These are really good backline jumpers.
It's a pretty nice tied game, though, is it not?
Yeah.
All of these,
Until PA gets the shard.
until PA gets the break, but there's all of these things that you can purge off, all of the stuns from Team Spirit, and then into lane, like PA Venge. It's one of the few heroes it's very difficult to kill, is the Tidehunter. However, if the Willow rotation comes through, I do think that they can kill him. But if MC gets huge on Tide, this could be one of those unkillable Tide games.
Like, I think right now when I look at these two drafts, the way if OG ever get to station themselves in like on the map, I don't see how Spirit can fight them. Like their area and ground control is like way too good. You have Ravage Golem, you have a Pango roll running around, and the way Spirit will want to fight is like they want to find the people in the back.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be very important that they find a proper hero for collapse that also furthermore like helps them and able to do that.
And that's why OG bans the Mars, because that would be the perfect hero to jump the back line and split up the fight like you're mentioning.
I will say the only Tidehunter win we've seen so far is the one we saw earlier today, that Tundra had against Team Liquid. Other than that, as Lacoste pointed out earlier this morning, no wins whatsoever.
Yeah.
100% win rate today, Shiver.
Today!
Today!
Way.
Oh.
Very nice, very nice.
The shard,
I like Night Stalker here against Bane, against Warlock.
Yeah.
You get on top of them. Also, Tidehunter cannot crack in that crippling fear, so you could like even Pango doesn't like to play into this longer duration silence. And if you look at the bans that OG did, they banned out these heroes that can provide a lot of control. Skyrat Mage, Grimstroke, something that can keep them in a place for a long time.
Yeah, I think as long as that, if Night Stalker is going to be good against OG's carry, that'll be a scary pick.
Yeah.
I truly think so.
10 seconds remaining.
Is there a world where Shaker gets put offline?
5 seconds remaining.
Or is it
potentially, but
definitely possible.
Maybe not so much in this one, just because of the matchup. He wins the matchup against Pango, and they're gonna put it there.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, the changes to Dark Willow, I think that was the biggest one. Can't believe we didn't have that for a long time. Is you can use Bedlam on a hero. You don't necessarily need to commit. You have Phantom Assassin
and Shaker.
Yeah.
So.
And even Venge if you want to
Get in there. Oh, yeah, get in there.
Easy. That's an Alchemist. How good is Night Stalker against that?
Not
very good.
Great. You don't pressure at all in the first 5 minutes because it's not nighttime, and that is exactly when you want to pressure the Alch. I mean, is Timber a hero? Does that hero exist anymore?
What about some like Legion Commander, Purge off? You have something to kill off Tidehunter before like he can't crack that off. You also have the spell mechanic against Warlock, against Bane.
It's very stupid to do against the Nightmare target, but I'm looking forward to the
nice
Nightmare
call.
Jewels. But that's a good call across Legion Commander coming in. Is that good enough for us to sway Team Spirit's way?
I think it's pretty good. The only thing Spirit need to like get to, if they can get to this point nicely where PA has Shard and then Collapse can just blink duel whoever he wants, and they open up on MC, I think that's really where this game can turn around. Because I think until then, OG should be leading. And if they play very well and like push this Alch timing forward, I think they have a good shot at taking this game.
Yeah, the question is how much pressure can OG put on other lanes so that Alchemist can farm. I feel like laning stage-wise, Team Spirit, they drafted themselves strong lanes.
They did.
Phantom Assassin plus Vengeful Spirit, like this lane is not gonna kill Tidehunter, so you're gonna lose this lane, but also other lanes should be fine. You have Shaker against Pango, and you have also Legion Commander plus Maresca. This is going to be insane amount of damage early on. Sure, you have some sustain from Warlock, but I feel Collapse is going to pop off, and there's not going to be any lack of damage to get those duels going. You have, again, Dark Willow, you have Earthshaker, who's going to have early Blink Dagger, and I think this game's going to be 4 versus 4 until carries come online. Of course, in this one, Alchemist comes online slightly faster, but with the Shaker, I feel like they can control the tempo of the game.
So you're favoring Team Spirit? Jenkins?
I like the Legion pick because I feel like it's one of the only things in Dota that can lane against a damn Warlock right now because you just purge the Fatal Bonds. So I think Legion, it's also just a great patch for her in general. Blade Mail's a really OP item, and people have been rushing Blade Mail on Legion for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So I do really like this pick and the rest of Team Spirit's draft as well.
Okay, there's a lot of team fight coming out from OG though, so I think both teams really like to fight, and that means we're gonna have a brawl on our hand. What better voices to commentate such brawling than Cap and SVG?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this second series of the day. Team Spirit versus OG, which I think is going to be a pretty fun series. I'm looking forward to this one.
I don't know, something about it, something about OG. I feel like maybe they could put up a fight against Team Spirit. Team Spirit obviously the favorites here, correct, Avery?
Yeah, so far, I think. But OG getting some momentum, and of course they have the permanent stand-in now, I guess. Is it even a stand-in? Is it an underdog? That's the OG question. It's all of the above. So I would not be surprised to see them take some games in this series. However, it's a very tough opponent and a very tough draft, right? I don't think either team's outdrafted, but I do feel like Spirit got a lot of what they really like right now in the meta.
What did they like in the meta?
I mean, they really like the support combination. This is also a support combination we've seen just picked up by Shopify, who are doing very well. They will just venge Willow out of phase. I think Willow is very strong right now. I'm rating it very highly, and I think both of these supports from Team Spirit are almost like guaranteed lane neutralizers, potential winners, if you go heavy on the stats, which they have here. It's just very tough to fight them. They're ranged heroes with really good base damage, really good tradability, decent spells for low mana costs. These are generally the supports that do well, and if they provide you other things, which they do here, you have AoE control, team fight, annoying scalability in the Willow and the Venge, a hard save, BKB Pierce. I mean, what are you missing, right? And I think that just sets you up for success. I think that's what Team Spirit generally look for, and they just scale as an overall 5-man unit. The last pick Legion is going to give you a really good Dispel versus Bane and Warlock. It's one of those old school hard counters. And you have the lockdown for the Tide, where OG don't have a save for that duel. Now, the one thing OG got going for him that I do put a lot of faith in is Pangolier, because that hero is absolutely ridiculous.
I knew you were going to say Pango.
And, I mean, if it gets rolling here, you throw some bonds in the fight, you grip somebody else, you're just rolling through with a Ravage on top. Yeah, that team fight becomes pretty disgusting, and you might be able to outpace Team Spirit here. Get the Alk to a point where he's 5 or 6k gold ahead of PA. You have a decent shot to just win the game off that alone, and even potentially Roche and go high ground early.
Yeah, but you're going to lose the lane. It's up against an Earthshaker.
That's my issue. I really feel like Team Spirit are going to free farm 3 lanes here. I think it's pretty hard to stop. The mid is, yeah, like, you can win this on these melee matchups, but you had the counter pick, and Shaker does pretty damn well here.
That's a lie. Melee versus melee, you can't beat Shaker.
Probably not.
Believe
but even if Pango's a little bit behind, you know, you still have a Pango, so maybe you feel good about it. I just think these side lanes are also going to go really well for Spirit. Warlock does nothing to Legion. Literally nothing. You don't have spells versus him. And I think PA Venge, it's a tough lane, man. It's a really strong side lanes here for Spirit, which is why I slightly favor them here, because I think when you have so much scalability, so much fundamental strength in your draft, and your lanes aren't even going to lose, I mean, they probably just feel great about it. So I think there's some, you know, there's some ambition here for OG in terms of...
I like how you said, well, I don't think either team's outdrafted, then went on to say how Team Spirit are, like, very favored thanks to their draft.
I mean, that's just my perception, right? The thing about OG, and particularly Seb, and what makes him a very strong player historically, but also his team, they have their own vision for how that game's going to progress, and a lot of times it's based off very little things coming together or a timing that they understand better than their opponents. And that's what they pick towards. So here, this last pick, Alk, I mean, Alchemist has been an OG signature for every iteration of this team for a reason, because Alk is one of the strongest timing carries in all of Dota ever. If you hit a peak with this hero at the right time, you just win. Straight up. There's no counter to it. And so that's what they're going for here. Create a situation where the Alk is ahead of the Phantom Assassin, and maybe Atoro can't join those fights as strongly as he did yesterday, where he was just jumping into everything and having an absolute free-for-all. You jump in a fight, the Alk shows up with like a 12, 13-minute Radiance, kills you. All of a sudden, this game starts going real fast in OG's favor.
How is that Alk versus PA matchup overall? Because, I assume Alk isn't the most upset by it because he does get enough farm, he can get a pretty fast AC, right?
Oh, stealth stun. He's dead.
He's dead. Collapse. Calmly turns around, one swipe, gets a first blood. Okay.
Nice little fogging here by Team Spirit. Will catch Yuragi off guard and put the gold straight into Collapse's pocket. He is going to be very farmed this game. No way around it.
So definitely going into the low light reel for many a viewer. I've seen a lot of people criticizing Yuragi lately.
That is slow it down too, huh? I mean, come on, bit dirty there. On a silver platter. Quite happy about that one. Little facepalm for him. Look at that, nice lad. Sign of respect.
You expect Yuragi to do better. That's why they're alive.
It's a rough sign for OG. Though, one thing they have going for them is this Tide Hunter is having a very good time in lane and shutting down Toro early a bit, doing better than maybe I expected in this Venge PA lane, but they played bottom very well here. So the Bane and the Tide gonna have their go in this game, as Seb is already rotating to test the runes, so MC gonna have solo XP and a crap ton of farm.
Yeah, I think it would feel a little bit better if their forward position is a Bane, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the best hero to rotate around. have a big impact? We'll see. I mean, I guess it depends on what he's sleeping into. They don't really have necessarily the best combo. If he goes up to like top lane, maybe sleep into Unstable Concoction.
I mean, Bane's just not that strong of an early game hero, honestly.
Yeah.
I think it's been a misconception for a while. You pick this hero for the mid-late game, where his spells becomes incredibly powerful in the team fights. That's what you're hoping to get out of it here. I mean, Seb's trying to make the most of it. As Collapse will fight the world. So many procs with these creeps.
Yeah, he's got all of these creeps hitting him, pretty much guaranteeing that he's going to get some extra hits in on the Alchemist. Wins that fight. Chase the Alchemist away. Okay, good enough. But Mira is dead. He has no way to stop this. Upheaval, too strong.
Actually too strong. Yeah, he just died to Upheaval and Double Wave.
And he just got Fatal Bonds on the Legion Commander after the moment he sees him press the attack, it's an opportunity, or he has no mana for it.
I mean, OG playing pretty damn well in these lanes. These are not easy lanes to win, especially with that first blood on Yuragi, so making the magic happen so far and looking pretty solid. I genuinely thought these lanes would have gone a little better for Spirit here, but OG just played him damn well. And the thing about this is now, you're going to have this Pangolier who, if he can get to level 6, you can fight around him. Yeah, he loses the lane to Shaker, but again, Pango is a hero that can play from behind, he can play from ahead, he can play from 10 patches of nerfs. The hero can do it all, as long as you get that one good fight. And you're going to have a Tidehunter with, I presume, a Meteor Hammer to help push down these towers, but we'll see what MC ends up committing for. Just all about creating space for the Alchemist. Combine these two cores with the bonds in the fight, create some action happening around objectives, and this Alka is going to disappear off the map. That's the goal right now for OG.
Tried to land the Bramble.
See, I'm telling you.
Putting some more damage on him. What?
Bracer on the range support. I'm telling you. You doubted it. It's just a feel thing.
I did not doubt it.
You doubted it.
I never
Let
doubted
the record show.
The record shows I didn't doubt it.
The record shows you doubted it. Nice stun for the rune. Waposhka.
Now let's see if he can get the deny on the Ancients. Unlikely with BCM here.
You can't roll through the skeleton, son.
No, that skeleton hard blocks you. He gets another magic missile. And Seb takes a lot of damage from those Ancients, but hey, they got the kill eventually. Still, though, a win for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I don't think Waposhka feels too bad about trading his life for a Rolling Thunder and a Wisdom Rune. Very happy about that.
Do you think it would balance Pango if they shorten the duration of Rolling Thunder, level 1 and 2?
I could just remove the spell.
It's a pretty fun spell. I wouldn't go that far.
Make it last 2 seconds. Really have to use it wisely.
Now your hatred for Pango is blinding you.
It's okay. I represent a large army. There are many of us.
I don't think that's actually true.
Oh, I think it's very true. For everybody who loves Pango, there's 6 who hate him. Do have an Echo.
Yeah, no room to use it though. BCM separates from Seb with a nice swashbuckle through. TP away from Laurel, that's going to be stopped by the Nightmare from Seb. Now the Echo Slam gets used. BCM got baited into melee range with an Earthshaker, and now Laurel turns the damage onto Seb. Oh no, they thought they were going to be able to kite him around with this upheaval. Not the case at all. Team Spirit outplay OG.
They should have let him TP. should have let him go. That was one of those TP cancel regrets. Shaker lays down the law. Big totem hits. I mean, this is max totem, so you got to respect these prolonged skirmishes where he's getting 4 or 5 of them off. And I actually like this matchup. The more I watch it, I feel as though Shaker does pretty damn well versus Pango for not just the lane, but a lot of the early mid game where Pango usually shines. You're really tanky. It's rare that he just bursts you straight up. The mana burn's like the one annoying part, but if you win the lane so you put the Pango behind, in theory, you're getting to the blink when he's getting to the diffusal. Or like way ahead of that, and then you're super happy because you can just start on him and burst him.
Yep, just blink, instant disable, chain it up.
Yeah, it's one of the few heroes that can start on the Pango and kill him 100 to 0 and abuse the fact that these Pangos are trying to rush the diffusal with brown boots, right?
Yeah.
You look at the itemization now for BCM, he went for Raindrop, he went for Wand, but he's only got 1100 HP. That's burstable off of this mid Shaker, and that feels great because you can just continue to punish him on this build-up that normally would be punishing you. So the more I watch this matchup, the more I like. MC will begin his push. Did not go for the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know, maybe he felt like he was going to kick him out of lane regardless and just wants to get faster teamfight items. I mean, the hammer is great for MC, it's not great for the Alk. Whereas faster pipe, faster auras really help the team here, which is the goal, right? Create a 5-man punch with the Alchemist timings that's the strongest possible.
Yeah, but I think, isn't that punch coming at like 20, 25 minutes and not... I feel like you could get the Meteor Hammer and still get to Blink Dagger Pipe, you know?
This game might be faster than we think for OG. This Alk is having a pretty good time, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you get like a 13, 14-minute Radiance still possible here, potentially.
Radiant's bottom tower
With some good camps.
It's not like Collapse is doing poorly in that lane. He is right behind the Alchemist in net worth. That's pretty impressive.
I mean, he was going to free front lane no matter what.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it. He even got that cheeky first blood. So, yeah, he's right up there. But again, the gap that you want to create if you're OG is the Alk PA. That's the important one right here. How far ahead can you push your Augie ahead of Yatoro so you have as much time as possible to assert that advantage? That's what this matchup's all about. Yatoro gets 5 or 6 slots, you're probably in trouble this game. He's going to go and break people. There's going to be a duel. He's going to shred everybody. You don't want to let him get there.
He did cast a PA 1v5 game yesterday.
That's true. That was Mickey. Now he's blurred out of the tournament, so... what can you do?
Where can't see him. Really excited to watch my favorite team, Liquid, in the playoffs, guys.
Where are they on the minimap?
Yeah, you guys know when they're supposed to be scheduled?
That was probably a little brutal, but... I mean, what can you do?
You've done really well this year.
Yeah, that's why we're...
Take a couple notches.
Been to every grand finals, you can take a few hits.
You've taken enough L's in this grand final. They could take a few more. Hand of Midas, Mira, not messing around.
This is the build. This is the build, man. Midas is so good on this hero. Another thing I has going for it.
Do I just get a bunch of meta supports and go Midas first?
Well, it's not as good as... The reason it's so good on this hero is because her spells are all so good with the levels.
There it is.
There's that jump.
Set that 100-0, but Kitrak was in the right position to stop it. Great use of Golem to be able to interrupt that combination from Laurel, and he has help too. Seb coming in from behind to help BZM get some extra damage. They finish off Laurel. Maposhka on the run outside of the clutches of Seb, though.
I think they'd rather have had the Willow in that gank than the Venge, because you can throw the Bedlam on the Shaker here. It's a bit more natural still. Kitrak really heads up positioning on the map, just reads this move perfectly with that Shaker blink reveal and turns it straight back against them. A move that Team Spirit really wanted to work out and build some momentum in this game, gets shut down hard.
Now, Laurel can say, all right, guys, they used 3 ultimates for that.
Yeah, but they want to use them. What else are they using them on?
A fight that happens in 1 minute.
This is the fight. They're taking the tower. That was the fight. Blink and you missed it, your tier 1's gone, and the Radiance for Alk at 13. It's exactly what you want here if you're OG. The pieces, the strat coming together.
Bedlam. MC, the upheaval is going to try and slow down Laurel and give MC a chance.
So tanky.
Blink up. Oh, the enchant totem hit wasn't enough.
And that's why you rush the pipe, boys. If you have a Meteor Hammer there, you might be dead.
Fisher back. Nice hit from Laurel, but it's a level 1 Fisher, not that much damage.
Team Spirit having issues combining the right heroes to get these kills. They don't have to blink on Collapse. That's the big thing that's missing right now. Yeah. The lockdown and the damage follow-up. Those are the two you have to put together. So far, OG walking off these fights. And again, all the time you're skirmishing like this, that Alk is in the jungle. And now that gap is a lot larger than it was 2 or 3 minutes ago, right? 4K all of a sudden. As Yatoro is still searching for his Battle Fury, Yuragi is already looking towards a BKB being completed in the next minute and a half or 2 here. That's going to be a really strong punch to throw.
I feel like nothing has really happened to Yatoro.
Well,
top tower is under
the lane was
Battle Fury
rough. The lane was really rough.
Yeah.
And when the lane's rough for PA, everything becomes rougher because she has no jungle acceleration, really.
Right.
He'll start to claw his way back.
Yeah, the Battle Fury is almost done, but we can start seeing an active Alchemist. Will he play, though, into Collapse's hands, who now has a Blink Dagger himself?
It's going to be up to Collapse to stem the bleeding here. This game is really going all OG's favor. The early pipe on MC is going to make these 5v5s really difficult. Team Spirit did not get anything built off that Shaker lane.
Taking their stacks away.
Stealing Ancients here. This is Yatoro's bank being raided right now. They said, we found some illegal crypto, son. Time to confiscate.
Crypto's here today.
We don't have a crypto sponsor.
Here is a little something to remember.
I think you would have gotten a word from production if that was the case.
Radiant's top
And that
tower
word would
is
have been
under
fired.
Well, one day it'll be my last stream, but not
Yeah,
today.
Yeah, you keep on telling me. I can get myself fired someday.
Well, that's the goal. Go out on top.
Go out like too good. There's the first Blink duel of the game. With Bedlam and with the damage that an Earthshaker can put out, it is dangerous to be by yourself in this game for OG.
Yeah, so MC was doing some calculations, but they were off by a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's the power of this Legion pick. You duel that Tidehunter. I mean, what is the response, right? You can throw in a sleep for the duel, you can throw in a golem, but the damage fallout from Team Spirit is still going to be severe with Bedlam, with Shaker going in. You can throw a dagger on top, which, I mean, I say that, you know, it's only a dagger, but at the same time, these daggers hurt these days. Especially once that Tide gets broken, Yatoro can just commit in with a BKB. Pretty much only have to worry about the grip, and there's a decent amount of cancel for the grip too.
Do you think they'll actually consider an early shard on PA for that break?
I don't think they need it. I think the Legion serves the purpose.
Yeah, because the duel, right?
Yeah. That charge is not bad in general, though. So, quick smoke by OG. They're gonna
swap back. Doesn't stop the Fiend's grip, but the Magic Missile does. Nicely played by Maposhka. Larl able to blink away just ahead of the Rolling Thunder hits from BCM. Mira, another Shadow Realm in 3 seconds. That Terrorize actually hits all 3 of them. He can Shadow Realm TP, but there's the AoE damage from BCM. That'll get him. Oh, collapse! He got found by Yuragi, and the Radiance is going to take him down. So Yuragi is not just getting creeps, he's getting heroes as well now.
Oh, Yuragi is put on now Clinic right now. Exactly where you want to be, doubling up the enemy carry, getting solo pickoffs. It's a full HP solo kill. Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
this is
Legion
not
Commander
a
does
squishy
not
hero.
have bad armor.
No, he's sitting on 17 here with a Blade Mail. I'm honestly surprised it looked that easy. OG cruising in this game. And MC back the top, said you killed me once here, but not again.
Never again.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
This is
All right,
the
18
timing.
minutes, 15,000 net worth is what we're about to be at for Yuragi, and they're going to do Roshan.
Well, BKB already done. Fine with that early blink, gave him the pickoff potential. Straight into that 15 to 20 minute period for the Roshan. This is what these outclaps want to do. They're doing him quite well right now. They've shut down the Shaker. The Legion has not found any sort of pickoff game going for Collapse here. And that means OG's just having their way. So it's going to be up to Yatoro to claw their way back in this game pretty much off the back of some teamfight cleanup.
Yeah, but how does he do that when you have a plate mail already on the Tidehunter? You're going to have AC as the next item for Yuragi.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean, aren't you kind of lacking in targets to pick off?
I don't know, man. I always doubt this PA's ability to deal damage with the second or third item territory, and it just never seems to be an issue if you do get to right-click them. You know, if he goes in, he gets stunned, he's going to insta-die. But if he's the one who gets to hit this Tide in the middle of a duel, or there's a good Terrorize, Echo Slam, I think you have damage if you're Spirit. Even with some of the tank ability here. It's not going to be instant, but you can get through that damage. You can also just build for BKBs. BKBs for Team Spirit are very strong here, and it's the one timing that OG have to consider. They want to ideally use their out BKB before the BKBs come out for Collapse and Yatoro, especially as Larl's going Ags. Because there's not much that goes through it, right? You negate a lot of the control here from OG outside of Golem and Grip. Golem's not really a control spell, and Grip is great, but like we talked about, there's a lot of cancel for it in this game. Not necessarily reliable.
Yeah, healthy amount of your damage is being taken away. The Radiance burns, some of the Swashbuckle, Diffusal Blade action.
That Seb can also contribute without the Grip. He has almost max Enfeeble with this Aether Lens. pretty obnoxious if you ever get to land it onto the Legion or the Phantom Assassin. You do take a lot of the base damage out of the fight. Yeah. That plus Anchor Smash, pretty disgusting combination for an Agi carry to go through. That is the PA problem. Can you click spells on the Phantom Assassin? Yuragi.
Big kill. A pick off on the Alchemist, and maybe a bit more. Seb, who is sitting behind Yuragi, looking to save him with a Nightmare, but the damage, they just executed too quickly. Team Spirit kill the Alchemist, kill Seb too.
And what a move. Just when you think this game's getting a little hard. Oh, we're just gonna smoke and insta-find your Alch and kill him. Okay, they just make these moves look really easy. OG not with the correct read on a 5-man smoke. Usually those are something gotta be dodging there. And it's gonna cost them a lot of time. This is your Aegis period. For your Pangolier, this is when you want to be fighting. Your Alch off the map means Yatoro is gonna catch up, and he's gonna catch up very fast. Your BKB already done. He gets an extra kill out of that entire exchange as well. I mean, the only difference here really is the other gold, right? And that's Greevil's Greed. It's not a lot.
Take Tormentor. And it goes to Mira. See upgrade on Curse Crown.
It's a nice shard. It's not as good as it used to be. Definitely got nerfed. But it's still, you know, creates some toxic brambles in the fight. Very annoying for heroes post BKB. You'll definitely take that for free, as Yuragi's gonna do some hunting.
I love this. MC just trying to immediately look for the next hero, but Laurel was a little bit too quick on the Blink Dagger, does not get hit by the Gush.
It's too far, too deep. Arcane Rune Pango will not yield much here. Still have this Aegis for 2 minutes. You can just go high ground. You can bring Team Spirit back.
Oh, look at Seb. He solo smokes up, TP's back to the tier 2 because he knows somebody is going to be farming over here. It's going to be Yatoro. Perfect. Fine for Seb.
Do they have the damage? He does have BKB here on Yatoro.
Oh, you're right.
He's going to try and kill him?
He's going to go for the kill on Seb. Oh, he's got the duel. The duel actually goes off on Seb instead of BZM. Maybe it's still fine. After all, BZM has an Aegis.
Missed the swash.
Jumps over to the Legion Commander. TP's away. He's good. Very smooth stuff.
They might even get the Aegis.
They might. BCM, he lives through that one.
Another TP out.
Another TP. Oh, the Golem comes just a bit too late.
And they might get caught on the other side.
Yeah, they TP'd all those heroes over to their own side of the map, leaving MC a bit solo. That's okay, though. He doesn't get blocked out by the Fisher. He's A-okay.
Man, Team Spirit, they are on form right now. Even a play that looks amazing from Seb with a PA find and a grip. I mean, that's your only BKB cancel, so Yatoro can TP here too. Like, that's a thing, right? And I think Seb would have been okay with that, but the fact Collapse is close enough to turn this fight, get the duel victory, dodge the swash, and then double TP out before a TP stun is there. That green dot on the minimap is just too far to golem both of them. OG would have loved that. I mean, the lack of stuns really hurting this Pangolier right now, and, well, the golem makes an appearance. Apparently, Yatoro's allergic to bad plays here.
Shadow Realm does go off in time, but the AoE damages around. He does manage to hit the Terrorize on the 2 cores, but MC actually gets veered in the right direction, keeping up with Mira. Another Shadow Realm, the TP. Oh, okay, all right. That's some hate.
Yeah, they're getting,
MC.
Getting tired of that play. Aegis is out for BZM. Does have a haste. He'll be good. You got to be careful on these deep goes. The BKBs are up for Team Spirit right now on collapsing Yatoro, so they can just go in with a double BKB core duel and burst somebody. MC, you are not tanky, my friend.
Not against this physical damage and minus armor combo that they have.
And now you're just getting routed. Like Yatoro, he has Deso up. These are charges. You give up a fight. BCM wants to take it. No Ravage.
Nice Fisher. Helping Maposhka, who would have been the target. Yuragi does manage to get off the concoction, though.
This is such an awkward fight for OG. You don't have Golem here. Yuragi, he had AC, but he can't get anything done with it. Man, so many of these Alch timings not yielding what OG wanted out of an ideal game here, as small little plays by Spirit have thrown roadblocks into the works. And that Mira Midas is going to work, man. You look at this Dark Willow net worth climbing up.
Yeah, he's going to go Lotus, so I assume his idea now when the Earthshaker or the Legion Commander jumps in, he'll give him the Bedlam and the Lotus, so then you can't even, like, Fiend's Grip.
Or you save it and dispel bonds, or not dispel, but prevent, like, a later grip in the fight.
Sure.
Or, you know, reflect the concoction. I don't even necessarily think he has to throw it first. I think you can go that route. It's pretty nice. But, I mean, Dispels are just great for Team Spirit this game. Downside of a Bane Warlock support duo.
Yeah.
These reflects are going to be juicy.
Where are we going here? Well, Poshka stays on this side of the map. Collapse has made the call thanks to this very deep lane ward that they have cozied up right next to the tier 1 tower range.
I mean, the deep lane wards,
somebody's going to come here.
They have proved very valuable for Team Spirit. It used to be the cliff wards, now it's these deep lane wards, and you look at the map, it's OG clumping up. They're really afraid right now. They do not want to get picked off and lose even more map control, whereas Team Spirit has set up threats everywhere. They have right heroes in the right place to create that threat. It's forcing OG to the corner of their own side of the map as 5 right now. This just feels... you're herding the sheep in a way, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I could still see how these later fights can go well if they get the initiation, right? They hit him with the Ravage, follow-up concoction with an MKB on the Alchemist. Maybe you could dice up that PA.
I mean, they're still very strong. That's the thing. I still favor OG in the straight 5-on-5 right now because you have this AC Alch with a Solar Crest behind him. You have Golem, Ravage, Grip, and you have the Basher on the Pangolier. I think Basher on BZM is huge this game. It's really nice versus all these BKB cores that just want to go in and be able to chain their spells together. You land a bash on the Shaker or the PA, it changes the whole fight. That's a very big deal here as well. Next Roshan, pivotal for OG's game plan, and they are playing around it for sure. It's also about how the fight starts. Can you start the fight in a way where ideally it's probably Seb and MC that have to play the front line with the night vision on the Bane and not let the Alch or Pango get jumped? The problem is you can also just jump the Tide, so I don't know how much MC exactly wants to frontline. And that was a double damage on Yatoro. We'll have a quick second of prayer here for whoever he finds. I don't think it's going to be pretty.
He already gets some vision on him. They're going to drop the ward. They're going to go for the Tide Hunter. Break him, duel him. He's dead. So damn quickly. And Yuragi couldn't even get the right initiation there. He tried to jump on the Earthshaker. Didn't really do much. Earthshaker hopped away. Man. The Brambles, thanks to that Cursed Crown, dropped some extra flowers around to slow up this Alchemist. That is going to be the Chemical Rage on cooldown soon.
Yeah, and they still have this DD running for half duration. Basically, you traded MC for the duel and the double damage. Can you get anything out of this Tide Hunter buyback? I mean, Team Spirit can even just wait for duel to be back up.
Hey, look at Yatoro playing so aggressive. He wants to use this last bit
of the double
damage. They managed to get him with the Fissure. They terrorize. The Ravage does go out on the PA, though. Can they control it up? They've got the Fiend's Grip. Anything to be able to stop that? Looks like nobody can really get there, but the BKB now goes off from Yatoro. He's got the anchor on him. He goes for the supports, trying to chase after them. Collapse is going to help out. One swing. We'll finish off Kitrek, no problem. But a buyback. OG are playing for their hold here on dire side Roshan.
No BKBs for Team Spirit. You got to kite this out. Yuragi very strong right now.
Spam got used, but it looks like his blink got canceled off of the Fatal Bonds.
Could not get in there in time, and Collapse gets left for the Wolves. As buybacks on dire side for OG will eventually win them this fight. It's expensive. Double buy, used all your ults. You got one hero out of it. This was your Roshan to get. I think that is, again, a very difficult Roshan for Team Spirit to connect on, especially when the Pango lived there. That was another very heads-up play by these Team Spirit supports. They just dropped a sentry in the trees to see BZM. Able to get the start on it. It just wasn't enough. Pangolier doing Pangolier things here.
Well, you said like 2 or 3 minutes ago, OG were clearly setting up and playing for this Roshan and how important it was. They were holding this side of the map for a long period of time. They held a bunch of buybacks to be able to make sure they would win this fight. They get it. Now, what do they do with this Roshan? What is the next approach? What is step 2?
Normally, I'd say you want to go high ground at this period with this type of Valk lineup. I just don't know if it's possible. It's a very scary high ground. You did give the Aegis to the Tide Hunter, which is very interesting, right? I mean, it makes sense, because basically every fight has been the Tide Hunter getting dueled. So you're preventing that happening. But it makes it scarier for Yuragi to go in a objective push situation as the damage dealer. Like, what are you going to put your Aegis Tide Hunter on a high ground and have him hit a tier 3? You know? Yotaro says, I'll see you in 5 minutes when you finish with that. So it helps you with the fight. It doesn't help you with the objective push too much here, and that's kind of what you'd want to do in this time period. So I think OG just have to play the map and maybe try and push lanes and get a smoke into a fight. Jump a Team Spirit core into a high ground push where Yuragi can hit it and not necessarily be afraid of getting bursted.
Well, if they ever do see the PA, they've got the MKB to kill her now.
Yeah, he's very farmed. This is the time to strike in this matchup. This is where Yuragi will shred Yotaro instead of the other way around. You have to be able to find him, you have to be able to see him, and you have to be able to survive long enough in the fight to make it happen.
He's got that 20 talent as too, so a little bit less BAT.
He's hitting pretty hard. Shutting down this split push right now. Collapse is going to go for solo kill.
Can he actually do this, though? Oh, he actually might have been able to kill the Alchemist if it wasn't for BZM. I didn't think that was going to be possible, but...
It's pretty dependent on if he hits too, right? You have evasion on this Alk.
Yeah.
That's a kind of an RNG gamble. Gamble did not pay off. OG were in the area anyway.
It did show that this Legion Commander has a lot more damage than kind of expected. He's got 130 dual damage, so it has picked up quite a bit.
He's big. He has quietly gotten a ton of bonus here. It's pretty damn freaking hard. Is this enough to go high ground if you're OG? We're about to find out. Big consideration in this game. I mean, a lot of this game hinges on perhaps your decision making during this Aegis period. How much you believe in your scale. I guess you can go really late with Pango. Seb doing Seb things. But triple BKB finished for Team Spirit here. Lara will pick up his. So you're gonna have a lot of spell immunity going into the first, 6-7 seconds of this fight. Especially with the duel coming out that there's still no save for. You pretty much just have to throw in Feeble Sleep in there and pray it stalls it out long enough.
So, hitting that timing, they all TP back, not smoking just yet.
They're getting the lane shoved in right now, just forcing the split. Every time the split happens, OG can't push anything. It's time for the Phantom Assassin to climb the ranks. We still have 0 deaths on Yotaro in this game. Approaching these late game PA talents and that late game PA Ags. So when this hero becomes a menace in terms of how do you find him to get the spells you need to get onto this PA. Like, Seb's job is so damn hard. Trying to enfeeble grip an Ags Phantom Assassin sounds impossible.
Oh no, Boposhka. He went to go check that high ground. He has a gem. Now that's why the courier is following him right now. See if he can get that gem back into the courier in a way. No.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did? He managed to pass it off? Okay.
Of course. It's Maposhka. You think he's just going to lose a gem?
Yeah, kind of.
Like an average professional player? This guy's next level, man. He already knows he's probably going to die there. So
he warded a little bit. He got, I think, 1 or 2 wards, so...
Again, another very cool little play by his Team Spirit supports. Saving every bit of net worth they can. Making sure they don't lose anything. And that Ags for the Willow is approaching. This is why I like the Midas cap. Because the Midas gives you the levels. It also gives you the attack speed for when you get the Ags. Everything about it pays off eventually. And that Ags is no joke. It's a lot of damage, man. Why are you laughing right now?
I don't know. Just the way you describe it
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. It's just
I'm making
you make it sound like it's some deep analysis.
I'm making a serious analytical
when
point.
It's Midas give gold attack speed. Good.
Okay, how many supports use attack speed off Midas effectively? Name me one other support.
I'm sure there's somebody.
Yeah, you can't name it. Exactly. Maybe that point wasn't as shallow as your response. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but Enchantress doesn't buy Midas, so got you there.
Mine does.
That's all we need to know.
There was a time where Enchantress bought Midas.
It's true. It's good on that hero. 5-man smoke from Team Spirit. Looking for a backstab on the Ancients. Would be my guess here.
I like how this one feels.
Aegis is out. There's still a cheese on the Pangolier, and it's pretty hard to jump him when he has that Lincoln's. Also, just turned nighttime. Pretty damn nice for OG here. When you have that Bane, you can never use it.
Is Seb even gonna be comfortable? I mean,
no, but it still helps you in the middle of the fight. Something to think about. Shiva's also completed for MC. Maybe he's tanky enough to survive an initial jump. When you throw in some bashes from Pango and that Sleep and Feeble counteraction on the duel, I could see a world where he kind of survives. You just throw everything in there, like Golem Interrupt, Solar Crest on top of him. You get a couple evasion hits with the Radiance and Solar. If none of that happens, he's going to disintegrate. But if all of that happens, and the Tide lives.
They do all of that, but Team Spirit also use all their BKBs and commit.
Yes, then the Tide dies. But it's a question of, you need to create a scenario where them dueling the Tide still wins you the fight. Like maybe you win the fight after that.
Okay, how is that?
Or just don't get
From the
dueled.
way I look at it, I feel like Yutoro, if they get the duel, he just pops BKB and jumps on the
Oh yeah,
fight.
he's
Because
going
if
in.
there's no Tide, there's no Ravage, I feel like you win that fight. Is that...
But what happens if, you know, he gets gripped for 2 seconds or something, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
It's a game of interrupts. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying you just throw your Tide out there, but...
I mean, that means Seb is going to have to be super clutch because not only does he have to be really fast on the Fiend's Grip, but there's also the fact that Laurel is going to be jumping in there. He's also has that big old Fisher he's going to be laying down straight through the middle of the team fight.
I mean, I don't know much about Seb, but I think he's pretty clutch.
Why, you talked to him before? Or?
I'm just saying I think he's had a couple clutch plays in his career, maybe 1 or 2.
Name me one.
His axe call. His communication bait on the bottom lane with his Furion where he said they're all going to jump me and die. There's 2. So that's his only 2, but you know, those are pretty good too.
Well, let's see if he can get a third one then.
That's right, he's looking for his 3rd.
AC done for collapse, so even things out a little bit.
And the Ags for the PA.
Ooh, yeah.
That's
and the
the
Ags
juicy
almost
one.
done for Mira.
Oh, man.
Is this important enough? This is potential Roshan time. Do you, like, sell the Midas? Well, he has a Bracer. Sell that Bracer. He could have the Axe.
I think he wants buyback here, too. It's a dire side Roche, however. Man, Spirit always end up in these contest the dire side Roche scenarios. Something about their gameplay just inevitably leads to this moment.
It's going to be a fast Roshan, too, so the push will come to a shove sooner rather than later.
And Trickster Cloak on Yuragi, he's got some decent evasion here. No Pierce for Yatoro yet. He might survive longer than you think. And you have a cheese on MC, so if MC lives after the initial go, he is going to instantly go back up to full.
Can they do it? MC keeps on baiting himself to go for it. Are they going to kill him?
Sleep.
Nightmare goes out. Echo Slam, they
Oh,
use
it's
everything
everything.
they had, and they do manage to get that kill, but he did have a buyback, so he's going to be your
Grip
soon,
on
and they
Yatoro.
caught him on the PA. The Fiend's Grip comes out, but it looks like they managed to stop it, thanks to Laurel, who jumped back in to be able to stop that one.
Yatoro in trouble.
Trying to make the run away. Lotus Orb is going to help him out, get rid of that slow, jumps back to his ally, and somehow Team Spirit, most of them, have disappeared into the night. They really didn't get caught there. It's only Maposhka who ends up dying. Laurel, you could see in the corner of the map. They know he's here. They've got the successful
scanned
scan. They're going to find him. He's going to try and hop away, but he's got no more mana. He will die as well, and he does not have buyback.
What a sick scan on it. They had some read he stayed up here. I was about to say he has good position. It's going to set up for this Roche contest. They just knew.
Are they still going to go for this Roche contest? Terrorize Mira. He's had some crazy terrorize around the Roche pit this tournament, but that one,
I mean, he has Ags. He's going to start poking them down. They're waiting for the BKBs. That's what Team Spirit want right now. 25 seconds for the 2 core BKBs to be able to re-engage off another duel. They do not want to fight without it, and MC knows they do not want to fight without it. Gets
Ravage.
broken.
Is he going to be able to get it off? No, he gets it off! The Nightmare protected him just long enough. No chance for a duel. The Ravage goes down, and the fight is won immediately.
Ooh, they even get Yatoro on the TP. MC makes the right call, and Seb makes the clutch play. No BKB second engage for you. This Roshan is ours. This is a very tough game for MC to play, but so far he has made pretty much the right calls. I mean, you have to trade your buyback for this duel so you can get the fight going. This is very close to being absolutely awful. If you get a couple more crits in there, right? Very different fight, but he gets cheese off.
God, that was
You're absolutely
so
gone.
Clutch. Such a sick nightmare.
Well, that's the third clutch play of Seb's career right there. Add it to the repertoire. Toro scratching his head about that Roche contest. It's just so difficult. That one does not work out.
Seb and MC should play together more. This is great.
I mean, who do you tell to play like who at this point?
Just play together.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just, do I have to play like you said? No. Just play like my friend. Okay. I can do that, Seb. It's working out here. Swift Blink for some extra attack speed action, though I don't know if it changes too much with that BAT. As Yuragi's mowing through these buildings, he has the Aegis this time around, and it'll give him the high ground siege. No buybacks available here for Team Spirit, even if they wanted them. This Pangolier has caused them massive problems in the fight. 8-1 for BZM as he shows why this is a first pick hero right now. He is basically full slotted outside of, I guess, Strength Blink or Eaten Ags. An Aeon Disc completed for MC, but not assembled. This is a pretty big one. You don't have a way to get rid of it if you're Team Spirit, which means, does Collapse know about it? If he doesn't, you duel this Tide, you assemble Aeon. That is a completely different fight.
But what if an Echo Slam hits instead? They take out the Warlock immediately, but a fast buyback. They have control of this outpost. So this is dangerous. They're going to get the Fiend's Grip. Oh, managed to get Cleanse out from Collapse.
You have to reset
hop
this.
away. A lot of ults being used there. Fiend's Grip, as well as the Rolling Thunder. So Team Spirit, they get a buyback out of them. They get 2 ultimates out of them.
Nice disengage.
They didn't use BKB on Yutoro, and there's a double damage waiting for him. Oh yeah, he spots that one.
This man and his RNG. A little luck is a pretty good strategy right now. Yutoro, he wants that Warlock with the dagger.
Buzzing.
You know he wants Kit Track right now.
Oh, he spots Seb. That's even
Oh,
better.
you're going!
Now he gets Seb, and now he goes for Kitrak as well. Ghost Scepter protects him for a moment. He's going to use the Golem.
Double Golem.
Thanks to the refresher, Yutoro. He needs to hop away. Somebody
going
else
for
out.
MC.
They got the duel on MC. The Aeon Disc is not enough to protect him, but it is enough to get a rougher Ravage. Maybe they can get away. No, Larl is there.
Spirit.
Pounces immediately.
Smell
Chains
blood.
up the stuns. Yuragi now trying to run, but he can't get out. Too many stuns here. Too much hold. OG. They've been winning all of these fights. Oh, the blink away. Brambles, BKB, he walks through it all.
No mana.
They're going to chase him all the way into the base. Nobody alive on the side of OG, so they could just keep going. 4 dead on the side now of OG. Team Spirit, just when you thought they might be back against the ropes, they bounce back and now they're going to be the ones hitting OG's base.
They even got Gem out of that. That's what gave Laurel the detection there. Just a very clutch rune for Yutoro, but a very heads-up play from Yutoro to look for it in the first place and try and get the wrap on the supports, and he found both at the start of that fight. The whole time that's happening, Collapse also broke MC's Aeon Disc early with a duel. He just took MC out of that fight, blew the Aeon, which allowed Yutoro to go in and finish him off at the end. Man, that fight just got instantly disjointed terribly for OG. It's so chaotic, the Pangolier can't pick a target to go on. And you lose that Bane control. What a sick play by Yutoro to set it all up.
Yeah,
it's
the combination of plays.
Straight back.
Looking for the power rune, playing as aggressively as he did, running into both supports like that.
But that's the strength of Phantom Assassin. Just don't see this hero. You can look for these types of openings. And the second it's there, you're gone. It's a single crit on the Bane. Seb's out of the game. It's that straightforward, that simple. Full nullifier completed as he eats his Ags, buyback. I am Yatoro God. I do not need a second life. Shadow Blade for Seb. This is what you have to do. You just have to do anything to try and not get jumped by the Phantom Assassin. Double Golem. Second one didn't even hit there for Kitrak. That was a refresher shard off the Roche. That was not a refresher orb for the Warlock, so you're not going to have a second Golem this time around. MC plunged into darkness here.
Team Spirit. Smoked up, pushing over the river.
I mean, who do you even want to break this if you're OG? Oh, what a high ground ward.
An Alchemist caught a dual one.
Just walked into it, man.
MC is Antis, has now been popped. They spotted Seb. Laurel turns back around. He's going to break it. Tidehunter for now. Did manage to get out the Ravage. Hit some of the heroes on the side there from Team Spirit. BKB with the Basher. BZM trying to stop these heroes as much as possible. Only getting Mapochka, but now he found Laurel. That's perfect. BZM picks up the double.
He is holding this game together for OG right now. Nothing is going well for them outside of this Pangolier. Yuragi bought, didn't even get back to that fight in time.
Oh, that Shadow Blade. It breaks Yatoro. He's like, wait a minute, there's somebody around here. Tries to blink away. Seb chases after him.
Couldn't get it, he got silenced.
Oh no, he got the Mindbreaker. Maybe it's still good enough though. They're gonna buy back and try and TP onto this portal. Yatoro is dead, and you said he only needed one life. Not the case here. He dies. 90 seconds left.
Do they know that though? I don't think there's any way you're playing this game thinking this PA does not have buyback. Otherwise, you could just go throne here. They eventually find him off of Seb blinking in, but man, that Mindbreaker definitely ruined his day, for sure. Yatoro had some tricks up his sleeve. A very good high ground ward that initially started that fight as well. You did get the Alchemist buyback here. That's the big ticket. Did get a Laurel buyback as well. Didn't really get back into that fight. You're able to do anything with it. So honestly, I don't know if OG are too sad about that. And the real carry in this game is this Pangolier. I don't even know if it's the Alk anymore. I mean, the Alk will kill the PA. That's a big problem. But the Pangolier is the one winning OG the fights.
Yeah.
Team Spirit just can't get the lockdown on him. He's too damn big. He's got a Mindbreaker of his own. He's got the level 25 Rolling Thunder cooldown talent. Octarine, Ags, Eaton. 200 dual damage for Collapse to try and even out the odds. Both these teams reaching late game team fight peaks right now. Really comes down to who jumps who and can you disengage and then re-engage at the end. And I guess who does Yatoro find? Who does Seb find?
Yeah, Seb, that Shadow Blade kind of worked out.
Definitely worked.
If he can find those kind of openings again, or at least prevent himself from being jumped on.
I mean, he has Trickster Cloak too. He has double invis here.
That's pretty nice.
He doesn't want Laurel.
Yeah,
surprised he didn't try and just sleep.
Same. Just to kind of see what the reaction would be.
They didn't have MC there. Very tough to fight without. You're tied.
He's trying to get here.
Oh, this is too good to pass.
Oh, there are so many heroes grouped up. They're going to be able to get the two-man concoction.
That's a dieback.
Both Laurel and Mapochka dead. Neither one of them have a
and
buyback. And Yatoro's on the run all by himself. A Golem's going to stop that one, Yatoro. And a Fiend's Grip. They've got him. They've got him, and that could be enough. If OG makes the read, that could be enough for them to end the game.
Kitrak found the Phantom Assassin, will not let him escape. BKB piercing stuns for days here. You just run down a lane. There's a DD in the river right now, too.
Does Collapse find that? Does Collapse do something with it?
He's going to look. You know he's going to look right now.
I mean, even if... Oh, God, the Shadow Blades.
Invis
Are they going to see each other?
He has the high ground.
Seb? Oh, he gets him with the Nightmare. That's going to be it. He's going to get him with the concoction.
He woke him with the Radiance.
Woke him up.
Didn't get it off in time.
Uh-oh, the duel. Wait a minute, Collapse.
Who's dueling who?
He won it. Oh, no. Now goes their best damage dealer for hitting buildings. Right when they were about to pick up a double damage, Collapse may have just saved the game. We'll see. They have to push into a Dark Willow. It is not an easy hero to push up against too.
It was actually the swashbuckle that woke him with the tip of it, I guess. He did get his Radiance off in time. It was very close. Yuragi made the right play, but sometimes even the right play still gets you killed as Collapse. Just 1v4 Giga Chads it up. Mapochka says, nice one there, bro.
Okay. A new lease on life for Team Spirit.
This team is just so damn hard to beat, man. Like, every play you make, it's like, yes, we got him. Your carry dies. That is a split-second thing there that he gets woken up before the stun. Rocky will pay the price, and that'll thwart the high ground push here. Team Spirit. Still some life left in this game, despite Yatoro dying twice without buyback here.
And they actually have the advantage for going for Roshan now.
Yes,
Their
finally.
carry is up.
It's a daytime Roche for Team Spirit here. Yeah. Seb trying to set up again. Team is very far right now. Strength Blink completed for the Pango, so he is basically maxed. Damn, has he done work this game? 11-1 and 10. Yatoro, he's just gonna go straight in. This is the Nags Roche.
They go into the pit, literally spawns the second they show up. And they got a successful scan.
Oh, they see him off the sentry.
Yeah.
Surprised they didn't swap him there.
I think they really just wanted to make sure they got the spoils from Roshan. No funny business. Let's just not.
That is insane discipline not to swap the Bane. Just wanting to swap for a bailout, I guess, but that Bane is such a juicy target. That'll be an Ags. Tomb of Hoshka. A very valuable one. Second life for this Venge. Could prove pretty impactful. The only other hero who could have taken it would have been Collapse. And do you want that Axe? I don't think you do.
I don't know. That last duel he had against the Alchemist was pretty convincing.
In that situation, you do, but the problem is you're limiting the damage onto who he duels, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to limit the damage that Yatoro can pump out into the Tidehunter if you manage to get that duel. You have a nullifier to break the Aeon Disc as well. There's nothing to save a dual target in this game if Yatoro and Collapse combine.
I do wonder if there's a world where you just change your strategy around that and say, I'm going to duel the Tidehunter. And he's going to be controlled for 8 seconds, right? And
I mean, yeah.
Okay, just leave that be.
That's the thing. I think with the Ags, you probably just solo kill him. Looking for a concoction. That's a hard concoction to land. Wisely blinks out here. I mean, is there a world where as OG, you start to build some Ags of your own through this Alk going into the ultra late, right?
Yeah.
You have good Ag scepters here. BZM
Trying to catch on Laurel. Hop it away. BZM unable to connect on the rolling boulder. He's got to be a bit careful here. The Linkage protects him, but there's always an opportunity that he gets a dagger bash.
That's risky. No harm, no foul. Who has buyback in this game right now? Yatoro does have his, once he has Aegis, of course.
Him, Collapse,
OG
Mira.
are... I mean, they're only sitting really on the Tide and the Pango. Pango will get his off this wave.
I mean, you only need a bit of time, and then you could depend on Yuragi's. He just needs 40 seconds.
Team Spirit know this, though. They know the clock. They know they have 40 seconds in a fight where if Yuragi dies, might just be it.
Yeah. And there's a tier 2 up at the top lane, so possible that OG just gives this up, but no. Rolling Thunder interrupts them, and it's doing a lot of damage. Even just the mana burn is being really debilitating. Nicely chaining up that stun to get it with the Ravage as well. Mira is not going to be able to get off that Shadow Run, but MC is going to be targeted by Yatoro, gets off the cheese. Yatoro now
out of mana.
is down. 2.5 minutes left on that Aegis. They're going to try and hold him back with the Fiend's Grip. Miposhka, that's his first life thanks to that Aghanim Scepter. Starts throwing away some magic missiles. First life rather, of the PA.
Found Collapse.
On the side, Collapse is going to die.
No duel.
PA comes back up in. No duel opportunity here. PA and Laurel. What are they up to? Laurel jumped back in, finished off Seb. Terrorize coming in. BZF dodged it with the roll. Nicely done. Yatoro pounces immediately onto the Warlock. Kills him. Can he get more though? Oh, Laurel doing so much damage right now.
For OG.
Didn't even need Yatoro. But Yatoro is being controlled up by BZM, who continues to carry these fights for OG.
BZM show indeed. An absolute Pango clinic here as he is controlling as much as he can with these rolls. He's getting multiple rolls off because these fights are lasting so damn long. Buybacks across the board. No bash.
No bash.
God damn. Still, it was buybacks galore for OG there as they get the Alk, the Warlock, and the Bane for just the Dark Willow buy. None others forced here. If you're OG, you really need to get these buybacks out and even trade, but that requires you going high ground, and if you die there, that's the game. 11,000 damage done. That is a ridiculous amount. MC gonna force it. You gotta remember, this is OG without core buybacks.
Bouncing around, the damage is limited while he's Shadow Realms, but eventually comes down. Collapse, though, does have that 25. So it frees him up with the Dispel. Jump in with the concoction. Look at this out.
Oh, aggressive.
Straight for Collapse.
Not enough.
He got stunned up.
It's not enough.
No! Oh, it's all gonna fall apart now for OG as Yotaro comes in, slicing and dicing his way through the OG side. BZM, oh, now he's
got
got
the Pango.
The one person who maybe could have salvaged this one. But Collapse immediately targets the Pango that has been a thorn in their side. They have some buybacks, but they don't have all of them. And Team Spirit know it. They know it.
Such a ballsy jump by Yuragi. You know Team Spirit have buybacks there, even if you get him. Okay, you forced out theirs, but now you're in a situation where, can you hold this? Can you hold it with a Pangolier who's going to have to buy an MC Tidehunter and a Seb Bane against Divine Rapier level 29 Yotaro here? If he sees you, you're gone. It's going to have to be
KB though.
It has to be Ravage jump into he gets bursted off of the Pangolier damage. They do have enough if they can land it all. Maposhka just running in, does not want to let it happen.
Any sort of vision, he stops the blink of BCM. That's something.
They don't see MC.
They're just gonna try and kill the Maposhka illusion. Yeah, they deal with that, but now they means they have no rolling thunder. Oh no, he got hit by a bash, and now he gets zooled up. He's dead. Die back. Now it's just MC and Seb, and there's no way they have the damage to stop Yotaro. He's just gonna hit the throne. Jumps in to help out with the kill on Seb, but Team Spirit will manage to get it. Game 1 is taken by them. It was a close back and forth game, but Team Spirit, ever the clutch team, will clutch it out one more time.
There's so many small plays that kept them in that game and stopped OG building the net worth lead and the snowball action they wanted. Ultimately, it just comes down to some late game team fights with some jumps that are just so damn hard to predict and see. Yotaro makes the support's life on OG hell. He will pay the price in a couple of those fights. He gets pushed to the limit with his buyback in that base, but just too many buybacks for OG to get through in the end, and this Alk is so susceptible compared to the Phantom Assassin. That's the problem. That's why you needed a lead. That's why you need the Aegis in this game. Still, I think OG played this game damn well. Those are hard team fights to navigate when you basically know you're sacrificing a tide at the start of it every time, and you don't have a clear save for this duel. Seb with some very clutch sleeps. Honestly, pretty damn impressed by OG in this game. And of course, the BZM Pangolier. I mean, he almost carried this damn game with 46,000 hero damage. But ultimately, it will be Yotaro on his signature Phantom Assassin with his Divine Rapier and 54k of his own that pulls through.
Great performance. I mean, this was a lovely game 1 to cast. Great team fights back and forth. I'm looking forward to a game 2. We're going to head back to the panel first before we get to see that show.
Yeah, that was, I think that was a blockbuster of our group stages right there. What a great performance from both teams. Very back and forth. Of course, Team Spirit victorious does mean that there will guaranteed be no tiebreakers. That also means that OG knows their fate. They're going to have to go through the lower bracket here at DreamLeague. Team Spirit secures upper bracket. We had Bedboom secure their upper bracket also. And so we'll still see that second game, of course. Also, for people wondering, a game of Gladiators vs. Quest will take place tomorrow. So just a little bit of PSA at the moment as Quest is having power issues. That game will not have any tiebreaker consequences. It will just be for elimination. Just be for elimination. There's a lot of line there.
Elimination.
Just elimination. But I want to break down this game because I feel like we've been treated to some top tier Dota 2 with this one game, Kezu. This was an absolute treat.
Yeah, I feel like this was probably the best game of the group stage. I think there's so many nice things that both teams did from start to finish, like saving buybacks on Tide to be able to come back into the fight. A lot of the small things like how they're positioning, how they're fighting. And honestly, this entire game, even though it's so long, it keeps coming back to very small things that allows one team to come back or slow down the tempo of the other team to then come back themselves. And yeah, honestly, just a great game.
There's some magic around Team Spirit. Every single time they play Dota, game goes post 35-40 minutes. You can, get some popcorn, sit back, just enjoy. The spell casting on this team is through the roof. OG gave them a good run. There's a good reason why Kezu, mentioned 60-40. OG did have huge lead, but again, it's an Alchemist lead, so a lot of that net worth. He did get picked off a couple of times. One of the reasons why they decided to go with the Legion Commander last pick. This kind of because he can go for solo pickoffs. Like there was one time where he solo killed an alchemist, which was worth almost 2,000 gold. Like it's insane to think about because the alchemist is so farmed, and he was the one who actually was solo. I'm not talking about, you know, solo with the help of the friends. He literally did it alone. And I think we gotta give, you know, credit to some of the terrorizes that Mira did again on his Dark Willow. Try to go for the Roach play one more time, didn't happen. And also itemization. Yeah, it was a bold move, but overall, like their general understanding where everybody needs to sit, like using this fissure to create the barrier so the enemy team can't go through, and also having MC's number throughout the whole game. This is why they picked so they can lock down Tidehunter from 100 to 0, and it worked out every single time pretty much.
Yeah, it was a great game, Jenkins.
That game reminded me of a Herald match in the best possible
Really?
way. Yes.
How is that possible?
Everybody, here's the thing. Here's the issue. Everybody hears Herald and they think, oh, low skill, like it's a negative thing. That is so 2017. You know what I mean? Herald is about...
Herald is new immortal.
It is. It's about chaos. It's about experimentation. It's about freeing yourself from the box that is Dota. So we saw a whole shitload of amazing nightmare saves. We saw a Legion dueling an Alk amongst 4 enemy heroes and then winning the duel somehow. And then, like Kazu mentioned, the buyback plays as well coming out. These are obviously incredibly high skill things, but it was just a bloodbath from start to finish. There was no Dota being played, dude. This was like Super Smash Bros. Or something. They're just brawling. Just constantly running around and brawling. You had a Dark Willow with the Dragon Lance, Aghanim Scepter, just laying into people, just nuking people. It was just team fighting from start to finish.
This is my favorite Dota to watch, to play.
I love this shit too.
When it goes chaotic, like when it goes to shit, you have to adapt quickly. There's no time to farm. Your spells are ready, your items are ready. Go run down one lane, meet, talk to the other team, tip them, and talk where you're gonna fight. Because this is just super entertaining.
Yeah. And it's always Spirit. It's always Team Spirit. This is the team. You don't want to engage in one of these brawls against Spirit. This is where these guys are in their element.
Well, no time to farm. That's why we did not choose that statistic for our Ace of Predator head-to-head. We chose damage done, because that's really what it was all about. And we chose the carry positions, Kazu.
I mean, so I do think, sure, Yuragi has less damage. I feel like he still played a pretty good game, but it's just... I don't know how Yatoro does it, but I think just his positioning and knowing when to go in and out. I guess it helps that he plays PA, which is a pretty damn good hero in his patch.
So you can reset easily,
You use your shard, whatever, you come back here, we see it 242 minutes. Yatoro, no stranger to finding DD runes. Like, look how much he can just do with his hero. He just goes in the back, he deletes one, he forces a Gold Scepter, Golem, refresh your second Golem, we won't talk about it, kind of missed. But even just from here on, they're down 12k gold, but they will always just find these openings where they can come back into the game. And Jenkins was mentioning this jungle fight later where he wins a 1v4 duel. I even think this spot alone, it changed the outcome of the entire game. If the Swashbuckle doesn't wake up the Legion, he can't duel, then it's OG getting the Roach, but instead, one thing just so quickly snowballs into more.
When it comes down to closing out, or at least trying to close out the games against Team Spirit, this one mistake that they maybe make, it's not going to make that much of a difference, because so many times you'll see them come back from 20, 30k gold deficit, and Yatoro on Phantom Assassin, I think this clip that we just showed shows us how good of a team they are, because they're not overcommitting to anything. They're really good at resetting, positioning, and everybody's going to do their job. You see Earthshaker waiting Laurel for a long time until there's a perfect timing for him to go in, jump in, Fisher, block off. So many times we've seen Fisher blocking off Pango, but so did BZM use this Fisher to his advantage a couple of times. I think we also got to give credit to BZM because he played a mean Pango in this one.
Can we go back to that screen real quick? Can we actually put that screen up there? There's no way we're not going to point this out.
666?
There was a 666 and a 1437.
There was a 1437.
How do we not point this out? This guy's not Yatoro God, he's the Yatoro Devil, because 666, you can see it there.
Ramses in disguise.
1437 gold as well. Not only does this guy win the match and play almost perfectly, he also hits the meme numbers as well. So he's doing it for the fans, for chat out there.
He's got it all.
Anyway, go ahead, Kazu.
No.
I wasn't going to say anything, but thank you.
I
Back
was.
to you, Shiver.
I was. Thank you very much. Because this was a great game. And we said it, this was probably the best game of the group stages. I don't think game number 2 is going to top it. But I have high hopes after that first game. Very high hopes here. So let's find out, can game 2 compare to this first game? Stay tuned to find out.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule. Dare to triumph against all odds. Dare to rise above fate.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
to the guaranteed last game of the group stage. No, I forgot about series.
Other than that one.
Last game of DreamLeague.
Welcome to the third to last game of the group stages. Woo! We are here for the draft of OG versus Team Spirit. It's a 2-game series, and the first game was already won by Team Spirit, which means that OG is guaranteed lower bracket in the playoffs, and Team Spirit is guaranteed upper bracket in the playoffs, together with BetBoom, who won their first game against Evil Geniuses. And whoever joins OG in the lower bracket will have to wait and see, because it's either going to be Quest or Gaming Gladiators, but that will be played out tomorrow. As we mentioned, Quest Esports has power issues, and therefore that series between Quest and Gaming Gladiators will be played at 11:30 CEST tomorrow. So make sure you tune in on time for that one, because that is a series up for elimination. Anyway, draft is about to happen. And I am very curious to hear from my panel how different Game 2 will be from Game 1. Because Game 1...
Well, considering it doesn't matter.
And it's the last game ever.
And it's the last game ever.
It's still the last game.
It'll be a banger.
I think it's going to be a banger. Do you want to make a bold prediction on the chalkboard?
What, is that banger or hero?
That it's going to be the last game?
What do we have on here?
That should be your prediction,
So far, the only bold prediction...
He already predicted.
Yeah, that's true. We need a Lacoste prediction.
What
did you predict?
That OD will be picked.
OD, Outworld Devourer, will be picked this DreamLeague.
Can I make a prediction then?
Yeah.
Because I've already been making it, but I just want to write it down so when it happens, the other panels know.
Can I write it down so that your handwriting doesn't appear
Yeah,
more
that
on
is
the
true,
board?
actually.
I take offense to that. I'm going to say that Bane mid is going to start getting... that's going to be a flex.
How? More than once or once?
I would say...
Like a staple?
I don't think it's going to be a staple, but I do think more than once.
Okay, if it happens more than once, it counts.
Okay.
I have one. Shopify Rebellion takes this one home.
The whole thing.
That is a bold claim.
Okay, give him
I
like
accept
give
it.
him like 2x
30
for
points.
that. Give him 2x. Because if he gets that right,
I mean,
they always
you
do
will
well in
just
groups.
win of all the like bold claims.
Yeah, because I did an interview and they also asked me about who's gonna win,
Yeah.
so I covered that basis. So I have like 3-4 teams already. So
You're good.
yeah, I'm good.
I think that's called placating, dude. I don't know.
Bane mid will happen more than once.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair.
And you said Shopify Rebellion wins.
RTZ is back.
3-1 in the grand finals.
Are you writing left-handed?
I am left-handed.
Oh man.
Why?
He's doing it just to troll you.
I didn't.
Okay, let me write the rest right-handed like I am.
That's what I consider you one of my close friends. I didn't know you were left-handed. Might be.
Do you know anything about me?
Do I know anything about you?
Yeah.
You're German, and you wear dad clothes.
This is not dad clothes.
Not
this
these
is pretty
ones, these
fashionable.
What's wrong with dad clothes? Why is that a
Yeah,
negative
what's wrong with
connotation for
dad
you?
clothes?
Nothing wrong. I mean, I've been using dad jokes for like last decade.
Yeah,
so.
dad jokes are in, but dad clothes, that's a different story. I mean, I think they're in. Obviously. Why is that a cheer?
I don't know.
Why did it cheer it?
I'm glad you know much about me. Thank you, Jenkins.
The sound guy's a dad.
Am I right or left-handed?
For what activity?
Ambidextrous.
Writing, okay. Right-handed, but I know an activity you're left-handed for.
Okay.
Okay, now I made it one where it
Dumbass.
wins it all. Guess what's your bold prediction?
I mean, I thought I already had mine.
He has his. Shiva,
Oh,
it's
I'm
you,
the
dude.
It's
only
you.
one.
You're
It's
left
you.
out.
Oh.
What's your bold prediction?
Oh.
Does the zoom on the chalkboard even get your fat head out of the way?
Can the zoom work? Kind of.
Yeah, the
That's
zoom
a new
works.
sticker
The
for
zoom works.
WhatsApp right there, Kezu.
Yeah, you make it.
I'll make it afterwards.
Look it up later.
Just need to take a screenshot of it.
Oh, this is a secret bold claim. Like, you won't know until it's all done.
I can read it.
Willow mid happens once, at least.
Oh, come on.
It has to be more than
You can't
once.
say once.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Once
Why
is
not?
just
It's
lame.
gonna happen once.
Why am I 2x?
Yeah, because he also has to do more than
if you
once.
compare yours, like Dark Hollow mid or Shopify winning the whole thing,
Yeah, that's why you got 2x points for that.
I think Bane mid will happen more than once. It's such an easy one. You know Thompson plays it a bunch.
Yeah, top
More than once,
Willow,
though.
too.
Is,
hey, what's the difference between Bane and Willow?
exactly.
Willow is not as popular as Bane.
What?
Surely.
Nobody wants to play Bane.
Nobody wants to play
Except for
Willow
me.
mid. Because she
And
does
Thompson.
exactly
You and the guy
same
who's gonna
before.
play it.
I feel like
Yeah,
they're
that guy.
nearly the same. Like, writing this, there's not much.
Okay, more than once.
We did it. You're welcome.
Thank you. That makes
You won't just be last.
I do think Lacoste really aimed for the stars there.
He did.
Though, with his bold prediction. You should really bold his because it's quite bold.
Yeah.
So just write.
I will
Right in a
do
butt.
it in. I will do it in pink. Yeah.
Works for me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
You like that?
Do you really
I like that color.
Okay, good.
do you really think Shopify is gonna not choke on the playoffs?
Yeah, I think they looked the best throughout the whole year. I mean, that was not very convincing, but that took me a second, just going through their games that they played so far.
Dawnbreaker.
At DreamLeague, Dawnbreaker, I don't think they're going to see Dawnbreaker available in the grand finals, but Saberlight will find a way.
You think the Saberlight gym/anime arc is really?
Yeah, Saberlight of Heaven. He's going to channel his inner strength from the offlane and get the dub.
He just dropped the chalk. You have to throw it over your shoulder now, or it's 10 years of bad luck.
That's definitely not the case.
If it hits you on the head, though.
If it hits you on the head.
With which hand?
Both.
Both at the same time.
Each
Yeah,
towards
one of you
Jenkins.
two.
Yeah. Well, that
Oh
was
my God.
some rough throwing, actually.
I neo'd that shit, dude. That was like dodging bullets. Enjoy. Enjoy your hands smelling like chalk for the rest of the day.
And that warm seat because Jenkins sat in it.
Oh, that feels.
Oh, yeah.
Good to be here.
They're all
I agree.
chalky. Well, so what's happening, guys? Oh,
We got a draft.
We got a draft.
I forgot. Draft. Here you go. Sorry, I delayed this. I was the one that was the reason I didn't start the game.
So I think we'll have another very good game. And even though OG lost in game 1, and they're secure to be lower bracket, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I still feel like they did really good, and they shouldn't feel too bad, and they can just play some good. I feel like you're playing, in my opinion, the best team of the tournament. So just take another game to kind of test yourself. Like, how good are you? Because I feel like in game 1, you had a cool draft, you had all the right play abilities to win, and just kind of vibe with it, take it, and just learn.
That's true. You don't want to waste this because this is
a good match.
Very likely going to be the team that people are looking at for upper bracket.
Most likely.
That will play Shopify in the finals.
That will play Shopify in
and
upper
lose.
bracket finals.
Yeah, of
Take
course.
one game and lose the other 3. I think this Phantom Assassin might need to go.
You think?
Not necessarily in the first phase.
Yeah.
Potentially you could ban it since you have 4
800
bans. Yeah, 8 more bans in total. And I don't know. I feel like Yatra just plays it too well.
He's also going for the reverse arc of the other TI. Then it was bald, 0 hair.
Yeah, now
he's going for the long hair.
No, he's gathering it up, so he has more to shave.
Oh, more power.
Oh,
From final days,
he has
you know?
more to sacrifice and offer.
Yeah, because that was the whole point.
No, I get
Sacrifice to
that.
the RNG gods. He did.
No, I get it.
10 seconds
Or
remaining.
yeah.
And maybe a new anime that he can quote in the blogs.
Remaining.
I think he'll need that.
Sure.
Sure.
What anime
Why
did
not?
he quote in the other one?
It was Death Note, I think. Didn't he write people's names down?
Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Wasn't that?
Was it?
That was this team. That
Yeah,
was
it was this.
Yeah,
Team.
it was
Wasn't
him.
him Poshka?
I think it was a team thing that they had the Death Note.
Sure.
Maybe.
Because I asked Mira about it in an interview that did
Yeah.
not play because I'm not even going to explain why.
Okay.
It was a hot tub interview. And he said, yeah, it was the whole team would do it. The coach was involved as well. It was a team-wide tradition. They might still have the Death Note.
They might.
Probably. That's the kind of stuff that you either frame or later on you sell for millions of dollars. We got a Brewmaster first pick and a Slark. Woo! That's hype.
That's an instant response.
Yeah.
Because this Brewmaster as a hero, there's some flex to it, maybe as a position 5, but you want to use the hero, like you want to use the strengths of the hero, so I feel like this is pretty cemented to be played on the off lane.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
They immediately take Yuraji's Slark, so that's going to be lane matchup.
Are we surprised at all that Spirit opted to ban Gyro, pick Brew? Obviously, they had the chance to pick Gyro. We have mentioned that they have not yet, but
They
this is
don't
the
care.
first where where I see them so. Like they had every opportunity to, and they just straight up banned it before picking.
Yeah, I just think it goes to show that they know their players. And even though a hero's very good, it doesn't mean you have to play it.
Yeah.
So I think they just ban accordingly. They take Brewmaster. I saw this matchup a few days ago in Gaming Gladiators with Ace and Tofu. They got destroyed by a Slark. I don't remember which team it was that did play it, but I felt that they should have done way better. Perhaps you lose the lane as Brew, but they got destroyed. Like it was a near unplayable game afterwards.
There was a short period of time when Brew was also popular and Anti-Mage was picked immediately. Maybe I was covering like some Chinese qualifiers because it was a thing. Where you can't lane. Like without the mana, this hero does absolutely nothing.
mean, you maybe have to pivot a bit where you... Because right now what Brewmasters like to do is they go Cinder Brew and then the passive and then the passive again is Cinder Brew. I feel like you have to go a different build where you go Clap early on to like fight in the lane, push it out.
You upgrade it, you get Cinder and Brew.
Yeah,
and then you play off of it. Protecting the Slark with both of these bans, Ancient Apparition, and also Slark does not like to get leashed. The Phantom, he can kill that, but it's just being stuck with someone for a long duration. Like, he wants to be maneuverable, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. Pounces in, pounces out. And also Team Spirit, removing most of the like AoE damage. So Gyrocopter, something that Brewmaster doesn't like to do is like lose like 2-3 Brawlings immediately because of the AoE damage, so Fatal Bonds, and then also Gyrocopter's Flak Cannon, and also being swapped into insane amount of damage early on. So good bans from Spirit. Maybe I expected to fit in some Skyrat Mage in there, but again, Brewmaster, when he's brewed, in this stance, he has like 80% status resistance, so can't really lock him down.
I like the Snapfire.
Is that still a flex? Because obviously the core got nerfed quite a bit.
Yeah, I think this is most likely going to be a support. Tons of damage. Slark doesn't like to play into Snap. He gets close, he gets blasted in his ugly face. And also, ulti, AoE damage, plus of course you can kill the egg with the Little Shredder. So a lot of boxes checked from Team Spirit with these two heroes already.
Like, if you're OG now, or we'll see throughout the draft, but in game 1 and some other games, what I've seen is they really value like this stationary team fight. They had it last game with like Golem, Egg, whatever. And I think now, if they want this Egg to have value and pop off, they need to be able to do something about the Snapfire. Whether it's a guy going in, a silence or stun, whatever it may be, because obviously if Snap has a free fight and he just gets to walk in with Little Shredder, you ain't seeing that Egg ever go off.
Yeah, I want to see some saves coming out on this or the next pick from OG. I feel like this Slark has been countered. There's a ton of magical damage. Also, you have Glimpse into Static Storm. Slark does not like to play into because he can't Dark Pack that off. This is going to give them sustain. That's the other approach. Run buff plus a Sun Ray to keep him alive during the Static Storm.
And the Alchemist again.
So +4 this time. Yeah. Once again for Mr. Seb.
Unless they want to play...
Unless it's the offlane Slark.
Yeah, it's something that Amar played.
Mind Control has done it, I will say.
And also Saksa played a lot of position for Slark, so maybe they baited like different supports than Team Spirit wanted to have in this game.
Yeah, normally you wait with the curveball until like last pick.
Seb did play.
Yeah.
Position 4 Alchemist, and
you guys
they
are right.
did win against Gaming Gladiator.
This is a flex, but I think it's
I would like to make a prediction.
Low chance.
On the board?
Prediction?
How bold?
Naga Siren or Faceless Void.
Nice
or
one.
Bloodseeker.
Good
I
one.
wasn't finished.
Good one.
Got him. Well done.
First try, Jenkins.
It wasn't one for the board anyway. That's these singular types.
Now I would really want to do the offlane Slark. If anybody Bloodseekers you just want to like throw it in the lowest value roll. You want to rupture an offlane Slark, go for it, dude. Waste your rupture. Like I care, because that's like the hardest Slark counter in the game is the Bloodseeker.
Actually, I would.
Actually, it's not.
I like a lot of Phoenix. I think offlane Phoenix is actually pretty poggers against Bloodseeker in lane.
Really?
I think so.
No attack
and you
speed.
could pick Io, last pick, to lane with your Slark as a 5.
That's more. But then you like triple down on the old again.
I'm having some flashbacks. It was... What was it? Can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Arlington Major. Yeah, it was
no, it wasn't.
RNG against OG, and the OG picked offlane Io, now that you said it, plus Monkey King, and they destroyed Phantom Lancer. Something similar could happen here. I like your idea.
There's no Phantom Lancer.
But they
I know.
There's not space for an Io or... I don't know.
No, you could.
They picked
Io
2 heroes, and they did something good. That works for me.
It could be Io Slark
Working
offlane.
with what Kezu gave me.
Yeah, good job.
I mean, at the very least, what we can say is this is an interesting draft from OG.
Oh yeah,
this is
for
a
sure.
weird one.
The Naga Siren pick was very good.
We don't know what's coming up next. Nobody could predict this. Even if they had 3 predictions, they could all be wrong.
That's very true.
Very true. All right, Necro gets banned out as well as Doom. Does that tell us anything from either team?
Necro is mainly to protect your Kunkka. Let's see.
Laurel banged it out yesterday.
He destroyed Noob Tiny.
Yes. A lot of melee heroes, a hero like this is all physical damage. In terms of magical damage, there isn't much other than Kunkka's combo, some like stun ray, but Necro doesn't care too much about it. And one of these heroes, like they would need to lane against him. Plus, also, all of these heroes, they love to play on low HP, so really good Necro game.
Has Larl played Earth Spirit in this tournament? I'm not fully sure, but I feel like this would be a good Earth Spirit game. When you have Bloodseeker, you want yours to go in for you, harass all the time. You get Vessel against Alk and Kunkka, which really destroys Kunkka in the early game because he's so high HP.
He did play against Bed Boom.
Okay.
Didn't win though, but he played it.
He did play it.
Got him.
I mean, what else? Because Monkey King, yeah, you counter Kunkka in lane, but I think Phoenix makes it really hard to play. You don't enjoy the Slark matchup all that much. Your Necro already got banned.
And it's a death rough without.
Wow, that's a. I mean, that would own.
That's a
Kunkka
good
mid.
ban too. Yeah, I
It's
totally
just
forgot.
not a very popular hero is all. I mean, Razor, I guess, but it's not so good in the mid lane anymore.
I think the DP ban is actually pretty good.
It's a really good
They
ban.
could have played through it. You do well in lane. You have Disruptor who can just come in when they're like, haha, you use XY TP out.
Yeah, people love Disruptor
yeah.
plus TP.
Yeah, it's pretty
Both of these heroes kind of fit what they don't want to play against, something that is tanky. In terms of damage output, OG, early on, they don't have much. And these heroes that have a lot of sustain, both Necro and DP with the Spirit Siphons, they also build into tanky items, Kaya Sanj. They don't die that easily. So what's the third one, Jenkins? You guessed Bloodseeker correctly? That was your third guess? Give me another one.
That beats Kunkka in the mid lane.
Yeah.
There's one that I think traditionally does. Or
Monkey King.
OD, you mean? I don't.
Or is it not? No.
I don't think it's that good anymore.
Phoenix is also
I mean,
bane of that hero.
Like Timber, but Timber's garbage against the Slark and the Phoenix. But it's very good against both Alk and Kunkka. And Timber's just not a very popular hero either.
Yeah, I would like a mid hero that can either make moves on his own to like the Brewmaster's lane, or that the supports can play through where you will eventually have enough damage against Kunkka. Which not a lot of heroes offer that, so the first one that comes to mind for me is still the Earth Spirit.
Oh,
just kidding. Should have known that one.
Wow.
We saw that earlier today, and that is a good one.
It actually does fit the criteria of
We've seen the same matchups. Gives you sustain, doesn't build into Kaya Sanj, but becomes very tanky with the Aghanim Scepter Shallow Grave.
Okay, so
Seb Axe. Position 4.
I was gonna say
dunk this Dazzle.
deal with the Dazzle in some way because it really feels like a hero that needs to be.
I mean,
addressed.
they still could literally go for the axe, put the Slark safe lane, Alchemist support, Kunkka mid. And then... Actually... that would leave space for the axe.
I mean, they're probably looking for this MC hero, unless they want to do something wonky that we talked about earlier. If they want to go for some like Io still.
Dawnbreaker!
Solid.
A lot of melee tanky boys on OG, a lot of sustained Dawnbreaker. You have Yuragi Slark who can reset, get that region going. Run buff, Seb will be playing Alchemist after all, and then Kitrak with the Sunray, so there's tons of healing. We might see like really prolonged team fights. Damage from OG early on isn't really there until like... because they want to reset multiple times. They want to survive with the run buff and then get back into the fight. And Team Spirit, they want to lock onto a target, kill it, use Primal Split, use Rupture, get rid of one of the heroes. I think we've said that previous game was the best game so far we had. This might be on the same level. Considering like the spell casting, no one's going to be dying immediately. So I feel like we're just going to sit back and enjoy. I'm going to give a slight advantage again to Team Spirit. I do like this mid Dazzle.
Would you say 59-31?
I would say
That's
almost
not even
60,
100.
almost 60-40, I would say.
What percentage did you say? 59-31?
Yep.
That's a really good stat line. Yeah, I would say small advantage to Spirit as well with the Dazzle. But what I like a lot from OG is I think they're bringing a slightly different drafts. I think Slark, Alchemist together are actually very good when Alk is a support. He's going to build Solar Crest, he buys the Shard to break you free, give you attack speed, try to prolong your fights, you get more stacks. So I still like what OG are bringing, so it's just going to be a good game.
Slark Shard, Alchemist Shard, there's going to be so much survivability.
I'm concerned for OG just because they have so many melee boys. That's it.
That's it.
Okay, well, one thing I did hear is we're just going to sit back and enjoy an amazing game of Dota 2. And we're going to do that right now together with Cap and SVG.
Interesting hero picks, a little bit off meta for our last game of the day because there's apparently going to be no tiebreakers. In fact, we also have on the other stream currently going on, Bet Boom, we've got a Nyx Assassin mid. So his last match,
sounds like
last
something I'd play.
rather. Have you played it?
Yeah, I play Core Nyx because I think it's bad. So that's pretty interesting that it comes out here.
30 seconds.
What about this one? We got the mid dazzle again. We're gonna be seeing that one. Yutaro's gonna be playing Bloodseeker. We got the support Seb Alchemist once again. Do you actually think that support Alchemist, this is like a thing that other teams should be doing outside of Seb?
No.
Okay.
It's a Seb special. You really gotta understand what you're. I mean, you could, but is it necessary? Right.
You're a trusty mate.
Seb plays it. Okay, we have to look at why does Seb want to play support Alch?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Why does?
Why does he want to play support Alch?
Because he's able to give a bunch of minus armor and a pretty decent physical damage nuke.
Yeah, sounds like Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, but Acid Spray doesn't come with a damage reduction part. It's
because Seb's a hipster. I'm gonna say it. You know, no one else has said it. This guy's a hipster. He likes to play his own thing because he thinks he's better than everybody else. And I mean, yeah, most of his guys.
Talking about Seb, or are you talking about you right now? Which one?
I'm talking about Seb.
Okay.
And for a decent chunk of his career, he was better than everybody else, so it works out. That's definitely a part of it. And I think, you know, that's a good attribute to have as a player because it makes you original, makes you creative, it makes you do things that other people don't understand. You think Team Spirit have played versus support Alch a lot? Hell no. Yutaro doesn't even know what this hero does on support role.
He looks at it, he's like, that hero's supposed to hit creeps.
That's right. You're telling me he has a nuke that he can use offensively? Blasphemy. So you get advantage. You get inherent advantage that way, and that's what Seb's all about. Creating an inherent advantage and then chucking that annoying inherent advantage in front of your enemy's face and taunting them. Right? That's the whole thing. You want to create a situation where you can chat wheel them. And if that happens, you've won. You've achieved your goal. So that is why he likes playing the support Alch. So if there are other players out there that want to do that, then, you know, power to them. But I think most just kind of want to win the lane. So
and that is something that Alchemist doesn't.
He kind of does. I mean, he can win his lane, you know, but it's just not the strong suit of the hero.
He definitely wins his lane as a core because he just throws down acid spray and farms around it, but
this is a fairly strong lane. I feel like this Alch Dawn lane is like the Tusk Dawn lane that we saw from Shopify and some of the other teams, right?
Yeah.
You just pummel in the physical burst damage, and you give some minus armor for the Dawn to go in with the Starbreaker. It's pretty nice. I can see this lane win for sure. Bloodseeker, if he gets to the later levels with a sustain, though, might not care about it. We'll see how well Team Spirit can play those early waves. I think that's the opening that kind of exists for them, and a nice little deny there. ECM denying experience, but we'll get glimpse for his trouble.
He rage glimpsed him.
Making mistakes.
This is another Dazzle Kunkka lane. The one that we saw earlier was not too fun for the Kunkka.
Do you think that's why Team Spirit picked it here?
It's probably a thing that's been played around by all these mids. Maybe it's been scrimmed. They've done it in pubs, right? I mean, it is just one of those heroes. You see Kunkka, he has no way to deal with Poison Touch. If you have no way to deal with Poison Touch, you're probably going to win the lane. It's just a damn good matchup. I mean, Dazzle also is a sustainer and a long team fight connoisseur, so Kunkka generally doesn't thrive versus those archetypes of heroes because he doesn't have any real burst. I mean, Kunkka just doesn't deal that much damage, especially the way people are building him with Torrent, Storm, Hearts, Blade Mails. Dazzle doesn't give a damn about any of this. He's going to win the longer fight burst too. He's going to build up his spells and cooldowns. It's just a very good matchup overall. Very, very good.
This is his first time playing Dazzle in a professional match.
That sounds about right. I don't think I've seen Laurel play this hero too much. Doesn't really seem like a Laurel hero, but I'm sure can't really mess up the Daz man here. So far, this top lane, it's been a brawl. It doesn't look like it's going great for OG, though. Toro definitely getting the better in the early exchanges, and a first blood on top of it as he just runs down MC. Yeah, that's a thirst Bloodseeker getting first blood.
Yeah, thanks in part because this bottom lane is throwing out some damage. Gitrak chasing after Mira. Yuragi wanted to be able to claim the extra agility, but they won't even get the kill.
Stats save lives. That was it. That was the whole point. Mira bought a lot of stats. It saved his life.
How many stats he got?
He's got triple branch. Circling. Going the classic bracer. I'm telling you, this guy knows, dude. He knows the support meta. The casual bracer. He understands the future of the game.
Yeah, he is going to get the kill on Maposhka, but honestly, Team Spirit don't care. They've killed 2 heroes in his top lane. Sure, they give away their support, but Yutoro is loving life.
Yeah, BCM's not loving life.
No.
And the thing is,
he hates his life.
It's not only your Kunkka getting owned by this, it's thirst for top.
Yes.
He's providing max thirst stacks for Yutoro. There's like 2 lanes in 1 being won off this Dazzle. And stats save lives, Cap.
Wow. Tangos save lives.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to TP. I thought he just might have suicided, but...
He TP'd to the tier
1
my
God,
Did he have a healing
incredibly
self?
greedy.
Yeah, he's got a healing self.
Yeah, but he has no mana. He wants the Lotus.
Yeah, because he pulled the other support out of...
Yeah, but can he fight for the Lotus here with no mana?
Yeah, Collapse can help him.
Will he click faster than him? He will. And he'll get it, eh?
Now he's immediately going to have to use said Lotus. Gets the blast. And the final swipe is still there from Yuragi.
Yeah, I don't know if this worked
with all
out.
the stolen stats can't battle Collapse, but he can just run away.
More thirst for top.
Yeah.
It's just your... Snap TP there, so he's going to have to walk out from lane. I guess solo XP for the Brew? If Collapse can stay on the lane, it's not the worst outcome, but it's pretty nice for Yuragi overall because he's not going to get pressure on the Slark, and he gets some extra agi in the meantime. Top is evening out for OG as well, so it's really only this mid lane that is the big problem right now. And it is a big problem. This lane is unplayable. This reminds me of like Huskar Ember. It's not a question of will the Dazzle win, it's a question of will the Kunkka survive.
And he's doing the same thing Nisha was doing to try and bail out the lane. Doing X marks the spot, TP back every single time it's off cooldown.
There's nothing else to do, so I may as well do something.
Small little glimpse back. Seb's not going to be too happy with his levels currently. BCM, part of the problem with using this TP, if you go for the runes like this, you get caught, well, there's nothing to save you. He's going to be run down by the rotation of Mira.
Yeah, makes that walk from base worth the while here. Very big kill, like you said, because of the no TP. He's going to have to walk out. It's going to be a level 4 Kunkka versus a level 6 Dazzle. That gank is going to be available pretty much forever because OG can't react to it. They have Alchemist Phoenix support duo. I mean, what are you doing around the runes, right?
Yeah, that's even worse than, what was it, like Bane? But they had
Bane Warlock.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not that fast either. This is even slower somehow.
Yes, it is.
Well, see if the greed comes back to bite him. So far, it kind of looks like it is. I mean, Yutoro is powering up here, man.
They're going to try and turn around, see if they can kill Yutoro. They have to full in commit for it. They almost have him. Lives back. Might be enough damage. MC drops a little bit low. Yutoro lives on just a sliver of HP. He's going to be given over a Tango, a healing salve. And if he can get this last hit, but look at Seb. He knows Yutoro wants a last hit out of this one. He's going to have to go for the kill on Maposhka instead. Yutoro uses this space. Doesn't he actually get any real heal going on just yet?
Man, if they got that Bloodseeker kill, changes so much about this early game. We'll find Mira again. Brewmaster lane not too strong down here. It's a tough one. However, you're a Brewmaster, so not too sad about it. Are you going to commit? Didn't get the Dark Pact. He's in trouble.
Uh-oh. He's got another pound, so he... Oh, he got hit by the cookie, which activates the brew there of Collapse. Turns around.
Any evasion?
Collapse?
Any evasion?
No way! The bird coming out might be able to get the kill, but the damage has already been done. The Slark missed out on his opportunity to kill Collapse.
To be fair, he missed twice, right?
Yeah, that was
on
pretty sad.
Non-Cinderbrood evasion. There's some classic team spirit RNG coming into play.
And Kitrak sees his opportunity. Now both the heroes in lane have died. They're going to miss out on some experience. That's going to be very sad. But BZM is being dove in mid. Continues to be rocked by the Dazman.
One evade. Two evade. I don't know. What are you supposed to do, man?
You can't plan for that.
He knew he was going to evade him, too. He just knew, man. Nonetheless, that was a huge amount of XP for Kitrak, who is the real victor of all this early game for OG. He's level 5.5 before Wisdom Rune. Almost 6 with it. Phoenix is massive. He's almost bigger than his mid. He should just go mid.
Yeah, honestly, he should.
They should have just laned him mid. Honestly, it probably would have been better.
Yeah, support Kunkka.
Well, I'm sure Seb would have played it.
Why not? And Yuragi is getting chased out of his lane. Not able to sit there and get 6. That doesn't feel great. If he tries to wrap around, he's actually going to run into Maposhka, who's come through the portal to try and help this duo.
There's a lot of skirmish power down here, especially if they get the 6 on the brew. They're trying to stay out of XP range. He's one creep off. Timing's here for OG. You got to make it happen. If you want to make it happen, it has to happen now.
That's pretty smooth. I like that. Kitrak like baiting himself out, knowing he's going to get the 6. Didn't even have to use the Supernova. Pops it now around the X because they need the extra burn damage. Split is available for Collapse.
Doesn't want to have to use it if it doesn't yield anything, though.
Yeah.
But I think it will be forced. He's running him off.
Stable Concoction into the boat. Collapse really gets it off. Okay. At least he dodges some spells for it, and he is going to be able to get Kitrak.
Yeah, Dazzle's here with a haste, so very strong fight for Team Spirit in the end.
Seb really wants to go back into this one, though. They go straight for the Disruptor, Maposhka. I mean, by doing this, though, they are... Oh, never mind. Maybe the Dawnbreaker. That changes things quite a bit. Seb was going to be in trouble, but now that little bit of heal might just be enough. No, Laurel actually still had the Poison Touch on him, and they got to be careful of that one.
Brew not dead.
Especially since they don't have level 6 on Yuragi, and Collapse hasn't died yet, so he doesn't get the experience for it. Yuragi has to pounce himself away. Finally, there is a death. It's Laurel, and Yuragi gets his 6 off of that, which allows him to run away from the Bloodseeker to keep himself alive underneath the tier 2. BZM at half health with the Rupture on him. Cookie on top of that one. Collapse and Mira are playing on just the verge of death. Finally, Collapse will get run down, and Mira has nowhere to hide.
Thank God this Brew died. The Brew gets out of there. I don't know what you're doing in this game. Yuragi will high-five himself after all is said and done. Says, I did a good job. I don't know about the rest of you. That was a true circus of a team fight that somehow erupted off of them just trying to get the 6 on the Brewmaster by pushing Yuragi out of lane. But it ended up being pretty damn good for the Slark. He got a lot out of that. As Laurel's going to return the favor to Seb. Still not 6 on this Alchemist. His early game impact has been shut down. He's not doing too bad on the chart. Still, you had 2 cores from Spirit coming out pretty big, and the Dazzle and the Bloodseeker to the 1 in OG with that Slark. I guess MC got a fair amount off that as well. It's just you had the huge ult here with the boat, the egg, the Dawnbreaker ult coming through, and didn't feel that one-sided. Those are those early game power spells you really want working for you here as the Dazman continues his reign of terror.
Kitrak in trouble. They're going to try and get out of vision. Supernova is going to stop that glimpse. So he does get up to the high ground, stays alive, but it's going to be another ultimate down for OG. Last time we were watching the Dazzle mid, it was with the Ancient Apparition. Good support to be able to give you some extra damage and vision.
Nice.
Now you've got a glimpse from Disruptor when somebody gets Poison Touch.
Yeah, that is a pretty nice spell for sure. I mean, even like Mortimer's Kisses being thrown on top of some guy who's Poison Touch, not bad either.
Sure.
It's not the worst support though here, and definitely not as toxic as that Tundra game, but perhaps as effective. You can get some chase down going. Still looking for the Disruptor ulti as well, but damn, these 2 cores from Spirit are out pretty far ahead. Maelstrom already done for Yatoro. Can they find him? They have the damage. They're gonna bring everybody. Should be enough.
More than enough.
And Yuragi getting involved again. That's his 4th Agi permastack here. What was a really weird laning phase actually ended up okay for him. And this is the one hero, if you're OG, you want doing well right now, because it has to be Slark leading them through this mid game. in a really strong position so you can battle up against the Bloodseeker counter pick. Berserk Potion might help you a bit. Sunray and Donald can help you with some sustain. You have Boat Rum. There's a lot of buffs behind this Slark to give him some extra HP to just play into the Rupture if it happens. But he is the damage, ultimately.
I got a question for you, Avery. Why is it are all these carries getting a lot more active? Is there a meta reason, or is it literally like if other carries are going to be active, you have to be active too, sort of thing? He's thinking. He's stroking his beard. He's deep in thought.
Well, I mean, in Dota, there's certain benchmarks that as a player and team you measure yourself against, right?
Okay.
And one of those is the Arteezy curve. So on the Arteezy curve, you have Arteezy from, of course, 2014 MLG Columbus.
Yes,
on one side of the curve, and on the other curve,
2016
you have the previous year of Arteezy. And you know, one of those is the most active carry of all time. One of those is a more AFK-ish carry.
Yeah.
Not the most AFK of all time, but
Okay.
he means on the Terrorblade every game.
He's close to it.
I'm gonna farm.
Okay.
Yeah, so as Arteezy shifts up that scale, which he's doing now, he's becoming more active, he's fighting more. That causes a global shift in the entire Dota ecosystem. It forces a lot of other carries to reevaluate what they're doing in the game and try and match themselves up, because you don't want to be below that hardcore curve.
Because then your teammate's going to be like, dude, you are being less active than Arteezy.
I feel so bad when you're giving him this flack, dude. It's not even warranted, but it is funny.
It is funny.
He's doing great now. That's why,
Yeah.
I'm glad to see him back.
He's being very active.
Player. Why are these carries so active? It's just the meta. I mean, if you're going to first pick a carry hero, you kind of have to be more active, right? If you first pick a carry and that dude just AFK jungles the whole game after losing his lane or something, do you feel great about it? You'd rather pick a hero that is maybe going to dumpster that carry and take over the map fast, and then you're just behind. I think it's part of the reason this Gyro pick is falling off, because people are figuring out how to play the lane better against Gyro. They're picking some of these lane counters that do better against the flag spam, and suddenly this Gyro is not winning his lane, he's behind, and they have a big fatty in the off lane who gets really swole and just takes over the map, and you start invading Gyro's stacks. You can't do them as freely. This hero can't be active as well because you're going max flak. What are you doing in this game? As Seb is going to get quad ulted and sit there.
Between the Chemical Rage, no, you guys Scatterblast will finish him off. Thought for a second Chemical Rage plus the Sunray was going to keep him alive, but Team Spirit did have enough damage. Okay.
Right, like this Slark pick, for example, they picked it first phase against the Brew first pick.
Yeah.
This is a matchup where you're picking Slark saying, hey, my Slark's going to do fine against Brew, we're going to win the lane, he's going to have a good game. That's not a pick you want to do that with and then go retreat the jungle for 20 minutes.
Why not?
I mean, because you got to be ahead of the Arteezy curve.
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
He must really not like me by now. I hope our relationship's good enough to...
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. Just you already burned that bridge. Just leave it.
Yeah. Well, what can you do?
You can't go back.
Or can we? BZM's catching up. This is a man who definitely does not want to go back to that laning phase, but has not looked back either. And some of that early skirmishing helped him catch up. His gap isn't that devastating right now, if you can put some of the big team fight spells together. And of course you have an Alchemist support, so if you get out of the early game, in theory you're pretty happy with that, as Seb is farming up some Skelly boys. He's got his own stack going compared to Yatoro's here. And I expect Spirit to make a move. They have that Dazzle Ags online.
Yeah.
Boards are pretty damn strong,
strike.
and they have Glimpse to basically catch anybody. Whoa. That Glimpse looked quite weird, but...
Following the trail of an Icarus Dive Phoenix.
Nice little pickoff. Didn't even need the smoke for it. And the Midas Brew is pushing in the waves.
Yeah,
Collapse
but
has no
Collapse
fear.
is surrounded. Can they chain stun him well enough? MC actually uses his ultimate to make sure they had enough stuns.
That was nicely executed. Very well played here by the 3 OG bruisers on the bottom. Shut down the Panda split push. He was getting way too much out of there for being there solo. As all 3 of these cores were top of the chart for Spirit. They were cruising. Somebody had to shut them down.
Glimpse to back does not get him inside the kinetic field, though. Otherwise, might have been a kill. some damage onto the mid tower. BZM watching them from the high ground. Wants to go on Laurel. Is this a good go? They do some damage, but he's not even close to dying here. Definitely has an opportunity to get Shallow Grave off, but it's not needed because Team Spirit bring 5, and OG do not have the same numbers here.
Now you're on the run, and when you're on the run versus Disruptor, things tend not to end well.
Well, he X'd himself back from his glimpse spot.
You have the counter.
That helps, but the Primal Split is going to be used. Collapse really wants this kill on BZM. BZM has already had a hard enough game. Collapse wants to make sure he doesn't get a chance to recover, especially after his Pango performance he had earlier. Best to keep this guy shut down. They'll get Seb underneath the tier 2 as well. Not too bad.
Collapses. He's getting swole. That was all level 1 Brew ulti. This is before he starts to get to the real power spikes of level 2 Brew ult plus the Radiance, which is going to come out pretty damn fast here because you just don't have the low cooldown threat on this OG draft to really punish Spirit on the map. It's just them dictating the pace of this game, and it's gonna have to be the Slark that turns it around. Particularly during these nighttime intervals, Ags completed for Yuragi.
Yeah, but does Slark turn around team fights?
If he starts building up the stacks, yes. This is kind of a hard lineup to do that against, though, right? You're against the Bloodseeker, number 1. You have to think about the Rupture a lot.
Yeah.
Static Storm, also basically the highest stat effective spell against Slark. Guaranteed lockdown. Yeah, that's a tough one, but if you get some weird fights like this going, you get some X-backs, another pounce, Yuragi making something happen.
Yeah, he's stolen a lot of stats now for this one, and he's got that chemical...
Go crazy!
Seb help him out. Wow, okay, they just get pick-off after pick-off.
27 temp stacks.
I forgot about that. Like the Berserk Potion. That's why Seb wants to play Alchemist. That is actually the X factor.
Why? Because he's insane?
It's chemical X in there. No, I don't know. I mean, they did it last time, right? It was the attack speed with...
Oh, I thought this was a joke. You mean like he actually values the Berserk Potion? Well, yeah, of course. He's playing support how?
Well, you say, of course. Why didn't you bring it up?
I did. You can go watch the tape.
I don't believe it. Ruptured. Static Storm be able to save him with the Shallow Grave. Now they chased in quite deep. BK from Yotaro. He actually did die. MC, he is going to die in return, though. Yuragi, he's going to jump in with no Rupture. He feels a little bit more bold.
Yeah, this is open
against the Bloodseeker.
It's open for the Slark.
And that Shallow Grave just means more opportunity perhaps for Yuragi to stack up the stacks, but he has to be careful of all the fire on the ground.
Well, that
X. Okay for now. And X pulls him back onto Yotaro. OG picking apart Team Spirit.
That Rupture backfired, man. Backfired really hard. Just opens up this fight for Yuragi in the end, and Team Spirit just couldn't get the lockdown. Of course, the Brewmaster going down without an ult. Did he just like run off the Rupture and kill himself? Or did something else snag him at the very end?
I'm not sure.
Either way, that's a huge team fight blow to Spirit, who were feeling pretty strong in that point and had answers to the Slark. If you let Slark get to some defensive items at a certain point, you might run into more trouble than you bargained with. He has a lot of sustain and buffs behind him, so you're going to need multiple ults to take him down. So far, the team fight's going OG's way as they find a way to make it work.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That'll be a blink of the Alchemist. And honestly, BZM, he's had pretty decent impact this game, despite playing into this Kunkka Dazzle matchup. Like that other game we watched, it was just a one-sided affair the entire time, right?
Yeah,
there was very little recovery.
Anything.
This game, OG's done a decent job of starting the fights for him to come in later and set it up on his terms, so he doesn't just have to go in, get poison touched, and oh, I can't do anything, guys. I got to get the hell out of here.
Definitely helps that they have some heroes that can fare a little bit better against that poison touch. Right, they got Phoenix, who's innately mobile. They've got Chemical Rage, basic Dispel. Dawnbreaker has a little bit of
and the potion.
Berserker Potion, of course. And then Slark, full of Dispel.
I mean, even the Phoenix Fire Spirits are not bad because you prevent Dazzle from reapplying it.
Yeah, true.
So they do have a lot of little things going for them. I agree. And I mean, Pipe on MC going for the Ags. It's going to be a lot of utility out of this Dawnbreaker. Quick little pickup. Team Spirit back to playing the pickoff game with this Disruptor. It's done some pretty decent work this game. Ooh, double DC. What do you think about that?
I think it's very unfortunate for Team Spirit.
Do you think this was a good or a bad double DC?
When has there ever been a good DC?
On the puppy paws curve, is it?
Yeah, I do remember that one.
Is it a
Boy,
good or?
He was mad at Merlini for calling that one out.
Merlini called it out?
Yeah, Merlini was the one to call it out.
Well, it's probably true then.
Puppy did not have. He did not say kind things about Merlini. I remember that.
That's kind of funny, actually. Well,
it is funny because it's such old history at this point.
I mean, there's one of those is still in the scene.
That's true. You're talking about Merlini,
of course.
Right? Because Puppy isn't going to TI.
Washed. I mean, he only made 11 in a row. It's amateur hour.
It's such an absurd number.
It really is, dude. He played in more TIs than like some of these new kids are old, you know.
What?
I feel like some of these mid players are like 15. You know, Puppy he played every TI since you were like 4 years old.
That's right. Navi just signed.
Yeah, he signed like a 14-year-old.
right?
You know,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, like when Puppy was playing professionally, that kid may not have been born yet, because he played Dota 1 as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, if you include Dota 1, I mean, that's 15 to 20 years.
That kid was a twinkle in his old man's eye.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something a little bit more lewd there, but yeah.
No, it's an old-timey lewdness. That's what that is.
Yeah, I told you the story about I played at some major and there was a power drop and everybody in the game DC'd.
Yeah.
And we were playing against Puppy at the time on one of those Team Secrets. I think the mid one version. And so I had to go out in the hallway with Puppy and negotiate a post-pause treaty.
That's right.
And it ended up...
Okay.
So the thing is, it ended up being that like Yawar died, so they had to sacrifice somebody. And they sacrificed Mid One because he was their highest net worth, because we lost our highest net worth.
Yeah.
Mid One did not like that, by the way. He was like, why do I have to go in suicide? Well, let me tell you something. You know, I was still pretty new back then. They just put you in a hallway with Puppy. This dark hallway. You know, you're thinking about where the fire escape routes are. You know, you see a glint of metal behind his belt buckle. You're like, oh shit.
This is where I die.
I gotta negotiate with this man. Here, Jack, you go negotiate with him. I gotta tell this guy to sacrifice his mid player.
If I remember correctly, wasn't it you alone, and then it was Puppy and Cyborg Matt?
I think it was me and Jack and Puppy and Cyborg Matt.
Well, it's not like Jack was really much help.
No, if it came to fisticuffs, I was dead. I'll just be honest. We were smoked. Puppy has like 2 feet on me and a couple blades. So it's not a fair fight, you know.
I mean, did you learn from that? You said you were a relatively new player. What did you learn from that interaction?
Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be prepared. Now, if that tournament were in America, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's a very different interaction.
Oh shit! After that skid at Riyadh, I'm not convinced Puppy doesn't know his way around.
I forgot he is actually American.
Yeah, that's right.
Damn. He always wins. He always goddamn wins.
Gaming gladiators. That was the best line.
Well, I mean, this game restarted, if you hadn't noticed. And
oh, it did?
Yeah, they actually reconnected here successfully. Okay. We have the Radiants done on Collapse, so the team fight presence kicking up a notch for Team Spirit, as again, all 3 of their cores still cruising in this game. It feels like it's going to come down to the support and utility impact from OG. Is this Dawnbreaker pipe and Ags, plus the Berserk Potion, the Phoenix Sunray, is all this utility heal, sustain support for the Yuragi Slark with Ghost Ship on top of all of it? Is that going to be enough to keep him in the fight and win it over the long term? And most importantly, what happens with the Rupture and the Static Storm to try and control him?
It is actually pretty crazy. If he Depth Shrouds and he gets the Dawnbreaker ultimate, and the
it's so much sustain.
It's insane amount of regen.
It's just, can you get anything out of that time period? Yuragi, is he just going to leap in here? They're going to X him. Okay, this is a little poke action.
Yeah, it gets a little bit of damage for the Force Staff.
He got the Rupture.
Maposhka of that one. They do manage to get the Rupture. A decent amount of damage is pulled back on that X.
Oh, this is
Primal Split goes
not
out.
too bad.
It's looking okay as long as Collapse.
I mean, surely OG wants to take this. There's no Rupture right now. Donald trying to save Seb.
That heal is crazy. Sunray somehow kept that Alchemist alive.
Yuragi.
Now they have the Static Storm,
Ult
though.
number 2.
And with the kisses, they know how important. He's just all in, all
No
in
sustain
on the
left.
Slark. As long as they kill him, they should be clear to go, and they bring him down. Well, Poshka's trapped in the corner, and Seb does manage to get that one, but of course now he's also trapped in the corner up against Yotaro. Might be able to get the kill. No, the Shallow Grave.
We got the heal with the Grave buff.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Amps up the heal buff when he gets the last hit on a kill. Gets an extra 50% off that.
Damn, Yotaro clean house. Didn't even lose the Aegis there. And they're tipping collapse.
Yeah, because he fat-fingered his ultimate.
He did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, what happened there? He
like,
popped his ultimate and instantly re-popped it.
It can happen because you're... Like, you have this shard. You're basically trying to cast a spell on one of the Brulines.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And you misclick the resummon.
I thought I had an aneurysm.
No.
Because I was like, I said, collapse pops his ultimate, and I'm just sitting there looking at his tiger.
It does happen. I mean, it was not an ideal play for sure.
But it worked out anyway.
You know, it did work out, I guess. They don't even need Brule to fight. Just send a message. And it does send a message here as, man, they have a lot of sustain, but in the end, it's still not enough. I think they had to commit this Donald on the Alk, and it wasn't a bad call, because it did save Seb, and he ended up killing Maposhka and creating a decent amount of space, but then you don't have it for the Slark and the Static Storm. And again, it's those 2 ults for the Slark that OG need to think about. The Rupture, they did a really nice job baiting that out with the X-Play. Maybe not going to work again, but hey, they got it the first time. It's the Static Storm that's hurting Yuragi right now as well. Those are the 2 he has to get through. And I feel like his courier got killed or something, right? I guess he bought the shard. That's where the gold went. He's getting a glimpse here.
They've got vision on him till this Darkback clears it. X Marks pulls back Maposhka. Seb dies in lane.
Just tanking the Rupture, man. Depth Shroud will help out. 5 more seconds on it. There's no hope.
No hope at all.
They just need this Dawnbreaker Axe. MC is like 100 off of it. It's an awkward fight for OG to get dragged into, and every time this happens, the Bloodseeker Slark difference is getting bigger and bigger as, I mean, what is Yuragi even going to get here in the next 5 minutes, item-wise? He was thinking about Midas, he bought a glove. Then he was thinking about the shard, so he bought the shard, and then he was thinking about BKB or Sanj and Yasha, and now he has an Ogre Club. I mean, Yuragi's got the pieces of 3 great items here, but none of them completed.
I feel like the Sanj is pretty responsible when you're up against Bloodseeker always, the Slark, but
he just needs too much at this, and that's the problem. It's getting to a point where he needs too much.
Yeah, because if you get the Sanj to try and deal with Rupture and stuff, then you still need BKB to deal with the Static Storm that's covering you.
You can fight through the Static Storm, right, with Donald. Like, if you have like Sanj and Yasha plus another item, maybe you just sit there and stat steal off someone, and you don't care about the silence too much, but you need something. You just need something. You need more stats, basically, more HP.
Yeah.
Sanj and Yasha, Lincoln Sphere, BKB, whatever it is. We're going to try an aggressive move here from Seb.
Yeah, Laurel is not that easy to bring down. When Dazzle gets like this, he's got some serious stats. And
he also
he
has
has pops BKB. Static Storm on 3, but Laurel doesn't really have the damage by himself. He's waiting for his Bloodseeker to get here. Primal Split goes out with the Supernova on the side there. That's going to chase away some of the Brewlings. OG, you need to get out of here, but Yotaro has caught up now.
MC.
Immediately Rupture onto MC. MC will not be able to TP away in time. Yotaro looks for his next victim. He spots Yuragi, wants to make sure that Laurel is protected. He will chase away the Bloodseeker while his team does what they can. Laurel is able to get that kill on Seb. BZM collects the return, though.
It's a big kill.
The scalp of Laurel pulled back. X to counter the glimpse, TP away, but again, another TP, but the damage comes too thick and too fast from Team Spirit.
These cores doing so much work damage-wise in the fight. It gets split across all 3 pretty evenly, so all of these are threats. You can't just ignore anybody in this fight if you're OG. They go on the Dazzle. I mean, how many Graves did he even get off? He got 2 plus 5 of the Shadow Waves. So much sustain to fight through. These long fights, yeah, they're great for OG sustain. They're also great for the Dazzle. Double Force Staff also helping you kite out here from the Team Spirit supports. It's just so much to go through. Yuragi just can't hit anybody. It's way too hard. You have to find like an isolated target at the start and let him build up some stacks. That's what you're looking for. This is the type of thing that can be great for him, though, as Collapse should die here.
This would not be the first time that Collapse has been way out there on one of these side lanes and dies for it.
I mean, that's the dream, right? Get an isolated target, build up some stacks on the Slark, and maybe translate into something else. Still nighttime as well. DD will spawn in the river.
Yeah, one of their big team fight heroes, so you feel pretty confident. Looking for more, maybe?
Radiant's bottom
They're going to give the DD bottle to Yatoro. Of course, Yatoro God will always get the double damage. Looking for his level 20 as well.
You're going to get even more AoE damage. So now, they get ruptured. The Slark is going to get ruptured. You get static stormed. Kisses are going to be laid down. You have the blood mist that's going to be going out from Yatoro. You got Laurel, like a little bit of heal being thrown around there. There's a lot of AoE damage. Like the Dawnbreaker ultimate will help, I'm sure, but
that's what the BKB is for. Groggy felt like it was necessary, and I tend to agree it is here. Not the best damage item on Slark, but will help him survive. Is it just getting too insurmountable? That's the question. Yeah. Like, utility is only as good as your damage dealer. And that's still the crux of the problem here. OG has utility for days. Nobody to put it on.
Time for Seb to become another carry. He's actually looking at Sacred Relic.
Yeah, I mean, interesting idea.
Nullifier for, I don't know for what.
You can purge the brew up, right? Can you not? I don't even know if that buff is dispellable. I think it is. Actually, I don't think it is.
Well, get back to us how you've decided which one you think it is.
I don't think it is because it's not. It's like a buff by the spell being thrown. That's why. I think it actually isn't, but I don't know. That's one of those weird things. I'll let him figure it out, you know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Routy.
Yeah, it's not a super clear nullifier game to me. Nothing game-changing here.
What is game-changing for OG? Aghanim Scepter for BZM?
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Or 800 gold for that. Better be game-changing for OG, because otherwise I don't really see anything else. Like MC going back for a Desolator, I'm not sure if he's really going to be that effective making the transition back to a physical damage 3 position.
I don't even really have any crazy ags to pool or something. Maybe it's just like the Hex on Phoenix and just spellcasting. Honestly, getting your ults off, getting a really good egg and a really good Dawn ult can change the fight a lot. Especially if you can start on a core, take them out before Team Spirit can get something going. Just you have to do it in the double Force Staff from the supports in a Dazzle Grave. So single target burst, I just don't think it's in the cards for OG. Unless you find the Dazzle. Going through the gate, straight into him. They're gonna find the Dazzle. That's actually the dream.
This might be the dream start for them. With the ultimate of the Dawnbreaker protecting them a little bit, they get 4 staffs and a cookie. Laurel is still alive. He's pretty damn healthy, and this is looking very bad now. If they couldn't kill him there with Yatoro getting the shallow grave, full heal, straight up. The Blood Mist also getting some big buffs in there. They could finish off Laurel. The very end, literally after everyone else dies, Kitrak does manage to get with his damage over time, but it's a 1-for-5 exchange.
It's just a slaughter. All grouped up like that, and there's so much of the AoE magic damage plus the Blood Mist and this Dazzle. I think he hexed 4 heroes with one of those poison touches. That is an insane amount of value. Multiple graves going off as well. I also love the fact that Laurel held the grave on himself and he threw it onto the other targets there. Like saving it for Yatoro Collapse because he knows they're going to win the fight even if he dies.
Yeah, who cares if you dive?
Yeah, he played that very sacrificially. He had another one up at the very end but couldn't get it off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very high impact from the Dazzle in that engagement, and that's who you want to start on if you're OG, but he has BKB and you don't really have the Chain Stun or the BKB Pierce to cement that kill. Just a very tough game at this point. Your lineup is designed to kind of play from ahead, at least at this point, it's another one of those Alk lineups where you have Alchemist, you're behind a net worth, sure it's a support, still doesn't feel great. Your spells are not as impactful as a lot of other support heroes.
Well, I think maybe OG has given up on the idea of winning fights in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Back to the Midas for the Slark. With an Aegis up on Yatoro, you're not getting that kill anytime soon, so...
34-minute Midas? Is that a thing?
We're about to find out.
I mean, you can do it.
I mean, 34-minute Midas on a carry, too.
It's...
Like, if it's a 34-minute Midas on a support, sure, like, game goes 50 minutes, it pays off, but...
This is a desperation Midas.
Yeah.
Pure desperation here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You're just hoping anything works out and this game gets prolonged. And I guess Seb is building to be a core as well. Went for BKB on this Alk, and he's overtaken MC in the net worth department. I just don't know how much damage he does. They're going to try and poke down Yatoro a bit.
The kisses on Kitrak. The pipe is going to help him. He's going to use the Supernova. But now that's just an ability that Team Spirit doesn't have to worry about in their high ground push here. Laurel gets the force staff to get him away from that tidal wave. That was going to drag him back into the base.
That's a third force staff, by the way, as Laurel can pick that up going into the Hurricane Pike if he really wants it. And that'll be a range Rax plus a tower. Or nothing here. Team Spirit siege it up. Still waiting for that Brule to come back. Though Collapse has all the cooldown reduction in the world. Quickening Charm plus Octarine. Brew spells for days.
It's looking at a Hyperstone next, so what, AC? Yeah, there it is.
Just get the 2 big ores you need and bot straight into mid. I mean, time to force the fighter to high ground, I think. Not dissuaded by much here if you're Team Spirit. I guess if you're OG, you gotta tidal wave people back. Try and drag the fight really deep. Set it on your terms. Collapse says, I'm not even gonna give you the opportunity, I'm just gonna Brule bottom and take your buildings while you're stuck mid.
Poking at BZM. Rupture on him, down to half health. Died what? So quickly.
Evasion for what?
That was insane. Yatoro got a couple of procs there from the Maelstrom, and he's cleaning house now.
Yeah, he's unstoppable.
Give it a cookie and actually trapped underneath the tier 4s for a second here, but all those force staffs come into play. Get him back to the barracks that he's supposed to be hitting. 2 lanes of barracks down, soon to be 3, unless OG can come up with some sort of miracle here.
Team Spirit just firing on all cylinders, and this utility has petered out. For OG, as Yuraki just can't stick in the fight. Still have an Aegis, still have a Cheese, still have those Graves.
Again, another Dazzle game where Shallow Grave definitely came into effect, and we're going to see it here.
And he's getting some stacks.
Look at him turning around. Man, it is crazy. This synergy of the Dazzle Bloodseeker.
So
when he gets
hard
one of
to
these
man up.
last hits, when he's got a Shallow Grave, or even just the Blood Mist is really nice.
I mean, you're also getting armor differential this entire time as well. Split will get off here, and well, the Dawnbreaker's respawning. Maybe you can save your Augie, yeah?
That's going to be only the Aegis, though. He's going to come back into the Supernova, though, so Yatoro immediately gets stunned up, then hit by the Supernova explosion. Oh, he actually died.
Mira
got it just in time. Now he's going to try and hop his way out of here, but the X marks the spot is going to pull him back in. They get 2 kills for it. OG pushing out, aggressive and desperate even, to find more kills.
I mean, by the way, Collapse is throning them. He was with the Bruling, so...
Yeah, they got to worry about Megas. They got to worry about their throne.
Just putting him in there for good measure, as they'll walk it off. It's 8,000 damage done by the Bloodseeker, and they get away with everybody until Collapse gets found.
He may not even die, though.
Seb with the self-stun. They got the neutral item. That's pretty good.
Collapse juked him a little bit. Now he's back to his tier 2. OG keep on pushing forward. They get a glimpse back They know they have to get something here, so I don't really blame them for chasing this deep.
I mean, they're going to get a world of pain. That's what they're going to get here is Yatoro's back.
Ruptured. You can't hide inside of that shroud forever. Yatoro will find you.
And a little bow combo is going to get Yatoro, so BZM
Wait, what?
He cleans up the 10x streak here for 2,600 gold as Collapse is back to trying to throw them in the slowest throwing possible.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, it actually ended up working out.
The AC on the Earth Panda,
It's
that
a little
ult rise
slow.
is going to work.
I mean, the thing is, it's so low cooldown because he has the double CDR here.
Yeah.
He has another brew ult up in 50 seconds. This is taking me back to Wings Gaming days. You just rat him down with the Brewmaster. What can you do? A little win up top for BZM to get a crap ton of gold off the Yatoro kill, but you have to buy back your Slark here and you're up against Megas, so...
Yeah, you say boat combo.
Yeah.
Is that really
Boated.
just it?
Yeah, just Torrent boated, slapped him with some blade mail and Yatoro falls.
Wow.
There's a little tidal wave in there too.
Tidal wave action.
I mean, Yatoro was not full HP. That's what you're wondering.
Yeah.
he did not 100 to 0.
But it's not like he was unhealthy after that fight, because he's
decent damage.
Yeah. All right, well, BZM.
It's looking for Divine. There's some Hopium.
He's kind of gonna have to. Oh, no. Static Storm. Unfortunately, there is going to be that save for the Dawnbreaker. They need it, too, because that is a lot of magic damage raining down on Uragi. He's going to chase after Laurel with these pounces. A lot of Force Staffs, though. It just keeps on going. You can't keep up with Laurel.
In their base. Again, he's ratting their throne.
Throwing them.
It's
BZM
gonna be
actually
close.
has the BKB
I think he
TP
gets
out.
it, actually.
The Fire Spirits are going to slow down the Brewlings a lot
The
here.
attack speed.
Can Collapse do it all by
He's gonna get it.
himself? Is he going to be able to get it?
Oh, he has another split.
Second four. All right, it's over. Good job, Collapse.
Collapse is like, I want to get out of this game, guys. Yatoro's not going to throw them. I'm going to throw them.
I got a reservation at 8. Come on, guys. Let's go.
I got some ladies to meet at the club later. Let's pack this one up, boys. So I'm just going to brew ult them down. A nice little finish there for Team Spirit in style, I suppose, but a rough second game for OG. I think that first game they looked pretty good, right?
Yeah.
This is a leading team in the world right now, and they are taking them to the limit. That was a very close game. This one, much more one-sided. Felt like Team Spirit were in control for most of this, outside of, I guess, a couple Slark feeds here and there, where Uragi was starting to get some glimmers of hope. I don't know, it's just such a hard game for him. Something went wrong with the item build as well, where it just didn't line up with any sort of big timings. And I mean, it's like a classic OG draft. They have all these buffs to throw on their carry. If the carry starts eating people up, I just don't know how you're supposed to get there. You're playing into Rupture, you're playing into Brewmaster. You can't kill Brewlings with the Slark. That's the downside in the mid game. And then you have a Static Storm as well, with everybody getting graved. There's random Dazzle Hexes. It's just so much to go into.
Out of 10, how do you rate Laurel's performance on Dazzle, his debut?
Oh, he did great. 8.5 out of 10.
Thank you, 8.5 out of 10.
Great Dazzle.
How would you rate the cast?
My portion? 8.5 out of 10.
All right, we'll see what the panel thinks about that. Closing out the day, Team Spirit 2-0 over OG.
Always room for improvement. That's the way I like to see it. Team Spirit is taking this series 2-0. They already were confirmed upper bracket, but they just cemented it here. This game, as our commentary team said, way less close than game number 1, but entertaining nonetheless, Kazu.
I would say for the first 20 minutes, like even here in this fight, OG are still doing pretty well. They did this too, but I think it's after this fight where Spirit get double BKB on Bloodseeker Dazzle. They get the Radiance on Brew, then they force this Roshan fight and kind of like, they're like vibe checking OG. Yo, are we getting this Rosh for free? Are you coming to fight us? They get both, and I think from here on out it's just like smooth sailing. You see this Dazzle Bloodseeker interaction, and
it's good.
No, it's so strong. How do you fight into this? Like these Dazzle with
Look
the
at
right
how fast he's back to full
Look
life.
at the
Look at him.
damage. It's like heal amplification, these AoE hexes on low cooldown. Like we can start in the laning stage where they have like a mid matchup, Dazzle against Kunkka. We've seen that before. Nisha played it today on the receiving end. Didn't have too much fun playing Kunkka in that matchup. And also itemization. When I first checked what Yatoro has. It's like 2 circlets, 3 branches, and slippers, which he turns into 2 raid bands. He's playing into mostly physical damage in the lane, so he sits in the acid spray. He doesn't care about Dawnbreaker right clicks, and also buys a chainmail, like double raid band into chainmail. He really understands the matchup that he's playing, and then later on you see some synergy coming out with this Brewmaster. He uses the split, extra damage coming out from Dazzle, and of course in the end Bloodseeker Aghanim Scepter. He gets graved, he kills 1 hero back to full HP, Mjolnir running, Aghanim Scepter as well, and it's time to clean up. Then he has another grave in like 3-4 seconds, and he keeps doing it.
There's just like too much stuff, and even when the cores can do it, you just always have the 2 supports from Spirit that are like killing the Slark. Static Storm, Snap Ult.
Yes.
So even when the cores can do it, they're together, they can.
They can.
That last like 10 seconds of the game is exactly why everybody first bans the Brewmaster. It's not because the hero is good.
It's just annoying.
He is pretty good.
So
That's okay.
frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating to play against a guy that you legitimately just have to sit and watch him throne you. I've never seen the throning before. I'm going to be honest. That was something new.
Yeah.
But I have seen you're trying to defend your barracks and you literally just can't kill the pandas. And then by the time you do, he's just sent the wind one like 10 kilometers away.
And your tower is already 70% killed. He just does it again and again.
Yeah, like slowly you're losing the game. He's almost like old Broodmother in terms of his split pushing once he gets to the late game and is able to use the split off cooldown for that. It's so goddamn annoying. And Klops played that. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's why Brewmaster is mostly banned or first phased as a hero. OG tried to like immediately pick Slark just to have something in the laning stage. Game was pretty chaotic, you know, these like tier 2 dives, 7-8 minutes into the game, Slark getting level 6. It was pretty chaotic overall, but Brewmaster really, like, you can feel the power. This hero is either shit or completely broken. I think it's very hard to balance the hero because he's like really good for 2 years and then he disappears.
He turns into 4 heroes, in my opinion. That's a big part.
That's gotta be overpowered.
He turns into 4 guys. You're just
with
9v
auras and everything, increased building damage.
Yeah, you're 9v5ing. That's gonna be easy.
But before this, the Brewlings were too weak. And now they're too strong. And the next patch or the next nerf that the hero's gonna receive, because probably will receive a nerf.
It's a hard hero to play.
It is incredibly
It
okay,
really
sure,
is.
to play.
Because you need to know these stances.
Like right now, the thing is that only his ult used to be good. But now even when he's in normal form, he's super tanky.
He's unkillable,
smacks your ass real hard. Like he's just good all the time.
And now he has 4 little ones.
If you had to choose one stance, which one's the best?
I think I would choose.
If you couldn't like click it, if you're so bad that you like didn't even read what
I would always take. I would always take evasion and move speed.
So would I.
You just run. You Cinderbrew. You run up the cliff and they try to kill you. It jokes on you, idiot.
Because that gets you across the map. You're running super quickly, like it gives you the mobility, and then also it makes you unkillable. Like that's the one people go for the unkillability is the evasion. And then the fire one is like, that's for beating ass.
Yeah.
Status resist, purple, that's for like if you're playing against some Clockwork or, you know, Puck, like something you want to...
Legion Commander, that's the best one.
Legion Commander, yep. It's like, what do you do against this hero? You break him, I guess.
That's perhaps the only thing to do. We get to talk to one of the winners here. It's none other than Yatoro. Hey, Yatoro, how are you doing?
Fine. Hello.
Hello, glad to hear it. Yatoro, you are the most versatile carry player in Dota 2, and I feel like we're in a very, very different meta than what we were in before, where we see, obviously, we saw a lot of Gyrocopter and Sven first pick, and I'd love to hear your opinion, your take on these heroes and how they fit, because it seems Team Spirit is... You guys are not going for the Gyrocopter, you guys are not going for the Sven as much as other teams are, so what's your take?
I think Gyro is a trash hero, Sven OP, but everybody bans Sven for us, so you never can pick that. But Gyro is trash, yeah.
So you're confident going up against it a whole time. You're fine.
Yeah.
So what are your, other than Sven, what are your opinion are the heroes that you would go for? Of course, you played Bloodseeker this game. He's probably one of the ones. But which other carries do you feel like are at the top of your tier list? It doesn't have to be in order.
I think Bloodseeker is trash hero as well, but it was a good draft for us to pick it, because we thought about Dazzle on the 18 draft Darkseer, and it was fine against Slark, good lane, blah blah blah, and like that.
Okay.
But my tier list, I guess, TB, Sven, PA now OP, Void as well, and maybe Ursa, but with secret build.
Secret build. Ooh, we love to see it in action sometime. Thank you for that. I'm also joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Kezu, and they'd also love to ask you some questions.
Hey Yatoro, I have my question is, so I think you're the best carry in the world. Who or what has helped you like get there over the past like 2 to 3 years? Do you think it's like more yourself? Is it Miposhka, Silent? Is it random stuff?
I guess it's all parts. Like my team, special. They help me to grow up, and also I think I does the self-studying from the matchmaking and replays and all of this. But I guess I grow up with everybody in this team as well, like they are.
Okay, and one more question. So I think you're already the best, but I think to continue to be the best, you need to keep learning and get better. Is there any particular carry player that you like, that you watch? Or is it just like a whole pool when you see anyone do something cool, you just look at it? Or is it just one player?
I'm not gonna speculate about it.
You don't want to say?
I watched Ame in the past when he was pro player, but now I didn't watch anybody, like anybody replays. I just watching like our replays, our team play, and all of this. But I don't watch players anymore, like who I can take something from them or something like that. I just watching our games, and that's all right now.
Okay, gotcha. You're just a giga chat. I get it.
Hey, Yatoro, congratulations on the win. I have a question regarding the new draft phase, the pick phase. Like, how do you like it? Like, how does the whole team think about this one compared to the previous?
I think previous draft stage was too imbalanced because second pick was dominating pick like since 3 years, all of my career, and now it's more balanced because first pick got 18, so you can pick hero, then enemies take 2 picks with 1 ban, and everything like some balance. I don't know, clear, and not so much important which pick you playing, I guess. So everybody pick Radiant, and I think it's more balanced. Like you can pick with second pick, you can pick with first pick. It doesn't matter, especially for me.
For you, like, does it matter if it's Radiant or Dire? Because you said like most of the teams, they do prefer to play Radiant, and if it's Radiant, why is it?
I think it's Radiant because you like moving your mouse. It's like easier to move in front, not back, like you know, camera, all of this. So I think it's Radiant, and because it's kind of balanced, and Radiant too easy to fight, and 20 minutes when casual taking Roche, because they have portals, they can buy back and portal, and I guess it's Radiant prefer.
I have to agree on that one. I've been saying that moving camera from Radiant throughout the years, it's always been... Every single time I get Dire, I get upset immediately. And I have one more question, considering that Team Liquid was also team to beat during Riyadh Masters, but they're out. Who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent in this one?
I don't know, actually. No, I guess some... I don't know. We can play against anybody, so everybody is a strong team. So we're just waiting our time to play against. So I don't care. Like
he doesn't care.
Love the mentality. My boy Jenkins here has a really deep question.
Yeah. Hey, Big Y. Good to see you. What anime have you been watching lately?
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh hell yeah, brother! Who's your favorite character?
I don't remember names. Like I have some problems with my head. I don't remember names.
I'm the same. Just describe the guy to me.
I guess like the main character. Like I don't remember who got one more soul. So I guess him.
I don't remember the main character's name either. I always forget.
You guys are
my favorite character is Gojo. Who do you think's stronger? Gojo, that's the guy with the blindfold and the blue eyes, or Sakuna, who's the demon who's inside the main character? Who's stronger?
I think this guy with white thing on his eyes, because Sakuna is scary about him.
Yeah, he is scared about him. He's right. All right, thank you, Yatoro.
Great insightful questions. Thank you so much, Yatoro, for taking the time to talk to us. Much appreciated.
It's Yuji. Yuji's the main character.
Oh,
I got it.
Good luck in the playoffs. I'm sure we'll talk to you again more, and have a good time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yuji, isn't that from a different anime, Yu-Gi-Oh?
Thank you for that, Funkjump Pandas. I mean, this is a quote we're gonna use a lot, by the way. Yatoro, king of carries, said gyrocopter is trash. He said it live on an interview multiple times. So this is one to use.
Yeah, everyone else, you're stupid.
Yes.
You don't get it yet.
No, wait, that's literally what he says. It's like he used to like Ame a lot because Ame was the goat.
The goat.
And now there's nobody at that level, so he watches himself.
May I defend him? May I defend him here? Because I actually think the idea of once you're good enough, and if you think like you almost don't want to get like tarnished by other people's ideas, because like he feels like he has his own ideas about the game. And sure, these like adjacent ideas might also be good, if not better, but they would also make him do something that's different from what his normal is. And he's just like, I'm just gonna do me. I do me better than anybody else does me, and better than I can do anybody else.
Oh, I'm not judging. I think he literally is the best carry player.
Yes.
So I think it's great to hear.
I think,
say that.
but I'm saying I think a lot of other carry players should probably be like that as well, even if they're not the best. If they have their own identity, stick to your identity. You do you. Don't let anybody tell you who you have to be in life, because anybody can do anything, especially in this day and age. Just do you, and don't feel bad about it. Don't let anybody fucking guilt you.
Yeah, word up.
No, when I said
like
deep,
that.
I meant about deep questions. Now this turned into a whole life thing.
Yeah.
It was great though.
It was great.
Wow,
Yeah, I'm
thank
gonna use that in real life as well. But to add on to that, not the Jenkins point, but also like why they're so versatile, that they're not afraid to use their own ideas.
Yeah.
I think Eastern European teams are the best at it, because they're like, they showed at Riyadh Masters and they're showing at this DreamLeague that they're not afraid, because they pick much more differently. All the teams as well, they're sticking to something, but Eastern European teams, Nine Pandas, Bad Boom, and Team Spirit, they all have their own ideas and they're working out for all of them.
They are. I am very curious about the secret Ursa build. So maybe we get to see it at this event. We can only hope. But let's take a look, because this was group stages almost in the bag. One series is still left to be played. Not this one. This is already sorted, as we know that it is Entity and Nine Pandas in the lower bracket. And Shopify Tundra moved to the upper bracket. And Liquid and Talon get eliminated from Group A.
That's wacky and wild.
Oh, that's just supposed to be the color. I mean, I'm confused, but that's just what lower bracket looks like. I thought it looked almost like it was undecided. Because if we look at Group B, there is still something undecided. We know our upper bracket. As Team Spirit is Bet Boom, it is indeed...
That is the undecided color.
It is the undecided. See,
just look at Quest.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
So OG is already set. OG is going to the lower bracket, guaranteed. Gaming Gladiators and Quest Esports. Now, this game was supposed to play today, but Quest Esports have found themselves in a situation without power and potentially also without running water. I heard a
That's
rumor.
not good.
Oh, that's concerning.
It's not
I
great.
adapted when I first joined this panel today. I didn't have my tablet, so I used Abacus.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have played on some similar devices from
I
the
don't
past.
think anybody was willing to run for as long as the
Typewriter.
Quest games go for power. But we are going to have Gaming Gladiators versus Quest. One two-game series will be played tomorrow, 11:30 CST. It will be our first series of the day. And that will decide who goes to the lower bracket against Entity, the slot that you see here free, and who will get eliminated. So super exciting. But then we will start our playoff bracket. We got our 4 upper bracket teams, and we got our 3 lower bracket teams. Jenkins, what's the biggest surprise for you?
Biggest surprise for me is Spirit doing well in something that doesn't involve $15 million plus.
It's still $1 million.
I think
for
6
1
digits
week.
is like where it starts.
Yeah,
6 digits is where it starts with them. Okay,
Yeah.
That's floor,
that's
or
fair.
ceiling, as you called it.
Yep. Bet Boom, that's kind of expected. Tundra, I guess that was a wild card. People weren't entirely sure, but I think people were still excited for Thompson and thought that it would probably go well, but a lot of the time, whenever you have an old OG member joining a team, there's a little bit of overhype there. So maybe for some people that are on the realistic side of things, that was unexpected. A pleasant surprise, though, for sure.
I mean, for me, I think it's just straight up Shopify doing so well.
Same.
Absolutely.
I was gonna say that
upper
too.
bracket with their score, but like not just the score, but also having seen their games.
Yeah.
Picking good heroes, picking different heroes, playing well, playing with each other, aggressive. Yeah, I don't know. They just look like a new and fresh team.
Yeah, because they never did that in the past.
Exactly.
Yeah, these upper bracket matches, they're straight up bangers. Like Shopify against BetBoom and then Team Spirit against Tundra. You know, there's a lot at stake here, and really glad that Shopify is doing well.
Yeah, same. And if the upper bracket matches are the ones you look forward to most, I got great news for you. Because let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. As I said, we're going to start with the Elimination Series, a 2-game series between Quest and Gaming Gladiators. That will be very exciting. 11:30 CEST is when we'll start, but we'll of course be live like half an hour before that for a fantastic pre-show, and you should probably tune into that. But after that, it's upper bracket finals time, upper bracket semi-finals time rather. We got Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom Team Spirit versus Tundra. And all these are best of 3s, so we are moving into the playoff stage, and I'm incredibly excited. Jenkins, I'm sure you are too, although you look very thoughtful. What's up?
He really does, actually.
I'm just thinking, we have so many good teams in Dota. Like, so many of them. They're all interesting. They all have their own little niches, you know what I mean? Like Shopify, they do this thing where they win out the group stage, and then they just bomb out, which I hope doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, already, I think having the last day of group stage goes so well. Then again, most group stages are longer than this, which allows them to have like the last day to, you know, find their way into like the lower bracket or something like that. But it just depends on the day for all of these teams. Even BetBoom like got knocked out of their own tournament fairly early.
Right away, you know?
Yeah. Right away, yeah.
Stage, yeah.
Technically, yeah, right away. And here they are in the upper bracket. So it literally depends on the day for these teams. Like, who is better.
One thing about Quest.
Yeah.
They're playing with their main roster tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They are. This is good information.
So
the 2000 will be playing instead of Shad again.
Not to take anything away from Shad, because I've seen Shad in action here, seen him in the qualifiers and throughout the DPC when he played. He looked really good, but TA2000, he kind of is the missing piece. Might be one of the reasons why Quest is underperforming. So looking forward to see them in action, especially against Gaming Gladiators. That's going to be a banger as well.
It's going to be a banger. I also think that all the 4 teams, by the way, in the upper bracket, just to go back on that point a little bit, all 4 have said they practiced a lot for this tournament. There's a couple of other teams that are like, yeah, you know, we'll see what happens. I think that's something that will come into play as well. Yeah. But now that we've seen all the teams in the upper bracket, there surely is a lot of data to take from, and I'm very excited for the games tomorrow, and I'm sure you are as well, which means you should get some good rest before the games tomorrow, because you're going to need all your focus, all your attention for all the games happening tomorrow. They're going to start at 11 a.m. CEST. Yes, I included the pre-show in that one. You got me. So make sure you tune into that one. But for us, for now, we are done for the day. So thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow with more Dream League Season 21.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
Love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Stop, no. You sparkle like